This title is narrated with virtual voice, computer-generated narration for audiobooks. Angel Land by P.S. Scott. Being an angel without wings is a tough business. For one thing, you can't fly anywhere, so you have to depend on the Seraphim City Mass Transit, SCMT, which is always late. The next train will arrive at 1:30 p.m., a pre-recorded voice announces, which doesn't fill me with much hope, because the last time it arrived at 1:30 p.m. was, well, never. I twiddle my thumbs, looking up at the sky shielding station number 6 of the Central Line. When I'm the ruling archangel of our country, Celestia, I'll never have to take the SCMT. My name is Gabriel Perez. I'm 13 years old, and my dream is to become the ruling archangel of Celestia. I shout to nobody, watching my reflection in the glass panels between civilian angels and the boarding platforms. The silver-haired woman standing next to me stares at me, adjusts her spectacles, then turns left and right. Her wings are old and bruised, probably the reason she's taking the mass transit instead of flying to her destination. Only the old, the sick, and those without wings ever have to contend with flying trains. Sometimes regular angels choose to take it for traveling long distances. However, the reason I use the mass transit is none of the above. I fall into the 0.001% of angels who are born without wings. The lady next to me shakes her head at my enthusiastic monologue, wondering if I have a few screws missing in my head. But no one can pop my bubble because the Guild Trainee Entrance Examination, GTE, results come out today, and I hope to find out I have passed it. The flying train on the platform behind us whooshes into place, filling the entire station with light. Angels pile into the long white carriage, hurrying to get in before the automatic doors close. The scent of sandwiches, soups, and pastries drifts from above the stairs, making my stomach growl. Do you polish wings? A deep voice asks. Yes, sir, I reply brightly, scouring my bag for a brush. Would you like a super shine? Unfortunately, it is only now that I notice that this man is an angel patrol officer, and I'm facing him armed with a toothy smile, wing polish in one hand and a brush in the other, the worst possible combination. No soliciting, boy, do you hear me? Dressed in signature red and gold robes and wearing a menacing expression, he lifts me up using one finger, and I'm helpless to resist. Why, yes, sir. My voice comes out in a panicked stutter. Train arriving, stay clear of the golden lines, a recorded voice announces, honey to my ears. The policeman drops me and crosses his arms over his chest, giving me a threatening look. I hurriedly follow the other passengers into the train and close my eyes, praying for the door to close. The angel patrol officer points at me. If I ever see you again... You won't? The glass door closes. The train climbs up into the air, and the patrol officer becomes more and more distant until he's only a dot on the ground. Angels displaying their beautiful white wings are flying all around the train. Feathers are falling and floating gently in the blue summer sky, making my heart thrum with a sense of joy that I always feel when I'm in the air. If I had wings, I'd never set foot on the ground. Next stop, District 74, the pre-recorded voice announces. I sink down on an empty, silver-cushioned seat as soon as someone stands up. Outside the window, the blue sky stretches forever, filled with tiny specks of white angels flying to their destinations. I press my nose against the glass and try to follow the thousands of angels until I go cross-eyed. The train comes to a stop at a traffic light and more angels dart past. My destination, the Holy Guild, is 10 stops away in District 32, Central Quarter. That's ruling Archangel Michael, the woman behind me whispers. On the TV screen I see Michael Hunter, wearing a white robe and a golden R pin. He has bright blue eyes, a powerful build, and pale gold hair. Isn't he so cute? He's not cute. I get to my feet. He's amazing. He's the most powerful ruling archangel ever. And the smartest. And the kindest. Not to mention he's been elected twice already. His divine blast special ability is out of this world. Two ladies narrow their eyes. Are you a fan or what? One of them, a pink-haired, gap-toothed angel called Piper, remarks, bubbling with suppressed laughter. One of her wings is bandaged, which must be why she's taking the mass transit. His biggest fan, I announce proudly with a grin bigger than my face. I've seen his final match at last year's tournament 100 times. You must have a lot of free time, she remarks, pointing a finger at me. Hey, you don't have wings? Yeah. I was born without wings. It's a rare condition. I turn my face to the TV where R.A. Michael just said, the government, in partnership with all 8 guilds, has formed a special investigation unit to look into the attacks. What attacks? I ask, trying to detract her from the uncomfortable topic of my wings, or rather the lack of them. You don't know about angels disappearing from the northern quarter? The green-haired angel named Glenda asks. The screen flickers, then pictures of missing angels are shown. Some faces are blurred. The scene changes to a picture of District 21. It's filled with graffiti, old metal bridges dripping water onto the brick walls, and people. The Fire Guild's orange tapes over the area of the disappearance, blocking access. That's District 21, I say, looking at sketchy streets lined with deserted shops and rundown houses. I used to polish wings there on weekends. What happened? 20 angels have disappeared from District 21 this past month, Glenda says. That district is notorious for illegal activity, Piper adds. I suggest you stay away from it. So, where are you headed, Wingshine boy? She asks, pointing to the brushes sticking out of my crossbody bag. The guilds. Hey, aren't the GT results coming out today? Glenda asks. Yes, I reply with my fingers crossed. I hope I make it this year. Wow, you applied for guild training? Piper leans in. That's tough. I heard entrance is pretty competitive. Didn't the Daily Messenger say acceptance rate was only 5%? She looks to Piper, who nods vigorously in agreement. Is this your first try? Yes. She laughs. I hope the odds are in your favor then. Thanks. Once you get into a guild, your life's set, Piper goes on, leaning back. It's a lot of work. 4 years of training and 1 year of apprenticeship, Glenda adds. But who can complain? Guild members control the top ranks of every profession in Celestia. Getting into a guild is pretty much the passport to success. I nod. Next stop, the guilds, the pre-recorded voice announces. Gotta go, I say, swinging myself to my feet, clutching a pole. Good luck. Glenda smiles. The train descends to the ground, blue fading to gray. The platform filled with angels wearing colorful clothes comes into view. I park myself at the glass door, eager for it to open. Thank you for using Seraphim City Mass Transit. Have a good day, the pre-recorded message says as I dash out of the train station, stumbling onto the large road swarming with angels. It's Central High Street filled with offices and guilds. Here's where all the productive stuff in Seraphim City happens. Here's where dreams come true. The gleaming pillars of the Fire Guild rise in the distance, coating treetops in glistening gold reflections. It's colored a vibrant orange today, with a red wing flag imprinted with a yellow F flying over its dome. The latest information on the disappearances scrolls on a digital screen along with the emergency number. The Fire Guild is the second most prestigious of the 7 guilds, and its trainees have gone on to become police officers, lawmakers, and law enforcers. Here's where they train for 4 years before going to face the world. I come here every day to polish wings, but today is different. Today, I can't wait to find out if I made it. Young students pour out of the train station, all flying to one destination, the Holy Guild, where exam results are posted. I follow their trail, admiring the polished buildings as I pass by. Melodious songs drift out of the Venus Guild, which ranks 5th, despite not having produced one ruling archangel. The white marble pillars resemble a Greek temple, except for the large screen stuck on the front that broadcasts TV shows and movies in which Venus Guild graduates have starred. It receives the 5th place ranking mainly because its graduates make a lot of money, but art has never been my thing. Grandma loves it though. Coming to a stop before a crosswalk, I wait for the light to turn green. A squirt of perfume coming from the Messengers Guild's control tower refreshes the air. The 500-story tall tower rises over the city, a long needle-like antenna sticking from the top transmitting sound waves. There's another smaller silver one that infuses the air with regular squirts of perfume and disinfectants throughout the day. Any liquid vaporized through the smaller needle can spread over the entire city in just 30 minutes. Grandma and I have been inside the tower several times, though we never got farther than the 100th floor. Visitors aren't allowed to go over level 400, but looking at the number of tourists dotted like ants on the tower, it's no mystery that the control tower remains the most popular tourist destination in the city. The light turns green, making my adrenaline rise a notch. I run over the crosswalk and straight into the open gates of my destination, the Holy Guild. The sunlight is blinding as my heartbeat reaches a crescendo. An entire month of waiting is over. Today, I'll know whether I made it to this guild or not. My day is here at last. It beckons to me. A large white palace with golden gates. A wing-shaped flag with a golden H flies on the top arch of the main building, the Holy Guild's official symbol. Students in white coats, pants, and skirts with golden buttons dot the school grounds, chatting with each other, looking forward to welcoming their junior trainees. This is where I want to be, where I belong. There's a nervous lump in my throat and it transforms into energy. Years of dreams buzz in my head, humming a cheerful song. Gathering my dusty duffel bag, I step inside the gate, walking past a stretch of manicured green grass to approach the main building. Outside, several results machines are displayed, with long queues at each one. I approach the first machine in sight, butterflies dancing in my stomach. The queue takes a while to clear. I impatiently tap my feet, waiting for my turn. The Destiny Guild's tower, shaped like a cross, is visible across the Holy Guild's fence. It's made of glass and black concrete, in contrast to Holy Guild's white surface. It's ranked third among the guilds and has produced many teachers, spiritual guides, and 2 ruling archangels. At last, the boy before me leaves, disappointed. Through the corner of my eye, I see his test result, which says he hasn't made it. I could always be the first to make it, I think, stepping in front of the machine. Please enter your ticket number, the electronic voice instructs. A text box comes up on the screen with a number pad. With my heart in my throat, I pull out my exam receipt and enter my ticket number on the touchscreen. "One moment, please," the voice announces, as an hourglass fills the screen. I tap my foot impatiently, looking to my side in the next line at a blue-eyed angel with pale hair tied in a ponytail. Her clean white wings are spread behind her, and she smells sweet like flowers. "Ariel, did you enter your ticket number?" I watch a tall lady dressed in a blue dress, fur and pearls fuss at her side. Her long, red polished nails adjust the girl's collar, her red lips pressed in a tense frown. Ariel looks worried as she enters one number after another. "Yes, Mom," Ariel replies in an airy voice. "We just need to wait." Ariel's screen refreshes, and an announcement comes up on it. "You made it," Ariel's mother says, her thin lips curving into an approving smile. "No hug, no kiss, no screaming, nothing. Your father will be happy to know we didn't waste our money hiring a private tutor. Now all you have to do is pass the practical exam." Ariel prints out her results, unenthusiastic about the prospect of joining the guild. She crumples the paper and shoves it into her pocket, holding her mother's hand. "We mustn't waste time," her mother chatters on. "You scored low on your mock flight test. We need to improve your wing stamina before the practicals." They drift away as the machine pings with the sound of a programmed bell. "Thank you for waiting. Your results are on the screen," it announces. My head snaps back, eyes boring into the screen that bears my fate in 5 words. "Sorry, you did not make it." I stare at the screen, hoping the words will change. But when the girl beyond me says, "Are you done yet?" I know they won't. Hurriedly printing the outcome, I run away, winding my way back to the main gate of the Holy Guild. The weight of my test result is a boulder weighing down my body. The thought of telling Grandma terrifies me. "Hey, aren't you the wing shine boy?" A flying angel comes to a stop before me, descending to the ground. The stranger is a silver-haired, blue-eyed angel wearing the Holy Guild's uniform. His feathers are a little dull, but his lips are set in a frown. On his chest is a silver H pin, which means he's in the second year of his training. Yes? He turns his back to me, indicating he wants his wings polished. I consider telling him I'm not working today, but pull out my brush and tools instead, laying a red bag on the ground. It is filled with greasy wing polishes, combs, and brushes. Do you want the wing shine or the super wing shine? My voice is shaky, but she doesn't notice. Super wing shine. That'll be 10 Celestia dollars, CD, I reply, spreading some of the superior polish on my brush. Pasting a cheerful smile on, I try to focus on the task at hand. The wing shine begins with scrubbing his wings. His wing muscles twitch, and I can feel their majestic strength under my fingers. He must have trained hard to get those strong muscles. Wow, you must have trained really hard, I say, polishing the surface with a rough brush. The grays on the wings begin to face, revealing pearly whites. How nice it must be to have wings and be able to fly whenever you want. The silver-haired angel turns around, narrowing his icy blue eyes. I didn't pay you to talk. Sorry. I finish scrubbing his wings, all the while wondering how I'm ever going to face Grandma. Hey Kale, up for a practice match? Another student with fiery orange hair calls out. Anytime, he says, his eyeball sliding in my direction. Are you done? Gimme a minute. I apply polish until his matte wing is all glossy. All done. He throws a $10 bill at me so quickly that it flies away. His wings leave behind a gust that makes the note fly farther away. I run behind it until I see a foot clad in a black shoe stopped in front of my note. The note is stuck to what looks like a magnet. Holding the magnet is a dark-haired boy with a prominent nose. Spectacles sit on his nose, a test result sheet dangling from his hand. Congratulations, you made it. You can keep them from rolling away using this. He holds up the magnet onto which my $10 note is attached. Wait, it isn't a magnet, it's his pager device. Thanks. I detach my note from his pager and pocket it. I didn't know pagers had that feature. They do, he says. Not a lot of people know about it, though. I'm Raziel, by the way. You can call me Raz. His voice is metallic in tone, but has a warmth to it. I'm Gabriel, I say, shaking his hand in a rather formal gesture. The polish from my hand is transferred to his. I'm sorry. Don't worry about it. He wipes it off with a piece of tissue that also comes out of his pager. I'm sorry you didn't make it, Roz says, reading my results sheet that's fallen from my pocket to the ground. I swoop it back up and shove it into my pocket. Not this time, I say, grabbing the paper, but I'm sure I will next time. Roz doesn't react. Have you ever thought about getting clip-on wings? He asks instead. It might increase your chances of making it through the practicals next time. Turning on his pager screen, he shows me a picture of a pair of white wings with straps attached. What are those? I ask, peering closer. Clip-on wings for people without wings, Roz says. My dad works in a scientific inventions company. Basically, they make new stuff for angels, and they came out with these just last week. That's so cool. I drool at the picture on the screen. Roz! A female voice calls out from the distance. I spot a young girl holding printed GT results waving. She has shoulder-length brown hair. Her charcoal eyes narrow at me. I should go, Raz says. Good luck with your exam next time. Thanks. I breathlessly watch Roz fly away, leaving me alone with my test results and an uncertain future. 2. I walk back to the mass transit, watching the orange sunlight wilt to black. The moon has risen, and tiny stars fill the night sky. The next train will arrive at 8:30 p.m. Please stay clear of the golden lines. The familiar recording fills my ears. The hustle and bustle of the rush hour has faded, leaving behind a soporific lull. After the disappointing results, I spent all day at the Central District, polishing wings. Grandma called me twice on my pager, but I told her I was busy. I can't bring myself to face her. I stand on the platform, nestled among a few strangers. The hundreds of people have dwindled to dozens, checking their watches anxiously. A cacophonous alarm interrupts the lull, followed by a ringing voice. Warning. Citizens are advised to avoid venturing into dark areas after 9 p.m. Multiple disappearances have been reported in districts 18 to 21 of the northern quarter, and these areas are under surveillance. To report any unusual activity, call 611. You may also press the emergency button on your pagers to alert the nearest fire guild officer. Thank you for your cooperation. The end of the message is followed by another alarm. Murmurs erupt soon after the announcement ends. Did you hear that? An officegoer wearing a government badge says, "Another angel disappeared in the northern quarter. He was only 20. Poor thing. His wings are bruised. A large white bandage covers his left wing." "Man, that's awful. What's the fire guild doing?" his colleague with serrated wing edges replies. "He's undergone surgery too, from the looks of it." "They formed a special investigation committee, but they don't have much to work with," the red-haired angel says. "The people who disappear never come back. They're gone without a trace." "They've got no witnesses?" The red-haired man leans in, whispering, "Nobody lives to tell the tale." "That's creepy." He pauses. "Do you think it's an inside job? Isn't that why the Special Investigation Committee got involved?" "Who knows?" the first guy shrugs. "The smell of food makes my stomach growl." The guy notices, smiling up at me. "Why don't we go grab a bite?" he asks his friend. "It's going to be a while before the train arrives." They leave the platform, making me realize how empty it is. Hands shoved into my pocket, I look up at the advertising screen that displays a video of Clip-On Wings, a new product developed by Angel Innovates Incorporated. It's the Clip-On Wings Roz told me about. Were you born without wings? Here's a product that can change your life. A wingless angel like me demonstrates wearing the wings in the official product video. The clip-on wings can be put on much like a jacket with straps. The angel pulls them over her shoulders like a backpack, smiling at the audience. There are 2 buttons on her left and 1 on her right. Use this button to activate your wings. She presses the red button on the right and the wings light up. I take a step forward, almost falling over the yellow line. Next, she presses a blue button on the left. Use this button to activate the wing. She presses a blue button on the left. Her wings glow, picking up her body's responses. This blue light means that your wings are ready to go. A second later, she's flying, clear blue skies surrounding her. My eyes are glued to the screen, wanting to touch the freedom that the clip-on wings represent. "Look at her fly," an angel passing by comments. The screen changes to a logo of the company, Angel Innovates. Only 5,000 Celestia dollars, CD, a pair. The angel in the video with new clip-on wings exclaims enthusiastically, "Buy yours today." 5,000. I almost dropped the pager in shock. That's more than Grandma and I make in a good month. The next train to District 100 is arriving. A dull announcement pierces my ears, making me step back to prevent being run over by a train. Blinding lights hit my first, followed by the ringing of bells and the grunting sound of wings. A flying train descends from the sky, coming to a stop on the platform. The 2 men who left to buy food hurry down the stairs, holding a wrapped sandwich in hand. We all get on the train at once, scrambling to find a spot. Thankfully, the train is relatively empty and I get a place to sit. Looking out at the starry black sky, I feel the first teardrop run down my cheek. It falls on my faded jeans, forming a dark blue patch. Pulling out the GT results again, I stare down at the grim outcome of 2 years of hard work. Now that I've failed the GT, I don't know how I'll manage to become an archangel. Grandma would say I should try again next year, but I can't bring myself to look forward to that now. Next to me, an old lady sleeps with her head resting on the window. The ride is silent, with only a few people getting out at each station. I watch the stars blink in the sky, tracing the shape of wings on the window glass. Floating halo streetlights fill the air, guiding the angels that are airborne. At last, my stop arrives. It's already 9:30 p.m. when I walk out of the station. The streets of District 90 are deserted. The familiar convenience stores and clothing boutiques have closed for the day. A line of halo-shaped lamps light the way home, but some of the lights have lost their shine and are flickering. I look over my shoulder, desperate for a glimpse of another person. At this hour, there isn't much activity in these parts because District 80 is mostly residential. I cross the dark canal, tiptoeing over an old metal bridge, and breathe a sigh of relief when I enter 20th Street, the street next to mine. Deciding to take a shortcut, I walk through an alley between some tall buildings. That's when I feel someone's hand on my shoulder. "Grandma!" I try to turn, but my body won't move. Something's got a hold on me. Slowly turning my head, I catch sight of a shadow. It's a long shadow with jagged edges. I don't know whether to call it an angel, the devil, or a shadow, because the person standing before me has no face. A flickering halo lamp stabilizes, the light lasting long enough to offer a view of the creature's face. In its place of smooth skin is a leathery black mass, and black eyes embedded in the formless darkness. The eyes resemble a crow's, round and bright. Its wings are just as unusual. Black wings trail behind a cloaked body, shedding raven feathers onto the wet alley. I've never seen anything like it before. My panic is reflected in the creature's eyes. The rest of my sentence dies in my throat. A hand reaches out for me. No, not a hand, but claws. Its hands are gray with black nails like a crow's feet. The skin surrounding the nails is a wrinkled, pallid gray. Heartbeat deafens my ears, paralyzing my entire body with fear. I want to run, I want to get away, but my mind is frozen. The claws grab my shoulder. I can feel my body temperature dropping, the air cold as a frozen winter's night. The angel's touch drains energy from my body, making my knees weak. A dark purple light emanates from its claws, sucking in my life force. I jerkily pull away, panting like I've run several miles. The claws slip away from my shoulder, but the fatigue lingers. The angel hisses, like oil sputtering in a pan. Recognizing it as my moment to escape, my feet try to run. However, before I've taken the first step, he throws something at me, sending me doubling over trash cans. I fall like a bowling pin, knocking over all the cartons that lie next to the garbage bin. Behind me is a wall, a dead end. The smell of foul garbage mingles faintly into the still night air. In this brick-walled obstacle, course-lined with garbage bins on both sides, I appear like one of the victims from a horror movie. Caged between two old buildings, I have nowhere to run. Panicked, I try to get up, but a dark light catches me off guard. The faceless angel is gathering a ball of energy between his sharp claws. It is black, pulsating with a purple aura that makes me uncomfortable. I've never seen anything like it before. No angel attacks have that color. If that thing hits me, there's no way I'd survive. I get to my feet, fishing for my pager, and stumble on a few boxes trying to get away. Too late. The cloaked black angel throws the ball at me, and I just manage to use my Quicksilver special ability in time to avoid it. Speeding like lightning, I break my fall on some trash cans. The stranger is angry, I think, but it's hard to tell when your opponent doesn't have a face. His voice sounds like a dying crow. A single claw rises, emanating black sparks. The sparks are aimed at my face. This time I'm not so lucky. Before my Quicksilver ability can work, the beam hits me, pummeling my body to the ground. The ball doesn't dissipate like a regular energy ball, but continues to fester, leaching energy from my body. Life drains out of my body slowly. I feel it happen. My mind turns into mush, unable to form coherent thoughts, while my legs feel as heavy as lead. "Strange," the crow's voice says, his shadow approaching. My eyes are cast over with darkness, but my brain is still functioning. I feel the hard protrusion of my pager in my pocket. The announcer said to call 611, 611, call 611. I try to reach for the pager in my pocket, but I can't feel my hands. My tongue is cotton, and all my muscles are aching. The black angel's face blurs, becoming more and more distant. Voices fade. The world is a heavy black boulder pulling me down with it. Get up, Get up, Gabriel, the voice of reason in my brain whispers. Fingers brush the pager. Just a little more. The cool surface of the pager meets my bare flesh, and somehow I manage to press the emergency button. A loud siren pierces the air, loud enough to wake the whole neighborhood. I see blurry lights come on, the sound of whooshing wings getting louder, and feet hitting the ground, disrupting pebbles. I don't know how many minutes pass like that. Consciousness comes and goes. Blurry eyes reveal the crow angel's feet, inching toward my face. His legs are covered by shoes, a sharp claw sticking out of one. In the distance, I spot another color, red, growing larger in size. My head tries to look up, fingers reaching for that spot of security. Are you okay? A distant voice calls out. I can hear footsteps getting closer. Sparks go off, light and dark energies colliding. Help needed in District 90. The angel calls into his pager. More sparks flash, making chocolate wrappers swirl like a cyclone. The Fire Guild member is beating the dark angel, offering me a moment of relief. A dark eye beam comes forth, followed by the Fire Guild member's energy ball. The energy ball pushes against the crow angel's eye beam, breaking apart into light streamers. Finally, he gets to me. A squarish face with amber eyes, wearing the Fire Guild's uniform, touches my cheek. Wake up! The touch turns to a slap. My brain goes in and out of consciousness. My voice is lost among layers of sleep. The angel with black wings comes up behind the Fire Guild member, its polished claws reflecting the light of the moon. Watch out! My warning comes too late. The shadowy angel's touch makes the Fire Guild member faint instantly. The fingers dig into his shoulders, making him writhe in pain. He falls like a rag doll hanging over the crow angel's arm. The crow angel hisses and sputters, shearing its claws in a pair of black gloves when the deed is done. It throws the Fire Guild member over his shoulder and looks at me one last time. More sirens join the fray, indicating the Fire Guild is nearby. Panicked, it backs off, taking flight. Its black wings encompassing the width of the alley, eclipsing any other images. I see the crow's shadow cover the moon, the Fire Guild rescuer limp and lifeless on its shoulder. The scenery grows blurrier, colors spiraling into unending darkness. When I lose consciousness, my pager's emergency siren is still blaring. 3. I dream of my mother in my sleep. Her bronzed face, golden curls, and smiling mouth comes into view. I'm sitting next to her in the living room, and we're watching TV together. The final match of the national tournament is on. Mom is busy knitting a scarf, telling Grandma how busy her job is on the phone. I'm going to have to work a night shift this week. The hours at the Healing Guild are insane. I should have gone through guild training. Our small apartment is filled with clashing colors, patterned cushion covers, pictures of the family, whitewashed walls with random nails jutting out, and my mother's bright yellow dress. It's a Saturday night, but we have nowhere to go. I'm 4 in the recollection, eyes glued to match. Attacks explode on screen like fireworks. I clap my hands and grab my mother's sleeve, telling her to look at the powerful divine blast that Michael Hunter just conjured up. Gotta go, bye, love you. She hangs up on Grandma just in time. That's amazing, she says, watching the match with me. Do you think he'll win, Gabriel? The doorbell rings before I have my answer, making my mother frown. I wonder who it could be. The door unlocks slowly. At first, there is no sound, making me wonder if one of our neighbors is playing a prank. Then, I hear muted whispers. What are you doing here? I'm here to see Gabriel. It's deep, a man's voice. I've never heard it before, but it echoes through my bones. You left him, remember? You said he wasn't normal. I never said that, he replies. I've been trying to find a way to cure him. He doesn't need to be cured. Gabriel is fine the way he is. Let me see him. There are pushing and pulling sounds. The door hinges creak, followed by a short shriek. A shadow barges into the living room, looming large over the television screen. His bespectacled face is nothing like I expected. A blue shirt covers his lanky frame, long legs encased in gray trousers. He looks like a scientist, an intellectual. His skin is paler than Mom's or mine, his hair the dark brown shade of my own. Gabriel. His clear eyes are watery, fixating on my tiny form. Mommy? Being alone with this stranger makes me uncomfortable. I scan the entryway for my mother. She emerges behind the man, turning to me with regret in her eyes. Her lips part, but before she can speak, someone else barges in through the door. He wears a red uniform reminiscent of the Fire Guild and clamps a hand on my father. We're here to take you away. As soon as the words leave his mouth, my father begins to run, slamming the door in the Fire Guild member's face. My mother moves to my side, holding me close while the Fire Guild member throws the door open and barges out, leaving us alone. The scent of musky perfume, my mother's, surrounds me as she presses her lips to my hair and softly cries. It is my first and last memory of my father. When I open my eyes, my mother is gone. Instead, a bright white ceiling hits my eyes, and the clean scent of antiseptic permeates the air. Empty white beds are arranged in a row. Gabriel? Grandma? I blink at her hazy, wrinkled face, brown eyes widened. A mop of white hair sits atop her bushy eyebrows. She's wearing the green dress that she wore to our neighbor's wedding. I blink again, and the image becomes clearer. Are you okay, dear? She asks, leaning closer, encasing my right palm in hers. Several wires are attached to my other hand, pumping glucose and blood into my body. The sight of blood hanging over me in a plastic bag makes me queasy, but I swallow and look away. A closed window with curtains pulled is to my right. Where am I? I ask. Around me are two more empty beds, spread with green bed sheets, the Healing Guild's signature color. The Healing Guild's 8th branch in District 76, Grandma says. I've been here before. We come here whenever I get hurt, sick, or for her routine health checkups. Am I sick? I don't know, she says. What happened, Gabriel? I got a call from the Healing Guild saying you were found injured in an alley. I can't remember. I try to recollect the fuzzy details of what happened last night. Then the black wings sear through my memory. One by one, the events flood into my mind. The crow-like angel with black wings, the Fire Guild member with amber eyes, his disappearance, and my exam results. How long have I been here? 3 days, Grandma says. I've been staying over hoping you'll open your eyes. The sounds of murmuring outside the door intensify. A shadow flickers against the rectangular glass opening on the door. Whispering voices penetrate the glass door, calling out attention to 3 figures. Bright colors flash before my eyes. Give me a minute with him, Evangeline, a deep voice says. I need to talk to the boy. The door opens smoothly, revealing an Amazonian man with tan skin. He has flaming red hair and grimly curved thin lips. Shimmery white wings frame him. His halo is much brighter than anything I've seen. I recognize him instantly from the endless replays of the Michael vs. Castile final match I've seen. The cheers of the crowd fill my ears, and for a moment I can't believe I'm really looking at Castile Argon, the leader of the Fire Guild, the national tournament runner-up, and the second most powerful angel in Celestia. Butterflies dance in my stomach, my heart beating like a drum. Is he the boy? He asks in a low, throaty voice, clicking his long golden staff on the floor. Yes. Now I notice the caramel-skinned woman behind him, wearing red coat and white trousers, the colors of the Fire Guild. Her golden brown hair is pulled back in a high ponytail, and her eyes are glued to her pager, with eyes skim-reading text. Archangel Castile, I shriek, almost falling off the bed. My jerky movement snaps the wires loose, breaking the packet of blood. It falls on the pristine, white-tiled floor and oozes all over it. Be still. Another figure bursts in. Did you have to startle him like that, Castile? A petite woman with braided black hair pressed in a knot begins adjusting the wires, clipping them back onto my skin. Looking up, I see her gentle brown eyes and pale skin the texture of wax. She looks down at the mess and sighs. Archangel Evangeline, I exclaim, just as she finishes putting everything back on my body. I recognize her from the national tournament too. Archangel Evangeline is the leader of the Healing Guild and once came third in the national tournament. Usually she's at Branch 1 in the Central Quarter, but today must be my lucky day because she's here. I didn't even have to get an appointment or stand in a long queue to meet her. My heart pounds so loudly I can't think. Would it be weird if I took a picture? Stop moving, she says, moving to my side to correct the mess I've made. You'll snap the wires again. Sorry? My nervous eyes dart from Castile to Evangeline like a pendulum. The woman in Fire Guild's uniform steps forward. I'm Layla Lanus, the sub-leader of the Fire Guild, and as you know, this is Archangel Castile, our leader. We'd like to ask you a few questions about what happened 3 nights ago. I stare blankly at Grandma, and she stares right back at me. Archangel Evangeline fades to the background, lingering at the door. When Castile nods, she exists, leaving us to our conversation. Tell me about what happened to you at the alley 3 days ago, Layla says, her eyes focused intensely on me. Castile crosses his arms over his chest and takes a step back. The Fire Guild found you lying on the ground there, the emergency siren on your pager blaring. You were attacked. Castile's voice is a cool monotone. I can't believe I'm really hearing it. By whom? Silence fills the room as I remember the events of the night. The scent of rotting trash, the Crow Angel, and the Fire Guild member come into view. Sighing, I begin. I know it sounds crazy, but I met a strange creature on my way home from the GT results. I turned my face away from Grandma, not wanting to tell her I failed the test. There was this angel with black wings. It had the claws of a crow and the face of... It had no face, actually. Grandma blinks. Just like the character in your favorite TV show. Grandma, I'm not making this up. An angel with black wings. Layla writes all this down. What else? He put his claws, that's what his fingers looked like. He put them on my shoulder. My energy drained away in an instant and I began feeling sleepy, I recount. Oh, and he had made something like a black energy ball. I've never seen it before. Someone from the Fire Guild came to rescue me. A weird-looking guy with amber eyes. I try to arrange my facial features to impersonate him. The Dark Angel attacked him too. Castile and Layla look at each other blankly. With an audible clearing of her throat, Layla steps forward and brings up a picture on her pager screen. Did he look like this? The same man wearing a Fire Guild uniform and with better hair stares back at me. His face is clearer in the image, revealing his light honey eyes, set jaw, and blank expression. Yes, that's him. I snap the wires again. Gabriel, sit down. Grandma pulls me down, forcing me to lay back. Who is he? Grandma asks Layla. A member of our guild, Hadraniel. He was working on the Northern Quarter abductions case, she says. He was reported missing 3 days ago after we found Gabriel at the alley. Did the Dark Angel, the creature you mentioned, attack Hadraniel? Yes, they fought. I didn't see a lot because I was lying on the ground, but there were sparks of white and black. The Crow Angel threw a black ball of energy at him and he fought back. But when he got to me, it touched his shoulders and boom, he fainted. It swung him over his shoulder like this. I impersonate throwing a sack of potatoes over my shoulder. And flew away. I flap my hands pretending to fly. Castile pinches the bridge of his nose. So you saw an angel with no face and claws like a crow. Take Hadraniel. Layla tries to summarize. You said it was a dark angel, Grandma reminds her. What's a dark angel? Nothing, Layla says, a little too quick to hide her slip. I slipped. I've heard something like that. Rumors? Could they be true? Grandma attempts scratching her gray hair. Castile and Layla exchange tense glances. We would like you to keep our conversation confidential, he says. Dark angels are forbidden territory. We don't want to cause unnecessary panic without evidence. We should know, Grandma says. What if the Dark Angel attacks Gabriel again? But since he's our only witness, it wouldn't hurt to tell him, Castile concedes. Whatever I tell you is to stay between us. You must never tell anyone about dark angels. Do you understand? Grandma and I nod simultaneously. Dark angels with genetic mutations, Layla narrates in a crisp, businesslike voice. I don't know what genetic mutations mean, but I go along. They're a danger to the public. We suspect a dark angel is behind the Northern Quarter kidnappings. The dark angel you saw that night was Malpas, Castile continues. He has the appearance of a crow, the body of an angel, and possesses the touch of death. The touch of death? That's his special ability, Layla says. With a touch, he can turn your body into rotting flesh. Death is immediate, Castile says, but nothing happened to you. I wonder why. Only other dark angels are immune to his touch, and you don't look like one. I don't have wings, I say. Does that count? He thoughtfully presses down on his golden staff. Maybe. We don't know what effect his special ability might have on someone like you. We'll have to wait and see. What are you going to do with Gabriel? Grandma asks. It's dangerous for him to stay where Malpas could find him. If he comes back, your grandmother won't be able to protect you. And he will come to finish what he started, Layla says. The only option is to hide somewhere safe. Where? We need to get permission from you to induct Gabriel into the Witness Protection Program. Layla looks to Grandma. He prints out a form on her pager and hands it to Grandma. We're sending Gabriel to the Holy Guild. Everything goes white for a minute. I might really have died. Seconds tick by before I find my voice, which is 3 octaves too high. Did you say the Holy Guild? Yes, Uriel, the leader of Holy Guild, is working with us to find whoever is behind the incident, Layla says. We have been working with him to figure out what to do, and he has agreed to take you in. That's why it took us 3 days to get here. Why would they take me in? I ask. Is the ceiling shaking or is it my entire body? Because you're our only witness, Layla replies. There have been 20 disappearances, but nobody's lived to tell the tale. You could be the key to finding Malpas. You won't be at the Holy Guild forever, Castiel interjects, just until we find who is behind these attacks. And what happens to Gabriel after that? Grandma asks. He can go back home, Castile says. My breath hitches in my throat. Just like that? Yes, Castile says. Think of it as an opportunity to experience the guild life before you try again for the GT. While investigating your background, I noticed you failed the GT this year, Layla says. I burrow into the pillows, not meeting Grandma's eyes. I think it's a fair bargain. You help us get to Malpas, and in exchange, we'll let you train at a guild for a year. It'll increase your chances for next year. Plus, we'll be giving out a monetary reward for the information you've given us. I'm in. My voice rings loud and clear, bouncing off the walls. Layla is cut off by Grandma. Gabriel, Grandma's eyebrows are arched. This could be dangerous. Don't worry, nothing's going to happen to me at the Holy Guild, I say. You'll start tomorrow, Layla mutters. I'll come to pick you both up in the morning. Gabriel will be staying at the Holy Guild's dorm until we find Malpas. But I can't leave Grandma alone. Gabriel, I'll be fine, Grandma says. You were going to go off to a guild this year anyway. But Grandma, you're not well, I argue. We'll appoint someone to take care of her, Castile says, coughing. That invites a surprised look from Layla. And we'll get you a pair of clip-on wings. Layla will accompany you to District 44 tomorrow to buy a pair of wings. You're going to need them to get through lessons at the Holy Guild. Really? Are you really going to get me wings? I want to jump on the bed, but the wires pull me back. Layla cuts in before Castile can reply. That's settled then. See you tomorrow morning at 11. Part 4. District 44 is crowded, as always, hemming me in with life-sized posters of perfume on one side and posters of wing polish on the other. Holograms of popular products float in the air, and a perfume bottle squirting scent into the air. The shops spare no effort in marketing. Their exteriors are decorated with the most sparkly, shiny decorations, and the displays are filled with tantalizing merchandise, spilling out into the streets. Angels fly over my head, carrying bags from one shop to another. Lila accompanies me in her Fire Guild uniform, catching everyone's attention. She's constantly glancing down at the tablet in her hand, eyes moving from side to side, reading information. "We're going to Amazing Angel Merchandise," she announces. "They have the latest model of clip-on wings and are running a sale." I bounce next to her, excited as a puppy, searching for Amazing Angel merchandise amidst the chaotic scenery of bright neon lights vying for attention. They're already turned on at 4 in the afternoon. Flyers are being handed out by angels dressed as a hamburger and milkshake. I almost trip over a bump in the sidewalk but catch myself and move on to the next shop that towers over me. It blocks the sky with extending posters. In the midst of all the lights and sound, a large department store shines brightly with its bright fluorescent advertising. The exterior is made of glass, whatever I can see of it, taken over by marketing material. "There it is," Layla's voice is overtaken by the announcement blasting outside the shop. "Welcome to Amazing Angel Merchandise," a loud voice blasts through the speakers, followed by a burst of colorful streamers. TV screens running video product ads are stuck all over the 30-story glass building. I step in through a gate made of wing-shaped balloons, a special promotion for the new clip-on wings. As soon as we enter, an Angel employee dressed in a blue suit asks me, "How may I help you?" "We want to buy clip-on wings," Layla says. "16th floor," the employee dressed as a wing says, pointing to the elevator at the end. His face sticks out of a circular hole in the costume, smiling. Layla's shoes clatter on the polished white tile floor, leading us to the elevator. I struggle to keep pace with her, taken in by all the shiny objects that surround us. Neon posters and sale signs are everywhere. The first floor is filled with the latest TV models, refrigerators, and washers. The glass elevator rises up 16 floors, creating a miniature of the hustle and bustle of District 44. From up here, people look like ants, and streetlights look like sparkles scattered on a page. The whole world fits into the palm of my hand. "I didn't realize it'd be so busy in here," Layla checks the time on her pager. "Castiel has an appointment with R.A. Michael later this afternoon. Let's make this quick." When the elevator opens, I'm hit with a bunch of snazzy-looking objects with the word "sale" pasted all over them. A glass display case with the latest model of clip-on wings occupies the center, beckoning me to it. I run out of the elevator, pressing my nose against the glass case. The wings shimmer under shop lights, highlighting the realness of the synthetic wings. "It looks just like real wings," I say. Layla's reflection forms on the glass case. She looks around for a sign of the shop attendant. "Welcome," a young boy with midnight blue hair, beady black eyes, and long white wings calls out. He quickly takes in my form and my lack of wings. "We're currently having a promotion on clip-on wings. Buy one, get one free." "We want to get clip-on wings," Layla says, showing him an online poster she's found. "This one." "You're at the right place. I'm Yael Lim, your attendant for today." He hands Layla and me a circular device with lights. It has one red button on the top that can be used to summon him. "Would you like to see some of the models on sale?" "Sure," Layla says. "Follow me." He whistles, leading the way to a section of the megastore with clip-on wings in many sizes displayed on the wall. There are all sorts, some pink, some purple, some white, large ones with extra feathers, and smaller ones for juniors. Diamante across the street is selling these wings for a ridiculous 5,000 CDs. "Can you believe it? That's highway robbery." He chatters on. "Y'all can get a pair here for just 3,000 Celestia dollars. Ain't that a steal? Nobody beats Amazing Angel merchandise when it comes to price." We stop at the clip-on wings section, which is eerily silent. "Isn't anyone else buying these?" Layla asks. "They're new, so not many folks know about them," Yael says smoothly. "Do you want to try on a pair?" He pushes a pair of pristine white wings with shoulder clips toward me. "We let you do a test flight too, unlike Diamante." "Yael, I heard someone's looking for clip-on wings," a heavy voice, thick with accent rings across the empty 16th floor. "Pops, the customer is over here," Yael calls out, leaving the wings on the counter. A square-faced angel with a paunch comes to stand before me, panting. He has small black eyes like Yael, but his hair is dyed a light brown. His wings are short and pudgy, giving him an air of domesticity. He is someone who I instantly feel comfortable around. Welcome to Amazing Angel Merchandise, the place for everything an angel needs. We have the latest house equipment, education tech, pagers, tablets, clip-on wings, window cleaners, and anything and everything under the sun, Yael's father says quickly like he's swallowed a live TV commercial. May I ask why you're looking for wings? He's going to a guild, Layla cuts in. Oh, another going to a guild. Yael? He might be your classmate, a high-pitched female voice exclaims. A short woman, who looks very similar to Yael's father, comes up to me, wearing a dress of pink gauze. You're so cute, she says, proceeding to hug me. Ma, don't assume things, Yael replies in vain, but his parents aren't listening. They're looking at me like I'm a precious diamond. Which guild are you going to? The Holy Guild, Layla cuts in. Oh, you don't look like a Holy Guild trainee, but I guess you must be really smart. It's not easy to pass the practical test without wings. We'll give you a huge discount, Yael's ma says. Be nice to our Yael if you see him at the guild, okay? He's never going to see me, Yael cuts in. I go to the Z Guild, by the way. Congratulations, Layla bits out, not feeling very congratulatory. Z Guild is the lowest ranked of the 7 guilds. I remember a gray, dilapidated building with flowering climbers growing all over it. They don't have the budget to fix the large crack on its stony front wall if the rumors are to be believed. But I'd give an arm and a leg to get into any guild, even Z Guild. Can we look at some wings now? She claps, used to ordering fire guild officers around. Of course. Mr. Lim disappears behind an open door to find some wings. Several boxes are stacked inside the storage room from what I can see. A minute later, she emerges with a large pair of white wings. Mr. Lim lays them on the table, lights touching over the medium-sized wings, each feather crafted to perfection. Those just came in last week, he says. Then to Layla, the W20s. I run my hands over the smooth, feathery surface, feeling tingles of anticipation break out. My dream of having wings is an inch from coming true. Do you want to try them out? Mrs. Lim asks. Yes, I say, a sparkle in my eyes. Then, turning to Layla with hands clasped in prayer position. Can I? She sighs. I guess I should make sure they work properly. My smile is as large as a cat that has gobbled up a mouse. Take him to the rooftop, Adam, Yael's mother says, smiling. Once you get a feel for these, you won't want to take them off. Yael, his father, and I get onto the elevator which climbs steadily to the 30th floor. My heart beats noisily all the way up, shoes tapping on the glass floor. We emerge at the store's rooftop, gazing up at the bright blue sky surrounding us. The air smells of summer, shop lights overwhelming the daylight. Ames Terrace is filled with matte gray tiles. The edges are protected by grill fences, cardboard cartons lining the edges. All right, turn around, Mr. Lim says, once we're in the middle of the terrace. I turn, coming to stand a few inches before him. He begins strapping the wings onto me. You can use this button to activate them, he says, pointing to a small red button on the shoulder strap. It's just like the video ad I saw at the SCMT station. The green light means it's ready to go. The wings have sensors built into them, so they read both your muscles and your brain. The white wings open behind me, dwarfing Yael and his father. I take a deep breath. Following Mrs. Lim's instructions, I press the buttons, turning the wings on and off several times. Can we please start? Layla complains, hands crossed over her chest. I don't have all day. Ready to go? Yael asks, taking his place next to me. Don't worry, we'll keep an eye on you. Ready, I say, adrenaline gushing through my blood. Turn this thing on, Yael presses the blue button on the other wing strap. This one activates the sensor. A bright blue light comes on. I close my eyes, twitching my back muscles. The wings respond to my movements, fluttering. Wait, that isn't all. Yael turns on another blue button. This one's a brain sensor. He plugs 2 cords dangling from the wings onto my neck and the base of my head. Now you're ready to go. Think of flying. I imagine flying, twitching my back muscles to kick-start flight. The sensors glow, picking up my responses. My body grows light as it lifts off the ground. When I open my eyes, Yael and Mr. Lim are standing downstairs. Layla gazes up at me, nodding her head approvingly. "Keep going. Flap harder," Yael calls out. "Put more strength into your shoulders." I imagine R.A. Michael from the national tournament, spreading open his majestic wings and soaring into the endless blue sky. My wings flap, gathering momentum and rising higher and higher. It's easy once I get a hang of it. The wings move faster or slower depending on how much I shake my shoulders. The brain sensors light up when I spot any objects in my path, changing the wing's angle to avoid them. I close my eyes and experience being suspended in the air. When I open my eyes, I see two little dots, Yael and Mr. Lim, standing among many other moving dots on a white rectangle. Layla is a red dot and Mrs. Lim is a blue one. Amazing Angel merchandise, and the rest of District 44 are nothing but a stream of tiny moving lights. Giddy with anticipation, I try moving around more. My body glides through the clouds, feeling water condense on my face. Oh my gosh, I'm really flying. I snap my head up and forget to breathe. All around me, angels soar, their large white wings spread out, flapping in a fluid motion. Excitement climbs through my bloodstream, and I do a bigger flap, blowing away a flower the angel next to me is carrying. He shoots me a sharp look as I move away. "Sorry," I call out, rising even higher, so close to the sun that it seems I can almost touch it. I swirl and spiral, becoming a ribbon, a wave, a breeze, until I'm one with the wind. There are no words that can describe an ecstasy so exhilarating that my entire body drums with energy. I am the sun, shooting beams all over the sky. I'm the moon, calm and radiant. I'm the wind, full of force and movement. At that moment, I'm the entire universe exploding in a tiny body. As I fly by the building tops I always looked up at, I touch their pointed tips and feel giddy with joy. They aren't out of reach anymore. The days when I looked at them from the glass window of a flying train are a distant past. The world is my oyster, the winds my ally, the stars my friends. Nothing is out of reach. My new white wings flap, again and again, building more and more air, until... "Watch out, kiddo," one of the messengers I'm about to collide with calls out, swooshing out of my way. The brain sensors activate, pulling me away from the possible obstacle. "Sorry?" I swoop down to the city, feeling the momentum of the wind carry my weightless body. I see tiny angels walking on the crowded streets. "You coming down or not?" Yael calls out, flying behind me. Layla's getting impatient. "I can't believe you get to do this every day," I say, weak with excitement. "I never want to step on the ground again." Yael smiles. "Enjoying your first taste of flight, huh?" "I love it. It's like my soul has been set free." "Stop waxing poetic and come down already," Yael says, grabbing my hand. I follow Yael back to the rooftop of amazing angel merchandise. As I descend another level, I can't help but anticipate the next time I'll be up in the air. The gray tiles fill my vision. Layla taps her foot on the ground, reading emails on her pager. Mr. Lim is broadly smiling when I land. The sun glints on his shiny red cheeks, making them look like waxed apples. "Be careful with the landing," she instructs. "Keep your feet down and try to use their weight to anchor your wings." I land safely on the terrace, following Mr. Lim's advice, with wind-tousled hair and a flushed face. "That was awesome," I say, still disoriented. "Let me help you take those off," Mr. Lim says. "You need to unfasten the clips and they'll come off. But first press the power button. It's important to press the button before you remove your wings. Are you listening?" "Quite, yes, sir." I stay in a daze while Mr. Lim unclips the wings. My brain is still among the fuzzy white clouds, surrounded by airborne angels. "Come in and pay." Yael's flat voice jolts me out of my dream. Layla steps forward, following Mr. Lim inside. Mrs. Lim stays on the rooftop, cleaning up after the trial. I collapse on the ground, brimming with excitement. 5. The next morning, I sit in front of the TV, bags packed, and wings clipped on. Lila is supposed to arrive at any moment now. I went to the door several times and checked if she was there yet. Exasperated, Grandma said, "Stop hovering, you'll scare our customers away. Why don't you go watch TV?" That's how I ended up watching my favorite Michael vs. Castile match for the 100th time. It was the match that defined last year's national tournament. R.A. Michael was elected for a second time, and R.A. Castile began his second term as the leader of the Fire Guild. I've watched the match a million times since it took place, studying every move, rewatching every scene. "Halo beam," Archangel Castile calls out, tucking his chin to his chest and launching a beam of light from his halo that travels in a straight line to R.A. Michael, who is up in the air, his wings flapping by his sides. Quote, "It's strange to see him on TV now that I've seen him in real life." His flaming hair is pulled back, revealing his large face. The stadium is filled with countdowns, timers, and cameras broadcasting the match on several screens around the battle area. People sit in the circular Oro Stadium like a necklace of dots circling the ocean. The sound of cheers evaporates as the announcer says her piece. R.A. Michael dodges the light with a quick retreat, flying to flank Castile from the back. "Divine Blast," Michael yells, his whole body breaking into a gigantic wave of light. Divine Blast is R.A. Michael's special ability. All angels are both with a special ability. Mine is Quicksilver. Special abilities are purely a matter of luck, a random probability. Having offensive special abilities like Divine Blast gives you an advantage in the tournament, but other special abilities can be useful too. R.A. Michael's body begins to glow. The power, the beauty, the precision of such a powerful move takes my breath away. My heartbeat speeds up another notch as the Divine Blast aimed directly at Castile flies out. Light flows out of him with the force of a tidal wave. No matter how many times I see it happen, I'm awed anew each time. A special attack like that is the dream of every angel. The whole screen fills with light, annihilating everything in its path. With that, he's used his special attack twice. Only one more try remains out of the maximum limit of 3. I swing my legs impatiently, my feet colliding against the back of the couch. Reaching out for my favorite meat and pepper-filled crunch pastries lying on a plate near the TV, I begin mindlessly gobbling them. They make an excellent snack for TV viewing. I bite into a flaky pastry and feel the buttery flour melt on my tongue. The savory taste of onions, beef, peppers, and garlic explodes at once, turning my mouth to heaven. There's nothing like crunch pastries and watching reruns of the national tournament to make one feel good. It's the miracle cure to every form of melancholy. Fire Javelin. Castile counters Michael's special attack with his own. Flames erupt, crystallizing into a javelin that flies out to counter the all-powerful Divine Blast. However, Divine Blast raises Castile's javelin to dust and hits Castile right in the face. Pushed away by the force, he loses balance, flying backward. Castile's wings tremble, unable to flap, and he falls, his head diving to the ground. Before he touches the net at the bottom, however, his eyes snap open and his wings gain traction. The tournament is all about staying up in the air. Whoever falls first loses. If nobody falls, the points are calculated and the person with more points wins. Archangel Castile holds on with everything he's got, revealing years of intense training in that one moment of control. The slow flap builds to a larger one, and like an eagle he swoops up, flowing with the wind. The crowd cheers, their eyes filled with tears. I'm so close to the TV that if I move one more inch, my eyelashes will touch the screen. I absently reach for another crunch pastry, but the plate is empty. 4-3, the announcer says, updating the digital screen. Neon green digital numbers form on the screen. The audience falls silent, awaiting the outcome with bated breaths, less than 3 minutes remaining until the end of the battle. Whoever wins becomes the next ruling archangel. I taste something hard, a fingernail, and spit it out. I've been biting my nails again. The runner-up gets to be the leader of the Fire Guild, our country's legal system, and the second highest-ranking archangel in Celestia. In case anything happens to the ruling archangel, the runner-up becomes the RA. These angels have trained for 5 years and worked for more than 15 to get here. To apply for the national tournament, you must have a distinguished work record in any field of at least 10 years and must have graduated from a guild. Additionally, you must be nominated by the government department you work for to enter. Only the highest performers in each department get to go to the national tournament after finishing their apprenticeship and required work period. I turn back to the scoreboard. Michael, 3. Castile, 4. Castile's wings are fractured, some feathers missing, but he's not done. Taking a deep breath, he bides his time. He gathers his hands into a ball, and I forget to breathe. A ball of energy light gathers between his palms, growing larger and larger. He turns his arms to hurl the ball at Michael, who moves to dodge, but Castile turns too, hurling the ball in his path. The audience screams a nanosecond before the energy ball hits Michael, pushing him back, breaking his wings. I inhale so loud it echoes in the room. Michael is falling, with the force of a meteor about to hit the ground. My nose touches the cool glass of the TV screen. "You're watching the tournament again?" Grandma asks, the rustle of her clothes faintly registering in my very distracted brain. "Just one more minute," I say, having bitten all my nails off. "You always say that, dear," she replies, coming to sit next to me. The scent of wing polish clings to her. "I've got to see what happened to Rosa today. She met Eduardo's parents in the last episode and his mother tried to poison her." "Ugh, that sappy TV drama again? What's it called?" I use speech as a distraction tactic, never separating my eyes from the screen. Michael is hanging in the air by a feather. "Literally. Rosa's story," she says. "Yeah, that," I say, only half listening to her. "Sitting so close to the TV is bad for your eyes," she chastises. I reluctantly scoot my butt back an inch. 5-3, the announcer says. My heart is ready to explode. Both opponents have used their special ability twice. They're allowed one more use. The countdown of fate begins. 1 o'clock. 0:59. 0:58. 0:57. 0:56. Michael's face is bruised and dusty, his strong hands hanging limply by his side. The muscles in his wings are worn out, shedding feathers. The fate of this tournament hangs on 50 seconds. If neither can make the other fall, the person with the most hits wins. And right now, that's Castile. "Come on, Michael, use Divine Blast," I say, grabbing the TV screen and giving it a hard shake. Michael is breathing hard, with barely enough energy for another flap of his wings. Fire Javelin. A javelin made of flames materializes and breath whooshes out of my lungs. It's another majestic move that I can only admire. Vivid shades of orange, red, and yellow bleed into each other, forming a long spear made of fire. It fills the screen. The audience inhales together, the sound amplified by speakers. The fire javelin flies towards R.A. Michael in slow motion, aimed at his heart. On the wings of flame, the spear cuts through the air, leaving a trail of glowing embers in its wake. Michael gathers the remnants of his energy and calls out, "Dash attack!" He moves like lightning across the sky, dodging not only the javelin but landing right behind Castile, who is still processing Michael's words. In a split second, Michael's hands are on Castile's back, and he says, "Divine Blast," in a croaky voice. Butterflies dance in my stomach. Yes, I let go of the TV screen, jumping so hard the floor shakes. With that, he's used his special ability 3 times. The audience hangs to the edge of their seats, watching light burst out of Michael's hands and into Castile's back, propelling him downward. It's a direct hit. The seconds on the timer fall. 0:05, 0:04, 0:03, 0:02. "Time out," the referee calls out, the audience still in suspense about what lies at the other end of the blinding flash of light. The doorbell rings, cutting off the climax. Grandma switches off the TV, coming to stand before me. "Grandma, that's not fair," I say, shooting up with my hands flailing in the air. "You already know he won," she says, watching the opening credits roll over Rose's face caked with makeup. "Haven't you watched the tournament 100 times already?" "But I want to see it again." I throw a tantrum, stomping my feet on the floor. How will I learn if I don't watch the greats? You can watch it some other time. Layla is at the door, Grandma says. I almost forgot about her. Shooting to standing like an arrow, I grab my bag and race to the door. Today, I'll be going to the guild where all my heroes went. Watching that match has got me fired up. Layla stands on the other side of the door, craning her neck to catch sight of my grandma. Grandma emerges with a smile on her face. I'll be taking Gabriel to the Holy Guild now, Layla explains. I sent you my number as well as that of the Holy Guild. Call us if you need something. Grandma opens her arms and I hug her, reveling in the warmth for a minute. I came to live with Grandma when I was 6, soon after Mom died. I still remember the day she came to the Healing Guild and held my hand as I cried. Mom lay on the bed, dead and lifeless. Don't cry, Grandma said. I'll take care of you. It's strange to leave her after all these years. The memories of my mother have faded, but Grandma's scent remains in my nostrils, grounding me to the present. You're not going away forever, Grandma says, breaking the embrace. Come visit me anytime. You can visit her on weekends, Layla says. I'll have someone from the Fire Guild accompany you. Reluctantly, I let her go, grabbing my bag and wings. I wish she could come to the Holy Guild with me, but from here on, I'm alone. Layla opens the door wider to let me out and hands Grandma a bunch of paperwork. She tells her that someone from the Fire Guild will be patrolling the neighborhood and asks her to call in if she sees something strange. Take care, Gabriel. Grandma waves to me from the front door as Layla flies outside the balcony. I turn on my wings, joining her there. It feels strange to fly to the Holy Guild instead of taking the mass transit. Goodbye. I wave to Grandma, looking forward to the adventures that await me at the Holy Guild. It's like a dream. I keep pinching myself until my arm is red and sore, but it doesn't end. Are you going to stop that? Layla snaps. Dressed in the Fire Guild's uniform, she stands out in a sea of white. She's back to her businesslike mode after yesterday's shopping expedition. After getting wings shopping, she bought me an ice cream after I kept staring at an ice cream van. You're more annoying when you're hungry, she said, shoving a cone of vanilla ice cream at me. Eat some sugar and get your spunk back. We sat next to the ice cream van and ate ice cream together. Most of it melted in the hot sun, but eating ice cream with Layla made me feel like I was part of this new life. She's a lot nicer than she lets on. We've got a lot of things lined up for today. It would help if you broke out of your stupor. Sorry, I can't believe I'm really here. The air smells different, expensive and dreamlike. White H-wing flags flutter over the Holy Guild's main building. The golden gates are behind me, and I'm surrounded by trainees in Holy Guild uniforms, practicing special attacks and battle skills. Energy courses through my veins. The large stadium that I always saw from the outside materializes before my eyes, smelling of freshly cut grass. It's all real. The majestic main building, the Colosseum-style battlegrounds, the scent of freshly planted flowers wafting in the summer breeze, and students dressed in white and gold guild uniforms. One of the trainees unleashes a rapier made of light, slicing through the air, striking his opponent down. He looks up, his wings glistening with sweat as he emerges triumphant. Swooping down as graceful as a swan, he makes his light rapier vanish with a bow. That's so cool, I say, stopping just in time to his eye. He has cool blue eyes and silver hair and wears a frown. It's the trainee whose wings I polished on the day the results of the test came out. I duck my head, hoping he doesn't recognize me. That's KL, Layla reads off her pager. Holy Guild's most promising recruit trainee of last year. He placed first in the GT and his class. I polished his wings once. I think he knows I failed the GT. Don't worry, Uriel will sort it out. We could always say there was a system error. I peer through several classrooms, passing the new main building where classes are in progress. Even the classrooms look different with their theater-style seating and rows of the best GT applicants. Layla enters the main building where we walk through hallways carpeted in red, the walls lined with portraits of all the archangels the Holy Guild has produced. There's ruling archangel Haniel, Ramiel, Seraphiel, Raguel, Sandalphon, Metatron, and finally, Michael. Cross-eyed and dizzy, I catch myself feeling scrutinized by the powerful angels staring down at me from portraits. They were all here, just like me. The ruling archangel transitioned to portraits of archangels that the Holy Guild has produced. There are 43 of them, but only one strikes my fancy. Archangel Castiel went to the Holy Guild, I blurt out, looking at the portrait of a young boy bearing the same stern expression as if he were forced to sit through a photo session. His red hair is longer, reaching the nape of his neck, and his eyes are a brighter shade, devoid of the burden of responsibility that he now carries. Layla narrows her eyes. Yes? But he's the leader of the Fire Guild. That's because he placed second in the national tournament. Wow, this guild really is the best. Layla coughs. Not really. I went to the Fire Guild, and I think we're the best. Guild pride. I smile, wondering if I'd feel the same way after spending a year here. It is these little things that I crave, the desire to be part of something larger. Get moving, Layla says, several feet ahead of me. I run to catch up with her, passing a wall of trophies and accolades guild members have received over the years. They have a whole other room for these, Layla says. So does the Fire Guild. We arrive outside guild leader Uriel's room at the end of a marble-floored corridor. Layla knocks, and the door opens. Dressed in a spotless white uniform with a bronze pin and my clip-on wings, I look every bit the over-enthusiastic trainee that I am. Layla steps forward, dragging me by the arm until we come to a standstill before Archangel Uriel's rosewood desk, covered with papers. Layla. Uriel is a petite man with bony fingers and midnight black eyes that fall on me. Is this the boy? He tilts his head, taking a good look at me. I squirm under the attention, but my wide grin stays in place. Yes, Layla says. I trust you to take good care of him until we catch whoever is behind the abductions. He might come back for Gabriel. It's your job to keep him safe. The Holy Guild has the best security in Seraphim City, Uriel says, scratching his brown hair. Only next to the Fire Guild, of course. Layla smiles, guild pride stamped on her face. If you notice any suspicious activity, let us know immediately, she tells me. Sure. I am mesmerized by all the trophies displayed in the large glass case next to Uriel's desk. The walls are filled with framed certificates, pictures, and medals. That's Michael. At the top of the central wall is a large picture of Michael, with a smaller one of Uriel underneath. Ah, the ruling archangel photo, Uriel remarks with a brush of his hand. Are you a fan of Michael? I worship him, I say, my eyes literally shining. He's the only archangel to have won the tournament twice, not to mention his holy blast ability is so cool and its power. We get it, Layla says, cutting me off. It's time for me to go. I'll entrust him to you. Turning to me, she says, the sooner we catch the criminal, the better. And then she's gone, walking away in crisp, businesslike, calculated movements. The door shuts behind her, leaving me alone with Archangel Uriel and his trophy wall. Uriel glances at the clock and says, Amados will be here shortly to take you to your classroom. The true purpose of being here is to remain a secret. In the first year, you study 5 subjects, 3 theory and 2 practical. You'll need to score an A on all of them to move to the next year. Of course, that doesn't apply to you since you're not a regular student. I put you in as an exchange student, so that should explain why you're here despite failing the GT. His final words sting, making me realize this is nothing but a dream. Be sure not to stray out of the guild walls. We have guards patrolling the campus, but Malpas could get to you anytime, he says. Try to stay in your dorm at night. Leaving the guild without written permission is strictly forbidden. If you see anyone suspicious, notify me or one of the teachers. Yes, sir. I don't expect you to excel at lessons, but please, do try to apply yourself. The teachers don't know the real reason you're here, and I'd appreciate it if you didn't stir up their suspicions. I nod. There's a knock at the door. That must be Amados. Amados is a red-haired silver trainee dressed in the guild uniform. Good morning, leader. I'm here to guide the new trainee. Thank you, Amados. Archangel Uriel turns to me. Time to get going. I'll meet you in a week to see if you've made any progress. I leave with Amados, who begins a conversation on a bright note. Archangel Uriel said you missed lessons last week because you were sick. Are you feeling better now? Yes, thank you. I'm Amados, a silver trainee at the Holy Guild. Congratulations on making it. Up close, I noticed the freckles on Amado's face. His frame is wiry, long fingers clasping around his pager. If you need anything, here's my number. He transfers his number to my pager, using 2 keys. New trainees often struggle to fit in. That's what I'm here for. We wind our way through the field to another building, the Bronze Trainee Building. The practice grounds are empty because it's time for lessons. There are 4 buildings here, the Bronze, Silver, Gold, and Platinum buildings, he says, pointing in 4 different directions. You'll have your classes at the Bronze building. I nod. There's also the Bronze Boys' dorm at the perimeter of the guild. I'll take you there once you're done with the lessons. I'm sure Archangel Uriel told you that you're not allowed to leave without permission. Having never lived without Grandma, all this is new to me. It's my first time away from home. Don't worry, you'll settle in, Amato says. The first month was hard for me. I'm from El Dorado, you see. Adjusting to the chaotic pace of Seraphim City was a challenge, but it's worth it. Not everyone gets a chance to go to the Holy Guild. You're right. And we're better off than other guilds. I heard Destiny Guild Bronze trainees are expected to go to bed by 9. They're penalized for sleeping late. I could show you around the Holy Guild sometime if you're interested. Sure, I'd love that. We enter the Bronze Trainee Building filled with winding staircases, carpeted corridors, and digital checkpoints. Swipe your card here, a machine at the entrance calls out. Amados shows me how to do it. I follow suit, using a temporary ID card Layla gave me that morning. My large-toothed smile is reflected in the trainee photo, making me chuckle. Amados follows the hallway to the elevator where he looks up the class number on his pager. The Government Studies class is going to start in a minute, he says, showing me his pager screen. Here's how you get on to the class timetable. He presses a few keys. Put in your student ID and password and voila. The screen changes. We have the scheduling system here. He scrolls down a menu. You can book rooms for self-study and target practice using this. Also, use this option if you're sick and can't come to class. He shows me another option leading to a sick leave portal. It's simple, really. I struggled to grasp everything he says but try my best to imitate his actions. The elevator doors open and we're on the 2nd floor where I'll be attending my first class ever. He leaves me peering inside the large classroom filled with 40 or so students chatting away. I'll meet you after class to show you to your dorm, Amato says. Good luck. I open the door, overwhelmed by the 50 trainees buzzing around the semicircular lecture theater in white uniforms. In the week since classes began, they've formed groups, clustering in 4s and 5s. Hesitantly, I walk in, looking for a corner to sit in. Spotting a seat on the 3rd row, I climb the stairs and claim my spot. Hello. A brown-haired, bespectacled boy stands behind me, 2 thick books tucked under his arm. His eyes trail over my new clip-on wings and he smiles. Roz. Gabriel, he remarks. You're here. He looks at my clip-on wings. You ended up getting those, huh? Yeah, I scratch my head. Thanks for telling me about them. I thought you didn't get through the first round of the GT, Roz says. Yeah, there was a problem with the system. The guild contacted me later saying I'd made it. That's great, Raz says. Welcome to the Holy Guild. I didn't see you in class last week. We had a trainee meet and greet social at the dorm. Last week? I was sick. At least that is true. You've got a lot to catch up on. I could lend you my notes, he says, flipping highlighted pages. Who's the new boy? A husky voice asks from behind me. A brown-skinned girl with large black eyes and a high ponytail is scrutinizing me. She is on the skinnier side, with an oval face. I remember seeing her on the day the test results came out. Swati, don't scare him away, Roz says, hiding her face with his book. I'm just being friendly. Are you the boy Layla delivered? Swati asks, her long nose looking like a sword to me. My eyes enlarge. How did you know? There's nothing I don't know, new boy, Swati says, sitting back with a self-satisfied grin. I'm Swati, by the way, Swati Mekra, the editor of the Guild newspaper. She turns to Roz. And Roz's best friend. There's a Guild newspaper? I thought only the Messenger Guild had a newspaper. She's the only one in it, Raz whispers. We'll have new members soon, Swati goes on, undaunted. What's your name? I'm Gabriel Perez, I say, and I'm going to become a ruling archangel. The words spill out of my mouth, unbidden, and I color on realizing I just said that aloud. Everyone here wants to become the ruling archangel. A few other people break out of their reverie to stare at me, but the novelty soon wears off. Roz gives me an I'm not sure about that look, while Swati types everything I say on her pager. Oh, this is good. Another RA aspirant. I'll be the first one to unveil your face to the world, she gushes excitedly, jumping up and down as words flood onto her pager screen. Say cheese. Before I register her words, a camera flash goes off, blinding me. Light spots dance on Roz and Swati's faces. I try to figure out what just happened, but it's too late. The bright circular lights on the ceiling swim in my vision. At the front are a projector screen and a podium on which I presume the teacher will stand. As the scenery comes back to me, I reach for Swati's pager. Wait, she types in a headline, The Holy Guild's New Trainee. Swati, you can't post Gabriel's picture on social media without permission, Roz says, wrestling the pager away from her. Gabriel, do you mind if I post your picture? Swati asks, fluttering her eyes like a doll. Please? Okay. Done, she replies, pressing send, over Roz's head where he holds the phone. I beat Crystal to it. Who's Crystal? I reach up to look at the article she uploaded, but Roz gets up too, and Swati sits back down. She flashes the finished article at me with a picture of my stunned face. It goes up on the Holy Guild portal, lighting up with likes and comments from the other trainees. Some of my classmates look up from the pager at me, tilting their heads in confusion. Ugh, do we have to talk about her? Swati brushes back her long ponytail, rolling her eyes. She's the editor of the Messenger Guild's trainee newspaper, Reyes cuts in. And Swati's archenemy. You're competing with the editor of Messenger Guild's newspaper? Wow. I'll become a journalist once I'm done with training, Swati says, then adds with a wink, future ruling Archangel Gabriel. I blush, glad that she acknowledged me. This new world is full of promise. Why didn't you join the Messenger Guild then? I ask. What'll I do there when all the news is here? She slips a piece of paper with a pager number under the words, Holy Guild News. If you're ever in the mood to exchange information, give me a call. Swati gets back to typing, and Roz is busy writing something on his pager. I look back at the rows of students chatting to each other and catch a familiar face sitting alone in a corner, her head buried in a book. I know her, I point to the girl who got her GT results before me. Her honey blonde hair is plaited, her blue eyes are focused on the book she's reading. She suppresses a yawn, leaning on the wall. You know Ariel Bluestone? OMG, how? Swati comes to life, turning her head 180 degrees to point at Ariel. There's no way I'm missing this. She pulls out her pager and eagerly awaits my reply. I saw her on the day the GT results came out. Who is she? I try to shove her pager away, but Roz gets there first. Give that back. Swati reaches for her pager dangling in the air. You don't know Ariel Bluestone? When I show no flicker of recognition, she prompts. Of the Bluestones? I shake my head. She's the heiress to the Bluestone fortune. Her family owns lots of businesses. The Bluestone Channel? The Bluestone Hotel? Oh, that Bluestone. I've seen the ads for their hotels on the mass transit, and the Bluestone Channel airs Rose's Story, Grandma's favorite TV soap. She's famous. You bet. She doesn't talk to anyone though, so I haven't got much info on her, Swati says. If you know something, I'm all ears. Is the teacher coming or not? Roz asks, trying to distract her. It's 5 minutes past time. Master Zadkiel's got the flu, Swati says, eyes racing through her pager. Pictures change at the speed of light as she types on the tiny screen. Flu? I ask. It's not even winter. There he is, Swati cuts in, pointing to the shadow at the base of the door. The government studies teacher, Master Zadkiel, a heavy man with long silver hair tied in a ponytail, comes in wheezing and slaps a thick black book on the desk. His coughs shake the room, magnified by the speaker. Sorry, he says, pushing the microphone away. I caught the flu. I blink, marveling at the accuracy of Swati's information. How did you know? I ask. Never reveal your sources. Swati winks, biting back a smile. 7. The first class the next morning is history, and I'm running late. The alarm didn't ring that morning, mostly because I forgot to set one. After all the excitement yesterday, I slept for hours, forgetting I had a class this morning. Hurry up, Roz says, grabbing my backpack and ushering me out of the door. We're going to be late for class. Coming, I do up my buttons, suppressing a yawn. I can't believe I overslept on my first day. That's why you should use an alarm, Raz chides, pulling my hand out of the door and shutting it behind us. Grabbing my backpack from him, I lock the door and begin running through the hallway. The other boys must already be in class, for the floor is empty. Cutting a swath through the practice pitch and field, Roz and I take a shortcut to the Bronze Trainee Building. Roz and I arrive at the Bronze Building, sweaty and panting. A hallway with yellow lamps lead to the classroom where Master Gabriel is waiting for us on the podium, looking none too pleased about the latecomers. Everyone else stares at us, and Master Gabriel frowns. He has a dark mustache and a grumpy square face with dark twinkly eyes. 3 permanent worry lines are etched on his forehead, accented by his cropped, dark brown hair. You're late, he says. I'm sorry, I mutter. It won't happen again. His onyx eyes settle on the clipped wings attached to my back. A sneer contorts his nose. I wonder how you got in. From what I remember, wing strength is a part of the GT practical test. How did a wingworm, he coughs, correcting the slur. How did a wingless angel manage to beat so many talented students? I look to Roz, begging him to explain. Wingworm. The words echo in the hollows of my mind, reminding me of all the times I've casually heard it thrown around. It's an unkind term used for angels both without wings. I never thought I'd hear it at the Holy Guild. Grandma says it's because people think wingless angels are worthless and pesky like a worm, but they're stupid. She says I'm special, that's why I don't have wings. The clip-on wings work just like the real thing, Roz cuts in, jarred by Master Gabriel's hatred. Gabriel practiced with those. Master Gabriel sighs, whatever. Go take a seat and be on time. Yes, sir. Swati has saved us 2 spots on the 3rd row, one of which I comfortably settle into. Resting my back against the cushioned surface, I boot my pager and bring up the history textbook on screen. What happened? Swati hisses, covering my pager with a hand. I overslept, I say. That's not what I'm talking about. You should report him for using that word, she huffs, logging on to the school portal. Here. It's all right, I tell her. I'm not bothered by it. That doesn't make it right, Swati fumes. The rumors about Master Gabriel must be true. The silver trainees say he's a nightmare. Welcome to history, he announces, glaring at me chattering away. I noticed only half of you submitted your essay on the history of the Holy Guild last week. If the others thought they could get away with neglecting history. His chubby hand comes up and he clicks his tongue. You can forget getting through this semester. I have the entire class an F on this one. Just when I thought this day couldn't get worse. What? Swati bursts out immediately. She's not the only one. The theater fills with moans. On the bright side, my debacle is forgotten. Not fair, someone else groans. Gabriel taps his stick on the table, unrelenting. History is not a filler class for you to catch up on sleep in between other lessons. I'll be expecting better performance next time. He can't be serious. Who writes essay on weekends? Swathi shrugs. I have a life. Unfortunately for you, that life now includes history, Gabriel says upon hearing her remark. Swathi frowns and settles back down. Today we'll be studying a very interesting topic, Gabriel's gunshot voice announces. The history of the Holy Guild. Someone at the back groans. That's all we've been studying, Swathi complains. Does anyone know when the Holy Guild was founded? He asks, ignoring her protests. Raz's hand shoots up. Before Gabriel can get a word in, he bursts out, 1779. Thank you, Raz, you're right. The Holy Guild was established more than 2 centuries ago. Who knows the first archangel to be elected from our guild? Raz again. Archangel Sandalphon. Yes, Gabriel says. The Holy Guild is one of the 2 oldest guilds, and we have produced the largest number of archangels and ruling archangels. Which guild is older than us? Raz answers before anybody else has a chance to raise their hand. The Fire Guild. Hardly a comparison, someone from the back sneers. They've produced fewer RAs than us. Right, Gabriel says, impressed with the biased course this discussion is taking. Guild pride is a huge thing, I realize. I want you all to do your research on the founding of our Holy Guild and submit a report about its history and first 10 years next week. In your report, I want a list of all the archangels and RAs elected from our guild. Got it? Raz notes down the homework. Next week, we'll talk about the Venus Guild. I expect 100% submission rate this time. Yes, sir, all the trainees sing-song together. My weekend's ruined, Swathi complains, shoving her book in as Master Gabriel exits. I can't fall asleep that night, tossing and turning in bed. After class, Amados got me signed into my dorm. The bronze trainee dorm lies on the perimeter of the complex, offering a view of the city beyond. Protected with electric fences, it has the target practice area on one side and bushes and trees on another. The ceiling feels new, the experience of having Raz sleeping in the same room as me, a novel one. I'm used to sleeping alone. The sound of his soft snores wakes me. After I signed in, I was shown to my room where I met Raz, my roommate. He was glad to finally have a roommate. I guess it was worth the wait, he said, proceeding to help me settle down. I unpacked my belongings and stuffed everything in the cupboard. My books and stationery were shoved under the desk, making a mess of things on day 1. A ray of moonlight filters through the window, falling on the row of books Raz has on his desk. His side of the room is clean and orderly, filled with color-coded notebooks, strange gadgets, and well-stocked snack supplies. Mine, on the other hand, contains empty candy bar wrappers and crumbled pages stuffed into a bursting dustbin. The entire setup is new, making me uncomfortable. The air conditioning blasts through the night, making me shiver under my sheets. Creeping out of bed, I decide to take a walk outside. Standing next to the table, I slightly part the curtains, making sure not to disturb Raz. The lights on the training pitch are still on, trainees hitting boards in the dead of the night. There is no curfew imposed on Holy Guild students if they get permission to practice. A guard snores outside the bronze trainee dorm, watching Kale hit boards with force. I recognize his silver hair and focused slim posture from that morning. Sweat runs down his face as he aims his I-beam at the target again and again. Shutting the curtain, I decide to go down to the vending machine and get something to eat. Layla and Castile paid me for the information I supplied so that I wouldn't have to work while I was at the guild. Grandma saved most of it for my future, but I got pocket money to spend at the guild. Putting my shoes on, I sneak out of the room. Raz's snores echo in the air, cutting off once I close the door. Since Raz is a sound sleeper, I've discovered. He sleeps early and sleeps like a rock. With my ID in my pocket and the door securely shut, I tiptoe down the dark hallway. Automatic lights come on. Not a soul is around. When I emerge outside, Kale is still practicing. The guard at the reception desk is asleep, snoring as soundly as Roz. He opens his eyes when the automatic lights come on, but returns to sleep. It's another humid summer night in Seraphim City. Crickets chirping, owls hooting. Dark blades of grass line the carved cement path, which I follow to the back of the building. The vending machine is lit up, filled with drinks. Beyond it lies the fence that separates Holy Guild from the city. A narrow path separates the back of the Bronze Boys' dorm from a gated path leading to the fence. I approach the old iron gate, touching the lock. It swings open. The lock is rusted, severed. The gate is half open, revealing more bushes and grass. I push the gate further and it opens with a creak. Looking back to make sure I'm not being followed, I step into the gated path, following the concrete road to the back of the guild. The path is secluded, trees blocking views of the bronze trainee dorm. I'm pretty sure nobody can see what's going on here from the dorm. I wind my way past a row of trees and arrive at what looks like a manhole. A steel manhole cover stares back at me from the ground. I sign, suspense ruined. There's nothing but grass, trees, and an opening to a manhole here. Just as I'm about to leave, I hear the manhole lid turn. It flies out, held by a thread of light. Jumping back, I avoid being hit by the lid. Someone climbs out of the manhole, filling the air with the stench of gutters. Ariel surfaces seconds later, using her special ability to drag the manhole lid back. With her back turned to me, she breathes a sigh of relief, making sure the lid is screwed on properly. When she turns, we collide. Hey! I see a silver gleam and smell sewage all in 1 second, as I scramble for something to hold. Unfortunately, I grasp nothing but air and fall straight onto my back. Ouch! Ariel says from the patch of grass where she fell, snapping her head up. Upon catching sight of me, she freezes. Her eyes dart left then right, wondering how to escape this uncomfortable encounter. But there's no way out. Is it just me, or did Ariel Bluestone sneak out of the Holy Guild without permission? Ariel Bluestone? Getting back to standing, I approach her sitting on the ground, beads of sweat lining her temples. The longer I stare at the manhole cover, the more defensive she gets, shifting from one side to another, her crystal blue eyes almost popping out of her head in their attempt to track my movements. Did you just come out of a manhole? What? Why would you think that? Her voice is a tad high-pitched. Finally, she gets up, brushes dust off her clothes. I got lost. Her eyes peer over my shoulder, looking for some sign of a friend. Where does this thing go? I lift one side of the cover and look down to see a metal ladder going down into the sewer. I lift the cover off, which, though heavy, comes off easily and rolls over toward Ariel's feet. Watch it, she says, dodging the cover just in time for it to miss her leg and fall over on the ground. The stench of sewage fills my nostrils immediately, and I scurry over to get the cover to block off the smell. Holding my nose, I say, "You smell like you spent a lot of time in there." Ariel brings the cover over to the manhole and drops it over the opening, missing my toe by an inch. She screws it shut. Sorry. She bends to adjust the cover, her gaze unsteady, temples sweating, and hands shaking. You're nervous. What were you doing down in the sewer? Nothing, comes her rapid reply. Without waiting, she turns around and stomps down the cement path, looking nothing like the privileged Bluestone heiress she is. I told you, I got lost. Ariel Speed walks to the open gate. Doesn't sound like nothing, I say, following her quick steps down the path. I didn't know you could use the sewer to sneak out. I wonder if Malpass, the Dark Angel, knows about this route. She stops abruptly. Without a warning, she grabs my shoulders and shakes me frantically. Please don't tell anyone, okay? Her fearful eyes are staring directly into mine. If my mother finds out, she sighs heavily, letting my shoulders go. Relax. I wasn't going to tell anyone. Besides, I'm new here. I don't know a lot of people. Ariel gives me a once-over and sighs again. Except Swathi. She clears her throat. I saw you talking to her during class. I won't tell her. I don't know why I say that. Ariel looks so panicked she might break down at any moment. Why did you sneak out? The guidebook says. I know what the guidebook says. She throws up her hands, exasperated. Then in a calmer voice, "Sorry. I don't want to talk about it." "You don't have to tell me if you don't want to." I step back, but she grabs my hand. "Wait." Maintaining eye contact, she continues. "You really won't tell anybody, right?" "I won't, I promise." Relieved, she exhales. "Thank you. I should get going." We return to the vending machine. KL has finished practice and the pitch is dark. Ariel slips away, hiding behind trees to make her getaway. The bronze girl's dorm is on the other side of the pitch. After seeing Ariel's shadow disappear beyond the dorm doors, I find my way back to my room. Still hungry and filled with questions, I stare at the walls and eventually fall asleep. 8. The morning begins with basic attacks. We're the training grounds, the non-existent wind pelting our faces. It's time for basic attacks class, but I can't get over yesterday. The day is dyed a bright green, the color of summer trees and new beginnings. I've heard the basic attacks teacher is hard on the bronze trainees, Swathi narrates. On the other side, I spot Ariel stretching in a white tracksuit, looking well rested. Our eyes meet mine across the field, and she instantly turns the other way. I couldn't sleep last night wondering where Ariel had been. Could the Dark Angel know about that secret way in? It's going to take a lot of practice to get through this class. She sighs. Why are all the subjects so difficult? When am I ever going to have time to unearth juicy gossip? You're here to graduate, not find juicy gossip, Roz says. And you've been updating your account 50 times a day. Ooh, the girls' dorm is full of intriguing stories. Swathi's eyes light up with the unholy gleam of one that has discovered something forbidden. Ariel Bluestone has a private room. Apparently, her mother bribed the dorm manager. Really? Is that even possible? Roz asks. They say she doesn't have a roommate because there are 21 girls at the dorm, an odd number. She moves her head closer, whispering. But I think her mother made sure she'd be the odd one out. You know how controlling Mrs. Bluestone is. She doesn't want Ariel to make friends who'd be a bad influence. Poor thing, Roz says. That isn't the only thing that's weird about her. One of the girls heard her shower at midnight. Do you think she spent all day in the library? I sure hope not, I say, my voice shaky. They don't know that Ariel has been sneaking out. It's too early to start studying. She's like a ghost, Swathi sighs. But I'm going to dig out her greatest secret. I can already picture the headline, Ariel Bluestone, the specter of the girls' bronze dorm. You're getting carried away, Roz says. I can't believe some of us are studying while others are trying to write baseless news articles. Swathi frowns. You know my sixth sense is always right, Roz. She joins the other trainees in stretching. You've been distracted since morning, Roz points to my tracksuit t-shirt that is worn inside out. Did something happen? No, I couldn't sleep last night. I suppress a yawn. That must be it. All right, trainees, get in line, barks Master Dina, the basic attacks teacher. Wearing a brown shirt, her long gray hair in a high knot, Dina passes by each of us, examining our postures. She pokes her stick into my back. Don't slouch. Well, yes, ma'am. I stand up straight. With a satisfied grin, she finishes her inspection. As you all know, I'm your new basic attacks teacher, Dina. Basic attacks is one of the 2 practical components you've got past this semester. Kids think it's an easy class, but let me remind you, no building can stand without a foundation. Basic attacks are the foundation you need to succeed in a battle. We'll be learning 5 basic attacks this year. But before we start, we'll start with 15 minutes of wing strengthening exercises. Follow along. I activate my clip-on wings, trying to imitate Master Dina's movements. She is fast and precise, her wings moving in ways completely different from mine. I turn on the brain sensors and focus. Tell me that's black magic, one of the students grumbles. Why don't my wings move like that? In the first minute of basic attacks training, it's clear that my wings move nothing like hers. And I'm not the only one that's struggling. Master Dina's demonstrations are impossible to follow. Within seconds, I'm clothed in utter despair, wondering how I'll ever get through this semester with an A. It's a good thing I'm not a regular student. Our wings are stiff and choppy, nowhere near the perfection we're supposed to achieve in a semester. This is going to take a lot of practice, Roz says, adjusting his spectacles to follow along with Master Dina. I peer at Ariel standing in one corner, trying to copy the exercises. Her wings are twisted like a pretzel. Ariel, focus on controlling your wings, Master Dina says, managing to wrench Ariel's wings free of each other. I'm trying, she says, painted by the twisting of her wings. Master Dina helps her out, moving her wings up and down deliberately to show her what the right coordination should feel like. After a few tries, she finally gets it. I improve a bit by the end too, though my synthetic wings are nothing like the real ones. You'll get better. Raz pats my shoulder, but I'm not so sure. Master Dina blows a whistle. All right, practice what you learned today. We're moving on to flying now. As you all know, the Holy Guild places a lot of value on training students for the national tournament. The game is all about staying in the air, and without strong wings, that's impossible. You, come here. Her index finger points to me with the precision of an arrow. Me? My eyes widen. Everyone is staring at me. Her stick points to my wings. Those aren't real wings. No, I don't have wings, I say, finding my voice. She shakes her head. This class is going to be hard for you, Dina says. No matter what you do, your wings won't become stronger if they're synthetic. I'll try my best. I try to remain optimistic. We're going to try out some wing strength exercises using the silver holes now, she instructs. Already, Roz complains, but he's doing much better than I am. Trainees file into a line, facing a row of steel rods with wire circles on them. The concentric circles give me a headache. Get young wing in through all those holes, Master Dina says. Wing strength is all about practice. This begins the challenge of getting my wings through. Everyone is struggling to get their wings through the narrow hole at the end of a steel rod positioned before them. My wings don't even go near the hole, no matter how much I try to control them. Surprisingly, only Swathi manages to get the edge of her wings into the narrow opening. I'd never think she was the most brilliant student in our class. She must practice a lot. Very good, Dina says, checking her wings. At least someone's been paying attention. It's true. She's really got a mole under her chin, Swathi says, pulling out her pager to type when Dina turns away. I guess that's why she was trying so hard. She strains her head to peer at the mole, comparing it with the image she has. Is it okay to use pagers during class? I ask, inching closer. I made a bet with one of the other trainees about that mole, Swathi says. This is going to be such a good article for the newspaper. You got your wings through the hole to get a closer look at her face? I ask, incredulous. Yeah. Wow. My wings are still nowhere near the tiny hole through which I'm supposed to insert the tip of my wings. How did you do it? She shrugs. My parents have been making me practice since I was 6. We're all like that. Nobody gets into Holy Guild without years of private tuitions. Very good, Master Dina says to Roz, who also has managed to get his wings in. I try again, but my wings are floppy and out of control. Frustrated, I pick up one wing and forcefully shove it inside. Swathi laughs at my obvious attempt, and Master Dina sighs in dismay. She blows her whistle, grabbing everyone's attention. Time to get up in the air, she says. Today's exercise is really simple. You just have to stay in the air for a minute. I'm sure even y'all can manage that. Yes, everyone echoes together. I feel relieved. There's at least one exercise that I can do. Memories of taking flight at Amazing Angel merchandise return, filling my blood with adrenaline. 1, 2, 3. Master Dina wastes no time. One whistle and 40 of us shoot into the air all at once. Though everyone was terrible at wing strength, they're all angels, accustomed to flying everywhere. Flying comes as a welcome change. The sky fills with white wings, crisscrossing like snowflakes. We stay in the Holy Guild's allocated flying zone, avoiding the regular commuters who fly over our heads, passing through structured clouds. Good, keep flapping. Master Dina is up in the air with us, keeping an eye on everyone's technique. She lectures Ariel about keeping her wings straight when she's trying to stay up. Let's try moving across now. Form 2 lines. The trainees quickly get into 2 rows of 20 trainees each, with Dina standing in the middle. Trainees on the left will fly to the right, and trainees on the right fly to the left. She instructs the 2 rows positioned at opposite ends. And try not to kill anyone in the process. Yes, ma'am, everyone echoes together. An errant trainee flies out. Wait for my whistle, she says, and he gets back in line, greeted by giggles. Seconds later, her whistle goes off, and we all take off, chaotically hitting each other to cross over to the other side. Indra accidentally brushes past my side, disorienting my clip-on wings. To correct them, I reach for my back, and my hand hits something hard that clicks. The power button. Oh no! My wings lose shape immediately, sending me spiraling downward. They're limp and flat by my side. I try hitting the button again to get the wings to work again, but by the time I get it to work again, I'm ready to hit the ground. No, 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 no. I shut my eyes, bracing for a fall. My body whooshes through the wind before it lands on something solid. Gabriel. Master Dina's voice is very close to my ears. She stands under me, holding me up in her arms. When my eyes open, she lets me go. My feet touch the ground and reality returns. I survived the fall. Turning up to look at Master Dina, I see that everyone is staring at me. My clip-on wings come undone, and I stand clueless with wind-swept hair, holding them. Murmurs erupt, fingers pointing to me. My abnormality is clear for the entire world to see. Master Dina blows her whistle. Quiet, everyone. But nobody is listening. They all stare at me, a mixture of confusion, curiosity, and distaste. Never before has an angel without wings been admitted to the Holy Guild. I lower my eyes, fixating on the ground, but the cat is already out of the bag, and there's nothing I can do about it. Come down, Master Dina tells the others. Nudging me, she whispers in my ear, "Go fix your wings." Wordlessly, I run and don't stop until the restroom door closes behind me. Thankfully, it's empty because the last thing I need is someone else staring at me. Running the tap at full volume, I splash water on my face, the image of 39 students staring embedded in my brain. Just when I had the good fortune to get into the Holy Guild, I had to muck it all up with a stupid fall. Roz arrives at the restroom, watching me splash water on my face. Are you all right? Yeah, I should have been more careful. My reflection is dismayed. Gabriel. His body shifts from side to side. I think there's something that can help with your problem, but... Hey boys, are you coming or not? Swathi calls from outside the restroom. Coming, Roz calls out. Let's go. I wipe my face and join the trainees again, ready to have my butt kicked. 9. Roz watches me chew my breakfast in the dining hall the next day. Dressed in a neatly pressed, white guild uniform, he looks like he belongs here. Swathi, on the other hand, has already accumulated several food stains and is angrily trying to remove them. Whoever thought it was a good idea to have white uniforms, she complains, dabbing at the latest ketchup stain with a tissue. Someone who ate like an angel, Roz says. Though he's talking to Swathi, he keeps staring at me, like he knows that I know something. What? Is something stuck on my face? I ask, wiping my cheek. No. Roz pauses, thinking. His eyes bore into my face. The rapid swallows indicate nervousness. Is this about what he wanted to tell me during basic attacks? Ariel walks in and takes her spot in one corner of the dining hall. Our eyes meet, and his time, I don't smile. She turns away, merging with the shadows. Swathi, not noticing the exchange, is busy arguing about the design of the Holy Guild uniforms. Ariel's secret has been eating at me. Last night, I looked out of the window to find Ariel walking past the library. That isn't all. I saw Kale coming from the same direction. He wasn't practicing when I went to sleep last night. What was he doing next to the manhole? Does he know that Ariel has been sneaking out? I wonder if I should warn her. They were designed in 1990, Roz is saying. No wonder they're so out of fashion, Swathi grumbles, moving on to cereal, which is least likely to stain her uniform. Ariel settles in a corner of the dining hall, lowering her head toward the bowl of oatmeal, her face covered with a book. For all the reading she does, her grades are terrible, Swathi comments, following my gaze. I heard she got a D in the first history paper. I wonder if she really goes to the library at night. I shudder to think what Swathi would do if she knew Ariel's secret. Oblivious to my thoughts, she picks at her bowl of Fruit Loops. Are you free this weekend? Roz asks me out of the blue. I am? Where are we going? Swathi asks. I asked Gabriel, not you, he says. I don't have anything planned. Why? I ask. Well, Roz cracks his fingers, looking down at his lap. There's something else he's working on, for people without wings. Oh, really? I half-heartedly spoon some cereal into my mouth. Several people laugh at me when they pass by. The news of yesterday's disaster spread through the guild like wildfire. Now I'm the biggest klutz of the year. Roz inches even closer, and Swathi throws us a suspicious glance. I know you've been depressed after what happened at Basic Attacks yesterday. Dad's team is working on a new formula that helps you grow wings, Roz whispers, his breath tickling my ear. What? It's still being tested, so it isn't foolproof or anything. Roz backs off a little. I was wondering if you'd like to be a test subject. Huh? For a moment, I blink. There are risks, but the formula has passed the first stage of drug tests, he goes on, and I don't really understand what he's saying. All you need to do is drink the formula, and you might be able to grow wings. Dad will keep an eye on you, of course, and we'll have to see him every month. You can say no. You're just getting used to clip-on wings. Really? There's a formula that can help me grow wings? I bang on the table, sending a row of cutlery cluttering. Dad says it's worked on 3 other wingless angels, and even if it doesn't work, the worst thing that can happen is you end up without wings. You've got nothing to lose, Roz offers. I guess not. I look up and notice several people turn away. Fine, I'll give it a shot. Master Dina thinks my wings won't grow stronger because they're not real. It'd be nice to have real wings. Really? That's great. We can go see him on Saturday. I'll ask Dad to put in a request. It should be fine as long as we're back for classes in time. With that, lunch ends. After lunch, it's time for my first special attack training class with my mentor. Using the system, I try to figure out where my special attack lesson is. Everyone has already been assigned mentors for the year, so I don't know who I'll end up with. The room number on the student system shows an error, making me wonder if I'll be having a special attacks lesson this semester. After all, I'm not a regular student. When I emerge outside the Bronze Boys' dorm, Amados is standing next to a tree, waving to me. He carries a backpack with some hastily shoved papers. Behind him, the practice pitch is filled with gold trainees having their basic attacks class. The guild leader wanted me to escort you to your first ever special attack class, Amados says. I breathe a sigh of relief. The system doesn't show where my class is, I tell Amados, beginning a short walk to the special attacks building. I tried to figure it out, but it's all scrambled. I hold up my pager screen. Special attack lessons take place in the gymnasium, he says, clicking a few buttons to unscramble the text. The building has private rooms where mentors guide their mentees through exercises. That's amazing, I say. I never thought I'd have the opportunity to have one-on-one classes with a mentor. That's why we're the best guild, Amados says. I don't think your mentor name has been updated yet. Who is my mentor? I ask on our way back through the training grounds, to approach a building that is gray in color. The Holy Guild's crest is embossed in gold on the front, revealing a row of vacuum-sealed windows. I don't know. Archangel Uriel said to take you to room 13, Amados says, passing by the fountain and stepping into an extension of the gymnasium. I hear knocks, thuds, and excited screams from numbered doors. There are no bronze statues or red carpets here. The cold cement floor spreads out under my shoes, stretching all the way to infinity. At least that's what it looks like. Special attack can be the best class or your biggest nightmare, depending on who your mentor is. Trust me, you don't want to end up with Gavril. He'll make your life hell. I know because he's my mentor. I put Amados. My encounter with Master Gavril yesterday didn't leave me with the best impression. I fervently hope he isn't my mentor, or this could end up being a very challenging semester. Rectangular tube lights look down at us from the ceiling. The room numbers start at 50 and go down from that. Each number flickers in green on a digital screen outside the room. Can't I change my mentor if I don't like them? I ask. No. Once you're assigned a mentor, you're stuck with them for 4 years. If mentees had a choice, none of us would choose Gavril, he sighs. Who's the best mentor? Uriel, but he only works with top students, Amato says, checking the door numbers. He frowns at the loud yelling sounds coming from one room. It sounds like a cheering squad. That must be Javon. He's all about motivation and yelling, but I've never heard his mentees complain. I wished he was your mentor, but seeing how he's busy, he must have another mentee. I hope I get someone nice, I say, crossing my fingers. Your mentor doesn't only help you develop your special ability, they also help with your career goals and applying for an apprenticeship. A lot of trainees get an apprenticeship in their mentor's department. Having a mentor with good connections can really help. You know, Master Zadkiel is lazy, but he has the best connections. His mentees get into top government departments for their apprenticeship. I didn't realize connections could make such a difference, I say. At last, we arrive at room 13. The unlucky number flashes before my eyes in green light. The closed door beckons with promise, my breaths echoing in the empty hallway. This is it. On the other side of this door is the mentor who will make or break my career. The next 6 months could be heaven or hell, depending on who stands behind that door. As I place my fingers on the door, I smell metal and the eggs I ate for breakfast that morning. The sign outside the room reads, "Occupied." There's someone in there. Amados checks his watch and knocks on the door. "Come in." A loud voice echoes. It's a guy. The door automatically unlocks from the inside. "Good luck," Amados says, as nervous as me. "Go on in." He steps back, receding with his face to me. "I have a lesson I must get to." He holds his pager up. "Let me know how it went." With shaky, sweaty palms, I clutch the door handle and in a sliver of movement twist it open. The smell of sweat and hard work hits me, flooding through my senses. With eyes tightly closed, I open the door a little more. "Harder," a thunderous voice echoes, making my knees rattle. "Oh please, not Gavril," I fervently pray, my sweaty palms pushing the door open. At first, all I see is light, followed by the light rapier I saw in the morning. Kael is standing in front of me, panting and dusty, his light rapier dissolving. Strands of long silver hair stick to his sweaty face, speckles of light dancing around the room. "Work on your concentration." The thunderous voice I heard earlier is cooler now. Looks like my new bronze trainee is here. A pair of eyes the color of clear skies looks down on me. They sit on a squarish face with a large nose and broad jaw. Long white wings are stuck to the figure's back, spread out majestically. I swallow, forgetting where I'm standing. There are some moments you spend all your life dreaming of, so much so that they become a quasi-reality. You see them when you wake up, you see them when you go to sleep, you see them when you close your eyes, and you see them when you open your eyes. You begin living in the dream, seeing the same vision for years, desperately hoping it'll come true, but never expecting it to. When dreams meet reality, the collision is so powerful there are no words to describe it. This is one of those moments. My heartbeat rises in a crescendo until I can hear nothing but the rhythmic thumping of my blood. Colors sing and sound dance. There's no past, present, or future, just this moment when I stand facing Michael Hunter, the most powerful ruling archangel of Celestia. My idol. My hero. My inspiration. The angel I want to meet the most. and the angel I thought I'd never see except on the TV screen. His majestic white wings are spread wide as the vast sky, every muscle and bone in his body exuding strength. His vivid blue eyes narrow at me, squinting in a questioning gaze. I've seen them so many times on TV, they feel weirdly familiar, yet out of reach. Can you talk? Michael's voice shakes the foundations of my being. He flashes me a friendly smile and my mind blanks out. This can't be happening. The numbness inside my body transforms to excitement, ricocheting to my throat like a firework. R.A. Michael, I shriek so loud, Cale shoves his finger into his ear. My voice echoes in the room for another minute. R.A. Michael turns his head questioningly. The colors in the room, white and brown, the smell of sweat and metal and white uniform, all fade away. My lips open like a goldfish and freeze halfway. Covering my mouth with my hands, I shut my eyes, expecting him to disappear when I open them. He doesn't. You're the wingshine boy, Cale remarks, pointing to the white ones I've put on. I've seen you before. Didn't you fail the GT? How did you get in? There was something wrong with the system, I repeat Layla's excuse. I made it. The standards at Holy Guild are falling, Cale mutters. Cale, Michael's voice takes on a warning tone. Get moving. Going, Cale clicks his tongue, slamming the door shut behind him. The echo rattles my body, forcing me to snap out of a daze. My trembling fingers reach for the beacon of light that is R.A. Michael. His hands are so large and powerful, so unreal. He takes a step forward and envelops my hand in his holy light. Don't let him get you down, he says. Every word is accompanied by an imaginary beam of light. Ruling Archangel Michael Hunter. I can't believe I'm saying his name. He extends his hand and I shake it. My dreams are real as the man standing before me. That's me, Michael says. And you are? Gabriel Perez. My rehearsed intro stumbles out of my mouth. And I'm going to be a ruling archangel. I blink, realizing I'm standing before the real ruling archangel. My dreams appear so real yet so small. Michael is amused. You're going to be a ruling archangel, huh? I'm sorry. What are you sorry about? He asks. Oh, I know it's a bit far-fetched. My brain isn't even functioning. But I've always wanted to be like you. Oh no. I bury my face in my hands. Please tell me I'm dreaming, I say, pinching the already sore spot on my left arm once again. Michael laughs. It won't seem like a dream once we start breaking boards. I'm still holding his hand, staring at it like it's mythical. I'm going to be your mentor for now, Gabriel. Yes, thank you, sir. My tongue turns to cotton. Are those wings real? Michael asks. Castile said you didn't have wings. He's walking around me, his wings fluttering. They stir up the dirt in the lifeless practice room, fanning my face. No, they're clip-on wings, I explain. I got them so I could participate in guild training. An angel without wings who wants to be a ruling archangel. The glint of amusement in his eye waxes with his grin. All right, let's see what you can do. Really? You're really going to train me? I ask, jaws dropping. Even in my dreams, I never imagined being trained by R.A. Michael. When do you even have time to train kids? You didn't think you'd escape training just because you're a witness, did you? He asks. Of course, he knows about Malpas and Dark Angels. That's probably why they assigned me to him. I volunteer at the Holy Guild once a week. Guild pride and all that. No, I close my eyes, ruffling my hair. I can't even think. Why do you want to be the ruling archangel? R.A. Michael asks. It's always been my dream, I reply. Ever since I could think, I wanted to change the world. Make a difference, and I can't give up on it, no matter what. It's been less than 5 minutes, and I'm already confessing my greatest desires. I know it sounds stupid. I don't even have real wings. It's not stupid, R.A., Michael says. Dreams give you personality. They give you a reason to live. I can feel the emotion underlying his voice. His Adam's apple bobs up and down, nerves protruding on his forehead. Everything from his white training costume to the halo of blonde hair is unreal. I stomp my own foot, forcing myself to reconcile with this new reality. Really? A glint of hope moves in my heart. Was it your dream to become a ruling archangel too? It was, even when it seemed impossible, he says with a faraway look. Then he snaps back to reality. But you've got a long road ahead. Let's start with your special ability. Yes, sir. 10. Hello, 1, 2, 3. Swathi claps, snapping me out of my daydream. He's been like that since yesterday, Roz says, poking my cheek with his index finger. It's time for battle studies, but my heart isn't in it. The bright lights are muted, the chatter of students becoming background noise. Nothing can break him out of trance. I'd be like that too if R.A. Michael was my mentor, Swathi says. When does he have the time to volunteer? Once a week. He says it's guild pride. My eyes are far away, going back to my millionth recollection of yesterday's special ability training class. My attacks were out of control, and R.A. Michael constantly yelled at me and told me I needed to practice 4 hours a day if I hoped to pass, but nothing can pop my bubble. That's the holy guild effect, Roz declares, pushing his spectacles up to position them stably on his nose. How did you? Never mind. To be honest, I didn't hear a word he said because I was walking in a dream. He said I was special. My dream wasn't stupid, I recollect in a dreamy haze. Swathi's white uniform moves in the periphery of my vision, her pager out and brightly shining. Roz sighs. How many more times do I have to hear that before you get sick of repeating it? I'm never going to stop repeating it, I say. I met ruling Archangel Michael. That happens once in a lifetime if you're lucky. His halo beam is so powerful, and his special attack. Roz rubs his temples. Here we go again. Only the most promising trainee from each level, Swathi says, evoking the news article she published this morning. Crystal was green with envy when I published my article about R.A. Michael being a Holy Guild mentor. Making friends with you is the best thing I've done for my career. I smile hesitantly. Good morning, a voice like battle cannons thunders through the room. Time for battle strategy. Master Javan, our battle strategy teacher, makes an entrance. Veins pop on his muscled arms, honed from years of training. His round black eyes stand out from under crew-cut hair. Master Javan went to the Fire Guild. Swathi reads off her pager. He was a member of the border police before he became a teacher. Amados told me about him. He's one of the best mentors. He's my mentor, Roz says. All I can say is that he has a lot of energy. Master Javan snaps his thick neck toward me, his bronze skin glinting with strength. Let's begin with a recap of last week's lesson. A heavy arm rises, pointing at me. You're a new face. Stand up. Rattled by his booming, authoritative voice, I shoot to my feet. Yes, sir, I blurt out like a cadet. What's your name? Gabriel, sir. What do you know about battle strategy, Gabriel? He asks. I'm not sure how I'm supposed to answer that question, so I look to Roz for hints. His mouth is moving, but I don't get any of the words. I look left, then right at expectant faces. Swathi is texting, and Roz mouths something which I don't get. With a sinking feeling, I stare back at Master Javan's expectant face. Nothing? I close my eyes with dread. A loud burst of laughter erupts, stunning me. I open my eyes to see Master Javan laughing with his head thrown back. The class follows with more obligation than understanding. Swathi's laughing too, but her face is painted with confusion. I like your honesty, Javan says. I was sick last week, I say, the class instantly quieting. A new trainee, Javan says. Welcome. Thank you. I sit down. Who can tell me the first rule of battle strategy? He turns to the rest of the class, but nobody's really listening. Roz answers before Javan sees his hand shoot up. Know your opponent. Good. The second rule? Prepare. And third rule? Know when to quit, Roz answers like a machine gun, blasting out one answer after another. Very good. Gabriel just demonstrated the third rule of battle strategy. The class bursts out into giggles, which is weird because Javon has a straight face. From there on, the class gets considerably more interesting. Battle strategy might be my favorite class. I want you all to watch any match from the previous national tournament and analyze how the 3 basic rules of battle strategy were used, Javon says in the end, quitting the room. Upload your reports on the student system by next week. Swathi exhales like she's been holding her breath for ages. Full, it sure takes a lot of energy to keep with him. He's much better than Master Gabriel, though, I say. Hey Roz, aren't we going to Angel Innovates tomorrow? Oh yeah, I totally forgot, Roz says. Did your grandma sign the permission form? She did, I tell him. It took a lot of convincing, but she can never say no to me. She's worried about the side effects, though. If you don't like what you see, you can always drop out, Roz says. Angel Innovates Incorporated is a 100-story skyscraper made of glass, reflecting the city lights. It towers over District 45, standing among a sea of shops, theaters, restaurants, and offices. District 45 was allocated to technological companies 20 years ago. The Angel Innovates office has been there since. It's a Friday evening, and the commercial district is in full swing, filled with EDM music that pours of clubs and tourists filling theaters. Raz and I land on the roof, which is a glass enclosure. Wow, this place is so cool, I say, glancing around the tiled rooftop. Good evening. A short angel with stubby wings materializes. A golden badge with the word Elm is pinned over his coat pocket. He wears a printed t-shirt and carries a tablet similar to Layla's. Roz. Hey, Elm, Roz greets the stranger. Is Dad in? Gabriel's here to try out the new wing growth formula. Yay, come on in. My eyes swing like a pendulum from Roz to the angel in a suit escorting us in. The glass doors part to reveal a technological paradise. The conservatory on the top floor is filled entirely with artificial plants that look like real ones. Robotic bees pollinate flowers, as self-watering plants and robotic earthworms replenish the soil. There's a glass jar that grows real roses using waste generated from the building. Robotic butteries flutter over it, drinking nectar from the flower. They use that to make honey, Roz whispers. This is Angel Innovate's fully mechanized garden. Of course, a lot of those products aren't on the market yet. They're prototypes. I can't believe your dad works in such a cool place, I tell him, touching a robotic bee. It buzzes but doesn't sting. The bald, suited-up angel stops abruptly, and I bump against him. His narrowed brown eyes size me up. Mark Core doesn't work here, kid. He owns this place. What? Your dad owns this company? My voice echoes 12 times through the glass panes before vanishing. Yes. Roz moves towards the wall, hesitant. His voice echoes too. That's so cool. Why didn't you tell me? I ask, skipping along the corridor. Angel Innovates is the biggest technology company ever. He cringes. I know. Let's keep moving, Elm says, his soft shoes tapping on the smooth, shiny floor that reflects my smiling face. Wait until my grandma hears about this. We take a glass elevator to the 5th floor where Dr. Core's office is. The word president is embossed on it. Elm knocks. When there's no response, he opens the door. The president's office is like a sci-fi movie with gleaming white floors, white ceilings, and modern chairs. A modern-looking couch with lots of buttons on the armrest lines one end of the room, while on the other is a large glass desk, thin as a wafer, and a rolling chair that has a writing pad on one arm and the other arm with an electronic screen attached. Wow! My jaws drop open. Beyond the window blinds that open on their own, I see the entire city spread out. This is even better than the control tower. Pressing my nose on the glass, I gaze out at the tiny city of lights spread beneath. Several equally high skyscrapers block the view of the sky. Angels are flying around, and some wings brush the glass. I move away from the window. My fingerprints disappear automatically, leaving the window shiny and clean. How did that happen? I poke at the window with my finger again. Self-maintaining glass, Elm says. This city is made of them. In fact, they were the first best-selling product we created. Behind the large desk at the center of the room sits a tall man with rumpled dark brown hair, with a dusting of gray at the temples, walks in wearing an oversized Angel Innovates Incorporated t-shirt and dark wash jeans. His hand rakes through his hair, making him appear like he woke up from a nap. "Dad," Roz says, standing up. Dr. Kaur embraces him, and Roz hugs him back. I swallow, feeling a strange lump in my throat. "This is Gabriel," Roz says, backing off. Dr. Kaur blinks. He has a prominent bulbous nose, a pale face, shiny wings, and circles under his eyes. I bow, flustered. "Good evening, Dr. Kaur." Roz elbows me. "You don't have to bow." Sorry." I stand straight. "Nice to meet you, Gabriel," Dr. Mark Kaur says, hugging me too. I blink, feeling swamped with affection that makes my throat ache. This is a novel sensation, being hugged by a father figure. He breaks away after a few seconds. "Roz told me about you. The trial will take place in experiments room number 1. Do you have the signed consent form?" I dig into my backpack and produce the form Grandma signed. "Thank you. The experiment should go down relatively fast. We'll check to make sure you have no conditions that the formula would worsen." He scans the consent form. "Then you'll be given a glass of wing growth formula to drink. It tastes vile, but please drink it all down. You'll need to come in every week so that we can take readings on how the formula is working." "How long will it take to sprout wings?" I ask, following him outside his office. He brings us back to the elevator, which shoots to experiments room number 1. "A day or two if it works," he goes on, pressing buttons on a machine he has. "The formula has a 50% success rate. In the case it doesn't work, well, you'll end up the way you are, I guess. No side effects have been documented yet. We've already run the tests on 7 angels, and they all managed to grow wings within a week or two. The bone structure changes first, because, angels without wings have a different bone structure that doesn't accommodate wings. The feathers come in around day 5. The elevator comes to a stop, opening before a moving flat escalator. Dr. Kaur steps on it first and I follow, moved like cargo to the experiments room. Labs filled with science whoosh by, revealing colorful chemicals, plant samples, and glass panels through which one can see the scientists' work. We stop outside an opaque glass door that says, "Experiments Room Number 1. "Here we are," Dr. Kaur says, getting off the conveyor belt. A security panel asks him for a password and thumbprint. As soon as he presses his thumb to the sensor, the glass door slides open to reveal several scientists in white coats moving around, watching exhibits, gathering data, and talking to test subjects. The smooth, white polymer tables and chairs brighten up the room. The ceiling lights are like Holy Guild's auditorium, pure white. "Mark." An angel wearing a white coat approaches us, Sawan embossed on his golden badge. He appears relatively young, with curly black hair and large eyes. "Hey Sawan, this is Gabriel." Dr. Kaur hands him my consent form. He'll be trying out the wing growth formula today. To my side are several glass cylinders filled with liquids of varying colors. One of them, labeled Wing Growth Formula, is a transparent liquid that looks like mucus. The formula's ready to go. Sawan snaps a picture of the form to upload. "Haven't seen you here in a while, Roz. How's everything at the guild?" Sawan asks, pulling out a vial of transparent liquid. "Looks like you made a new friend." Roz smiles. "I have?" "Gabriel, I need to take some readings before we give you the formula," Sawan says. We come to a stop before a large machine that looks like the security X-ray machine. Once you step in, the machine will do a scan of your entire body. We'll know if the formula is compatible once we have the results. When the light goes off, you can step out. I nod and step into the large machine, aligning my feet with the painted footprints on the floor. "Ready?" Sawan asks, hovering over a set of controls. I give him a thumbs up. "Put on those headphones," he says, pointing to a pair strung over a hook before me. I put them on, with a visor attached that makes everything look dark. That'll take just a few seconds, Sawan says. I'm turning it on. 1, 2, 3, go. Don't move. A beam of light scans me, passing from the top of my head to my toes in a minute, pausing over each area. Sawan's eyes read the monitor, an image forming on it reflected in his dark irises. The light comes to a stop, disappears at my feet, and Sawan turns off the power switch. I look out at the busy experiments room. You can come out now, he calls. I take off the visor and headphones and step outside. Sawan shows me a muscle and bone version of my body. Right now, the bones in your back look like this. He points to my straight spinal cord and caged ribs. But once you start growing wings, they'll branch out from here. He points to the bones under my shoulder blades. Several of our test subjects said that the process of growing new wing bones was painful, like having a tooth pulled out. Anyway, this is the first pharmaceutical product Angel Innovates Incorporated has ever made. Pharma what? Pharmaceutical, Roz explains. It means, like medicines. The other stuff Dad makes are all machines, but this one's a medicine. I get it, I tell him, bubbling with excitement. I'll be fine. If it's too painful, come back here, okay? He tells me. I nod. We walk back to the chair near where Dr. Kaur is using a dropper to test the vial of liquid. The drop of liquid goes into a machine with a square lid that analyzes what's in it and prints out a page filled with chemical names and percentages. With the results in hand, Dr. Kaur asks me to sit on the white chair, checking the liquid with a digital thermometer. Sawan pulls a seatbelt on. You won't faint, but we make you put this on just in case. He pours the liquid into a small glass and adds some water to it. Under the glare of lights, the transparent liquid looks just like water. Ready? I nod. It's bitter. Try to drink it all down, Sawan says. Dr. Kaur steps back, crossing his arms over his chest. Sawan nods. He plugs some more wires onto my head and arms before handing me the glass. I close my eyes and down the entire liquid in a single gulp. The bitter aftertaste makes me cough. I want to throw up the entire thing. But if this is going to help me grow wings, I'll try my best to keep everything in my stomach. Done, I say, handing Sawan the empty glass. Good job, he says. Now all we have to do is wait. After the trial, Raz and I walk to the theater, hoping to get something to eat. Dr. Kaur accompanies us. Are you feeling okay, Gabriel? He asks. After I drank the formula, Sawan monitored me for 15 minutes before letting me go. My stomach growled at that inopportune moment, making Dr. Kaur say, "Why don't we get something to eat?" Across the crosswalk is a cafe that sits next to a theater. Posters of the latest play, Blown with the Wind, are stamped everywhere. A long line winds out of the door. Rainbow lights play in an endless loop, keeping the energy up. The city has a light show every night for tourists, and all the skyscrapers in Central District have to participate. The show begins, buildings changing color around us. The line of theatergoers looks up, applauding the dance of lights. I'm absorbed in the light display too until I spy a familiar face exiting the theater. Ariel Bluestone is dressed in a black hoodie and pants, pulling a baseball hat down to cover her face. The wind blows through her shoulder-length blonde hair, her small body standing out among the older angels. I look behind her for any sign of her parents, but she's alone, dashing through the sidewalk with her hood covering the back of her head. Has she been sneaking out of the Holy Guild to come here? Hey, isn't that Ariel? Mr. Kaur points to Ariel, who is rushing away. Yeah, what's she doing here? Raz asks. I look for Dr. Kaur to Raz, wondering if it's time to reveal her secret. It's only a matter of time before someone spots her. Let's find out. I run in her direction, forgetting dinner. 11. We catch Ariel slipping into a quiet alley. Why's she going there? Raz asks, creeping behind her like a shadow. Shh, I hiss. Ariel looks around and we duck, hoping to avoid her gaze. After making sure the coast is clear, she summons her special ability, Lasso of Light. A thin rope made of yellow light materializes and hooks itself onto a groove in the manhole cover next to a trash can. Ariel rugs at the rope, pulling the cover out. "What are you doing?" Roz's voice stops her in her tracks. Ariel's lasso breaks, the manhole cover falling down a heavy clank. "Roz," Ariel's voice reveals a stuttered panic. She kicks at the manhole cover, but the heavy lid hits her foot. Ouch. "Ariel? What are you doing alone in an alley at night?" Roz asks. "Does your mother know?" Those words worsen her fears. She glares at me, thinking I revealed her secret. "I didn't tell him," I speak up. "We found you exiting the theater. Is this where you've been coming?" "Wait, this isn't the first time?" Raz asks, looking from me to her. "I found her coming out of the manhole behind the boys' dorm a few nights ago," I say. "When were you going to tell me this?" "I told him not to tell anyone," Ariel says. "If Swathi finds out..." The three of us shudder together. "If my mother found out, she'd have a fit," Raz finishes for her. "So, why have you been sneaking out? If you wanted to watch a play, you could have told your mom. Unless..." Roz looks at me, then at Ariel. "Have you been taking acting lessons? I know Mom once taught a master class there." "Shh." Ariel jumps forward and clamps a hand around Rez's mouth. "Don't tell anyone." "Really? Acting lessons?" I blink. "I always thought you wanted to get a job in the government or take over the Bluestone Hotel," Roz says. "Isn't that why you're always studying?" "That's what Mom wants me to do," Ariel says in a small voice. "But you don't want to." Roz's voice is quiet, echoing in the balmy summer air. Ariel's silence answers our question. "Have you tried telling them that?" "You know how my mother is," she says in a quiet voice. "She won't hear of it." "I can imagine," Roz says. "That's why you always spoke to my mother when she came to school. Mom said you were interested in acting, but I thought it was just a summer hobby." "She's my favorite actress," Ariel confesses. Roz sighs. Who could have guessed? Ariel Bluestone, an actress. He shakes his head. "Who knew you'd be the first one to discover a hidden passageway from our guild to the world outside? Swathi is more likely to do something like that." "Please don't tell anyone," Ariel pleads. "I won't, but it's dangerous," Roz says. "Angels have been disappearing from the northern quarter. It's not a good idea to wander about alone at night." "I don't have a choice. I can't do day lessons because of guild training," Ariel says. "The lessons won't last forever. It's only for a few more weeks. Please?" "All right," Roz says, uncomfortable with keeping her secret. "I won't tell your mom." "Thank you." She heaves a sigh of relief. Putting her hoodie back on, she turns to the manhole. "So how do you get back?" I ask. "Let me show you." She flashes a sinister smile, pulling the lid open. I don't begin sprouting wings the next morning. The bright daylight highlights the flat contours of my back, reflected in the floor-length mirror stuck on the cupboard. My abnormal form is reflected in the mirror, scrawny and wingless. No new bones sprout from my ribs and no feathers emerge. "Why are you checking out your back already?" Roz asks, returning from the shower. "Am I?" I ask, looking at my back in the mirror for the millionth time. Still no wings. Mr. Kaur said, "I'll begin feeling bone lumps under my skin before I sprout feathers." But there's nothing there. What if I'm one of the 50% that never sprout wings? Covering up my disappointment, I wear a white coat, buttoning down a row of golden buttons. My hair is so tousled after last night's escapade that I struggle with the brush for a while to make it look like an angel's instead of a rooster's. Roz gets dressed too, watching me shove books into my backpack. "It takes time to work," he says, outfitted in an ironed Holy Guild uniform. "You'll have wings before you know it." Basic Attacks is the first class of the day. Master Dina stands before a circular board painted with levels of aim. This class takes place outside the main building, on a mowed field set up with disposable boards. Behind the field is the main building. Who knows what the most important basic attack is? Her voice cracks through the air like a whip. "Energy ball," Roz says from the front of a row of bronze trainees who are half asleep. "Because it has a high rate of paralysis." Correct, Dina says, her short hair teased by the wind. An energy ball might look easy, but there's a world of difference between a pro's and an amateur's energy ball. As you move up in rank, you'll learn how useful this attack can be. Now, who can demonstrate an energy ball? Roz's hand shoots up again. Raziel. Dina points to him. Raziel steps forward. Demonstrate what we studied last week. Roz nods and takes a step back. He closes his eyes and gathers energy, forming a ball of light. The light ball reminds me of my encounter with Malpes in the alley. Just thinking of him makes sparks of fear skitter along my spine. Taking in a deep breath, I try to pay attention. Good, Master Dina says. To come up with an effective energy ball, focus your energy on the area between your hands. The other trainees mutter half-hearted assent. Wake up, the lot of you. Her stick hits the ground, jolting sleeping souls out of their reverie. Swathi, who is busy taking pictures of the field and everyone in it, drops her pager. This is basic attacks, not holy guild gossip. Master Dina confiscates Swathi's pager. No? I'll hold on to this until the end of today's lesson, Dina says. Come get it from my office. Reluctantly, Swathi moves next to me and attempts to channel her dissipated energy into a ball. The most important thing when it comes to creating effective energy balls is concentration. Roz's ball grows, aimed at the target board in front of us. When you have the bullseye in sight, step back an inch and release the ball like this. Raziel launches the mid-sized energy ball at the board, hitting the bullseye. Everyone claps in awe. It's easy to see why he got in. Very good, Dina says. It's hard to get your aim right with an energy ball because they can be large sometimes. Who else wants to give it a go? We start from the first person in the row, slowly making it all the way to me. Most of them miss the bullseye, and Master Dina gives them pointers and barks out instructions to help with aim. Finally, it's my turn. My legs are shaking with trepidation, but at the back of my mind, I realize that this might be my only chance to redeem myself and prove to the class that I deserve to be here. Contrary to R.A. Michael's advice, I haven't been practicing 4 hours a day. I can barely last 2 hours. Gabriel, Dina sighs, her dark gaze trailing me. Give it a shot. Yes. I step forward, trying to ignore all the stares stuck on me. Murmurs begin anew. I close my eyes, imagining a ball of light getting brighter and brighter in my mind until my entire vision is a flood of light. I've done this so many times in the back alley, it comes to me easily. I just hope I can control my attack this time. Anxiety threads through my energy, and I see a little spark of black amongst the ball of white light. My hands feel warm and tingly, a large energy ball forming at the tips of my fingers. Size down, she barks out. But it's too late. I let it go, pushed back by the force of it. My energy ball, the size of my body, flies at the board. It's all-encompassing, uprooting grass and soil as it flies at the target. The day is suddenly too bright, colors fading to white. A loud thud indicates my ball hit the target. Splinters of wood fly around, making everyone cough. A cloud of dust rises, and light covers everything. I inch forward, eagerly anticipating the result. Whoa, Swathi says, when the dust cloud clears, a hand over her mouth. My energy ball incinerated the board. A pile of dust lies where the target was. Murmurs erupt all around me, confused faces pointing fingers. Chaos descends as the fire alarms begin ringing for no reason. Swathi is coughing behind me. Roz merely stares. I look at Master Dina, proud of my powerful energy ball, but nobody is impressed. If you do that in the exam, I'll give you an F, she says. Damage to guild property costs 3 points. What? A flash goes off behind me. Swathi is taking a picture of the broken board, typing excitedly. Swathi, put that pager away, Master Dina says sternly. If Uriel gets wind of this, he'll have an apoplexy. The metal wall is right behind the target. Again, all eyes are on me, turning from shock to something else. The metal's wall is really precious, Roz puts in. Uriel treats it like his child. I guessed. I can't believe he got in, someone whispers at the back. They say he came in through the back door. You need to work on controlling your attacks, Dina is saying to me, oblivious to the malicious gossip. Strategy always trumps strength. An attack that you can't control is a death blow. Do you understand? Yes, I say, in a drooping voice. In less than 2 days of being here, I've managed to screw up everything. Way to go, Gabriel. Who turned the fire alarm on? She yells at the distant faces. Just like that, class is dismissed. I follow Swathi and Roz to our next class, my head hanging. More whispers trail me, and I close my ears, trying to block them out. Don't worry about it, Swathi says. You get 3 warnings before being kicked out. That's exactly what he needed to hear, Roz mutters. I didn't know damaging guild property could get me expelled. Hey, it was your first time. I'm sure Uriel will let it go, she says. Archangel Uriel already thinks I'm unworthy of joining the guild. My bad aim gave him another reason to have me kicked out as soon as Malpass is found. I look around at the grounds that have become a part of my life. Will I be able to leave when the time comes? 12. A few nights later, I stare outside the window again. On my desk lies my first history assignment with a bold E stamped on it. Roz helped me out with the essay, but I still only managed to get an E. The essay is marked with several red lines, corrections scrawled over it. Dejected, I move to the window and look out. The practice pitch is empty with no sign of Kale. Instead, a dark shadow moves behind the bushes, making my hair stand on edge. Grabbing the telescope on Roz's desk, I take a closer look at the figure. Something moves like a dot in the grass, heading towards the girls' dorm. Upon closer examination, I realize that the dot is Ariel. It has been a while since I saw her sneaking out to the theater. Guards patrol the campus flashlights moving across the lawn. She cuts a crisscross path, avoiding the guards. Her silhouette disappears behind trees, shrubs, and doors, re-emerging to chart its course to the boys' dorm. But she isn't the only one I spy. Swathi follows on her heels, her glowing pager in hand. If Swathi gets a wind of this, I hurriedly pull on my creaking clip-on wings, waking up Roz in the process. What? Roz stumbles out of bed just in time to see me dash out the door. Without bothering to change out of his PJs, he follows me. Swathi is following Ariel, I tell him, pushing his arm. We've got to warn her. What? He wakes up with a start. Hurriedly pulling his spectacles on, he grabs a hoodie to hide the top of his pajamas. We stumble into the hallway together, hurriedly locking the dorm room. The hallway is silent, just like last night, my footsteps echoing. Roz and I tiptoe to the elevator, making sure not to wake anyone up. What is Ariel thinking? Roz says. I should have known Swathi wouldn't give up on the Ariel scoop so easily. The elevator opens and lets us both in. Within seconds, we're outside, running in the direction of the Iron Gate. Since it's Monday, most students are busy studying or sleeping. The incidences in the northern quarter have made everyone cautious. Where did she? I press a hand over Roz's mouth, spotting Ariel slipping between the bushes. From the sky, we are invisible under the dense canopy of trees, hidden from the patrollers' views. That's reckless. I pull Roz behind some trees as Ariel opens the Iron Gate. I crane my neck, but Swathi is nowhere to be seen. Where did Swathi go? I hiss, following Ariel into the gate. However, Ariel doesn't reach for the manhole as expected. Instead, she ducks behind a bush next to the gate. Someone else stands before her, someone who doesn't know we're all watching him. Roz and I fit ourselves behind a tree outside the gate, hearts thudding. Who is there? Kel's voice calls out. Kale? I mouth to Roz. What is he doing here? He mouths back. I shrug. Trying to align my body with Roz's so we won't be caught, I find light coming from behind the bushes. Swathi sits behind the bush, pointing her pager camera at Ariel hiding in the bushes. Upon catching sight of Kale, her angle changes. I tap Roz's shoulder, pointing in Swathi's direction. Come out. Kale's voice echoes, but nobody moves. From her position behind the bush, Ariel spots us, her eyebrows rising. Kale takes a step toward the manhole, putting us all on alert. Nobody breathes. Convinced he's not being followed, Kale turns back around and gets to work. He fumbles around with the manhole cover before finally unscrewing it, softly placing it on the ground. After checking the coast is clear, he climbs in. Once inside, he pulls the cover shut, sliding it over the circular hole. Silence follows his disappearance, as I wait with bated breath for him to re-emerge. When nothing of that sort happens, I let out the breath I've been holding. I'm not the only one. 5 exhales fill the bushes. We all come out of hiding, staring at each other suspiciously. Swathi is the first one to break out of the stupor. What the? Swathi coughs, stalking over to the closed manhole. What did I just see? Kale's been using the sewer too, Roz asks, dumbfounded. Were we the only ones who didn't know about this route? I've never seen him use it before. Ariel hovers over the manhole, arms crossed over her chest. The Bluestone heiress uses a sewer to sneak out. This is gold. Swathi begins typing. Ariel clamps a hand over Swathi. Sis, you aren't going to write about this. You can't stop me, Swathi says. But your scoop can wait. I want to find out where Kale Kutch, Holy Guild star, is headed to. Wait until Uriel hears about this. Swathi? Roz's warnings fall on deaf ears. Swathi heads to the manhole and tries to pull the cover out. Boy, this thing is heavy. How do you do it? Ariel steps forward and conjures up her special ability. Allow me to demonstrate, she says, pulling the lid away using her special ability. Swathi softly applauds, letting Ariel in first. Wait, Roz says, it's dangerous to go in there. What if Kale finds us? Well, he's as guilty of breaking rules as we are, Swathi says, climbing in. Ariel follows her, and I wonder if she plans to go to her acting class like nothing happened. Coming or not, Swathi's voice echoes from under the ground. I quickly climb down, and Roz reluctantly follows. When we're all in, Ariel pulls the lid shut using her special ability. Who knew your special ability could be used like that? Swathi thinks aloud, holding her nose. Geez, this smells like the sewer. Because it is the sewer, Ariel reminds her, squeezing alongside me. Aren't you going to sneak to wherever you sneak out to? Acting lessons, Roz puts in. And please don't write about it. You know how Mrs. Bluestone is. So, you've been taking acting lessons without your mother finding out, Swathi thinks it over. Fine, I'll consider letting you off the hook if you help me get a scoop on Kale. You're familiar with the sewers, aren't you? Where do you think Kale is headed to? I don't know, Ariel says. You should follow him. The alleyway exit is that way. She points to one of the several exits in the maze-like underground sewage system. All I see are hallways upon hallways, if it can be called that. Several paths shoot off from where we stand, each leading to the dark unknown. I can't believe people use this underground sewer system, Swathi coughs. Maybe I should write an article about it. For all we know, the abductions in Northern Quarter are connected to this sewage system. Imagine how convenient it would be for a criminal. You're supposed to be a journalist, not a novelist, Raz says dryly, struggling to breathe. Stop making up stories. But I think she's right. I remember the crow-faced angel and wonder if he's disappeared into the sewer. There have been no more reports of strange dark angels, but I know he is hiding somewhere in Seraphim City. People continue to disappear from the Northern Quarter. I wonder if they found the Fire Guild member who came to save me. There's a thin line between reality and imagination. Swathi takes pictures of the sewer like it's a museum exhibit. The path winds through more branches, each as scary and mysterious as the previous. Are you sure we're headed in the right direction? Roz shivers. Here we are. Ariel stops next to a silver ladder. This is the alleyway exit. This opens next to the central high street. Are you sure this is it? There's no sign of Kale. Swathi remarks. Well, that means he's off to some other place. I don't get out at the alleyway either. If you wanted to go to District 44 without being spotted, you could follow that path. That path is a pitch-black offshoot of the concrete platform on which we stand. The sewer is full of paths that lead into darkness and mystery. No thanks, Roz says. Shh. Swathia looks around, and we hear a faint sound of metal hitting a wall far away. There's your answer. Ariel flies over the river of filth towards the sound. On seeing a shadow, she pulls back and hides behind a wall. Who's there? Kale's voice echoes. The four of us huddle together, silent. His shadow waxes and waves as he moves closer to us. I grab Roz's arm and Swathi stuffs the hood of his hoodie between his catering teeth. Ariel sticks to me, staying low to avoid being seen by Kale. Before he can get to us, his pager pings. Kale's shadow on the wall diminishes in size, moving away from us. He moves further away, leaving our breaths echoing in the sewer. Sweat has collected on the folds of my neck. We pull apart when the footsteps are gone. Get off me, Swathi pushes Roz off. We have to get him before he vanishes. Once Kale's shadow is on the move, Swathi begins to follow, keeping her steps silent. Roz, Ariel, and I follow in a line. Shh, keep it down. We can't lose him. I tiptoe to the other side, blocking Swathi's pager. Straining my neck, I spot a moving dot in the distance. Your wings are making the most noise here, Swathi counters. She's right. I pause, removing my clip-on wings so that we can follow him without being discovered. Where's he going? Ariel wonders aloud as he rounds another corner. We've been trailing him for 15 minutes. He shows no sign of slowing down. Swathi turns on her GPS. Great, no signal. Wait, mine's got signal, Ariel says, shaking her pager. We're at... Kale's speed walking turns into a run. Things are getting interesting at last. Swathi breaks into a run, pocketing the pager. We are a quick-moving dot on Ariel's pager, dashing behind Kale. Making sure to stay several steps behind, we stop at the end of every wall so that Kale doesn't find out he's being followed, though he probably suspects. Narrow routes lead to others as we advance toward the north of the city. There are hidden pathways that merge with shortcuts, cutting the journey time significantly. There's a secret passage under the city? I hiss. Nobody listens because we're all busy chasing KL. He winds through the zigzagging paths, cutting across several silver ladders. How does he know this place so well? We should slow down, Ariel says 7 minutes later. We've been running at breakneck speed. I guess I should have paid attention when Master Dina was going on about stamina. Swathi slows down, turning her face to look for Kale's moving shadow. We stop in the middle of the sewer listening for his footsteps, but all I hear is my elevated heartbeat. There. A faint sound of the manhole cover being closed fills my ear. That way? Swathi flies out, coming to a stop under a cover that has been shabbily closed. This is it. Let's get out of here. Ariel pulls the cover away using her special ability, and Swathi is the first one to climb out. Ugh, this rotten smell is going to follow me for the rest of my life, Swathi says. Stop exaggerating, Roz says as he climbs out next. I climb out with Ariel. Roz and Swathi follow. When we're all out, Ariel closes the manhole lid. Staying close to each other, we stare up at the shocking scenery that greets us. Several buildings, old, dilapidated, and broken down, surround our tiny bodies. Moonlight illuminates jagged edges of broken concrete, casting a ghastly light on the empty town. A chill runs up my spine. New, bright buildings layer the skyscape, but they're far away. A shiver runs up my spine, watching the deserted area we've ended up in. I've never seen anything like it. We're in District 18, Ariel says, booting up her GPS. Strange, the GPS says, there's nothing here. This is the first time I've heard of a District 18. I stroll past a line of broken-down buildings. This place is a ghost town, Swathi says, looking at the several unused buildings. Plastic wrappers are strewn all over the streets, garbage blown over from the next district. There are no angels flying overhead. We should go back. Roz's knees are shaking. He grips Swathi's hand. It was a bad idea to come here. What is Kale thinking? No, let's keep going. We don't have a choice, Swathi pulls him forward with her. Aren't you afraid? Roz balks. The abductions happened in the northern quarter. What if? The sound of a crumpled piece of paper being stepped on spells a rapid end to Raz's paranoia. Kale's eyes meet mine across the distance and he takes off running. Unlike you, I'm a grown-up, Swathi says, following him. Kale's footsteps grow hurried too, as he's seen us. He moves in and out of broken buildings. The glass windows are gone, leaving behind only a structure of concrete and iron. Roz follows behind, already out of breath. You're 13. At least I don't wear purple unicorn PJs, Swathi retorts, and Roz goes red. Stop fighting, guys, I tell them, hurriedly putting on my clip-on wings. He's moving toward that street. Ariel points, eyes fixed on the GPS. Kale rounds another corner, flying in a bizarre pattern to throw us off his trail. But Swathi is sharp, following his movements without fail. Finally, he disappears inside a house with a broken wooden door. We descend outside it, examining the one-story house made of bare concrete and a few steel pillars. The wooden door is splintered and the windows are missing, inches of dust sitting on the decayed floor. I haven't seen doors like that in forever, Swathi says, sniffing. Let's go in. Wait! Raz misses her collar by an inch. Darkness lies beyond the broken door. Swallowing, I touch the splintered wood, pushing it aside to make space for my wings. Ariel turns on her pager light and we look at what remains of a large house. Light illuminates the peeling walls, the broken stones, and the destroyed carpet and vases. Nobody has lived here for years. Doesn't the government ever fix these places up? Roz wonders. Kale? Swathi's voice doesn't echo, but I hear something click. Ariel sneezes. Something creaks. The rest of it happens in flashes. I hear Ariel's cry first, silenced within seconds. My legs feel airy and weightless as the floor we're standing on turns. I hear another creak. Then Roz begins to scream, followed by Ariel. The floor dissolves, flipping us over like a pancake. The force slaps my face, sucking me deeper into a dark void. The free fall is filled with screams and cries, sending us down an unknown pipe. We slide further and further down until I black out. 13. Where are we? Ariel is the first to speak, her voice followed by a bright flashlight from her pager. More white walls surround us. That's all there is, walls. The room is large enough to house 8 people, but it's a tight fit. Ariel flashes her light in every direction, hoping for a door or window, but there are none. You? A voice cuts through the darkness. What are you all doing here? Kale. Before I finish saying his name, Swathi snaps a picture of him. I didn't give you permission to take pictures. Kale frowns, trying to reach for Swathi's pager, but she pulls it away just in time. Ariel's flashlight illuminates the contours of his eternally grumpy, oval face, his silver hair hanging over it. I pull out my pager and turn on the flashlight, providing some more light. I don't need permission, Swathi says. Huh? What's this? No connection? Again? Roz checks his pager, disturbed. Where is this place anyway? Kale's blue eyes are dark. District -18. -18? Never heard of it, I say, scratching my head. Because it doesn't exist on the map. His face is pulled taut, reflecting the light from Swathi's pager. If it doesn't exist on the map, what are you doing here? Swathi asks. He remains silent, looking into space. Let's get out of here, I say, looking at the walls surrounding us on 6 sides. There's no way out, Kale says. There are no doors or windows in case you noticed. Then I'll make one. I duck my head, my halo pulsing with energy. Halo beam. A stream of uncontrolled light hits the stone wall and bounces right back. Kale and the others clear away just in time to avoid being hit by my halo beam. Are you trying to get us all killed? Kale yells. I was never this reckless when I was a bronze trainee, sneaking out of the guild at night. Swathi holds up her hand. Oh please, you're only a year older, and you're also sneaking out. Abudi, what is this place? I ask, disoriented. Raz begins flipping through the digital books he has on his pager and finds something. Really? You're reading at a time like this? I roll my eyes. I think I read about this somewhere, Raz says, unperturbed by my sarcasm. Here it is, District 18, hasn't been in use since almost 50 years ago. It was constructed as a hidden district where the government's top secret files would be stored, but construction was abandoned before it was completed. An abandoned district, huh? Ariel narrows her eyes. What are you doing in a place like this, Kale? In nothing. Swathi clicks her tongue. Like I'm gonna fall for that. Kale turns away with a sullen face. That's all you're getting from me. Raz flips through some more digital pages. It says here that portals leading to an underground chamber were constructed. They are protected by code and can only be opened using a government ID. I can't find anything about this house we're in. It's called a reflection chamber, Kale explains. Reflection chambers are the portal your book is talking about. To break out of one, he trails away, going on the defensive. How do you break out of one? Ariel asks, subtly. You don't? Great. Swathi rolls her eyes. We're stuck here forever. No, we're not, Kale says. The way out is through there. He points to the ground. Huh? You need a government ID with the Fire Guild's chip to get in, though, Kale says. This place was constructed to protect government secrets, remember? Only top-ranking government officials can access it. If an intruder stays in the chamber for more than 30 minutes, it spits them out. We'll go back to the dilapidated house we came from. In other words, we're doomed, Raz declares. Kale reaches into his pocket and produces a card key. No, we're not. Gimme that. Swathi darts to the key, but he pulls it away from her reach. Not so fast, you're all going home. No, we're not. We don't even know where home is. Raz peers over his shoulder, glancing down at the government ID. Why do you have your father's identification card? You came prepared, Ariel surmises, crossing her hands over her chest. I wonder why. Kale squirms under her scrutinizing gaze. Oh, this is going to make a great headline. Swathi raises her hands in the air, her voice dramatic. Kale Kutch gone rogue. We went to the same primary school, and our parents know each other. Shouldn't you be helping your friends? Raz puts in. Kale points to me. You're not my friend. Raz grabs my hand. Gabriel goes with us. I won't leave him alone. Really, Raziel? Making friends with a... He gives me a once-over. Wingless creature? He's not a creature? Ariel leaps to my defense. So how do you plan to get us out? Swathi intervenes. Kale gets on his knees, searching for a slot in the ground to put the key into. Somewhere here. He holds the key over the ground, looking for the exact spot where the portal opening is. At some magical point, the floor turns green and a rectangular depression shows up. Kale fits the ID into it, nervously waiting for the system to read the chip. Access denied. Sirens begin to blare as the entire wall turns red, beginning the exit process. No. I reach for the rectangular depression, taking Kale's card key out. He snatches it away from me, trying to balance. When my fingers hit the card reader, though, the sirens stop. A beam of yellow light scans my fingers. At once, the lights turn green. The floor opens up, pushing us all into a tunnel. Ah, we scream, sliding down until our butts hit something hard. Swathi gets off me, running to the edge of the cliff we're standing on. Ahead lies the most magnificent city that I've ever seen. Glass skyscrapers meet the illusory night sky, devoid of stars, reminding me of Central District. Colored lights spill out of the tiny shops under the skyscrapers. There's everything from a convenience store to restaurants, reminding me of District 45. A long bridge lined with streetlights bridges the cliff we're on, and District -18. But it's not the shops that catch my eye, but the dark angels flying across the cityscape. There are hundreds of them, moving like mosquitoes. What are those? Ariel points to angels over the underground city. Angels with black wings. Dark angels. My breath is a whisper. In the moonless night sky, they look like giant ravens, flying over glass towers. My jaw drops open as my limited brain capacity tries to make sense of this strange situation. We're in a city of dark angels. They're everywhere. This isn't just a chamber, it's an entire city, Raz exclaims. I turn to my friends who are admiring the view of the city. Fear trickles down my spine, wondering if this is where Malpas, the crow angel, lives. I sure hope not. How do you know about dark angels? Kale confronts me with a tight jaw. My grandma told me about them. I try to recall what Archangel Castile said. They're angels with genetic mutations. I didn't know anybody at the guild knew about the Dark Angel Project, Kale says. Dark Angel Project? Roz questions. What is that? Swathi and Ariel crowd around him. Spill the beans, Kale. All right, he throws his hands up. The Dark Angel Project began 25 years ago. Its goal was to create perfect angels, angels who could win any battle and wouldn't get sick. The government took in angels with pre-existing genetic defects. He stabs a finger at me. People like you. Turning to the artificial sky, he goes on, and put them through tests and medications. They were trained to become powerful warriors, to use the special abilities the program gave them. The black wings are a side effect of that medication. I think the point was to cure so that angels who were different, but... He swallows and pauses. The project was a disaster. What happened? The angels turned violent, Kale recounts. One of them got out of the laboratory and killed a child. After a lot of debate, the project was scrapped. What happened to the angels who were subjected to tests? Ariel asks. They disappeared after that disaster, Kale says. Nobody knows where they went. This is where they've been hiding, Swathi says, voice an octave higher. I can already imagine tomorrow's headline, The Hidden World of Dark Angels. Stop coming up with sensational headlines, Roz cautions. If anybody finds out we've been here, you'll be kicked out of the guild. How do you know so much about dark angels, Kale? I ask. We don't have time for explanations, he says. I've got work to do. Kale steps on a bridge made entirely of light, straight yellow beams joining the top of the building with an elevator. The skyscraper linked to the light bridge is made of black glass, towering over the scenery like a large black diamond. Wait. Roz looks at a line of angels with white feathers. What if the dark angels attack you? He's right, Ariel steps forward. There are no angels with white feathers in this city. They'll know you're an intruder. I'll just have to hide my wings then. How? I ask. Kale produces a glass bottle from his pocket. It's shaped like a test tube, filled with a black, shiny liquid. That black potion? You have a black potion? Roz exclaims, on the verge of apoplexy. Oh, what's black potion? I look to Swathi, who shrugs, and Ariel, who is just as clueless as I am. It's a banned drug. I read it on the government's list of banned substances that my dad uses, Roz explains. They sell those at the night flea market, but they're dangerous. If you have black wings, they turn white, and if you have white wings, they turn black. One bottle turns your wings black for a day, KL explains. When the project was alive, they used it so dark angels could go out without standing out in a crowd. It was a temporary thing. However, after they shut down the project, the government banned its use because they were scared dark angels would use it to hide among civilians. Do you think the dark angels have something to do with the abductions in the northern quarter? I swallow, wondering if I should tell them about Malpas. However, Swathi acts before I can. Okay, let's stop talking and get down to action. She reaches for the potion bottle, and because Kale is distracted, manages to snatch it away. I don't have all night. Hey, a pungent smell like glue floods the air as soon as the cork is out. Swathi pinches her nose, bringing the bottle to her lips. She takes one gulp of the vile liquid, sputtering. Smells horrible. Kale snatches it back. What are you doing? That was dangerous. You were going to drink it, weren't you? Let's share. Swathi looks normal. For now. I don't want to share. Stop being stubborn. We're in this together whether you like it or not, she says, burping. Roz panics, checking Swathi's pulse. Are you feeling all right? She pulls her hand away. Nothing's gonna hap. Roz inhales sharply. Swathi changes before our eyes. Within seconds, the white of her wings fades to gray. The gray grows darker and darker until her wings are as black as a dark angel's. Wow, Raz is stunned. I didn't know that was possible. Swathi passes the potion to Ariel, who takes a sip. Ugh, she coughs. She passes it around to me, but I don't drink any. Instead, I detach my clip-on wings and fold them up. Kale sips some, struggling to keep a straight face. Only a tiny bit is left for Raz. Here you go. This is madness, not to mention illegal, Raz says, reluctantly receiving the bottle from Ariel. Ariel coughs because of the strong taste, but her wings turn black in seconds. If anyone finds us... Cut the speech, will you? Kale's eyes flash with impatience. Raz looks like me when I'm forced to eat the dining hall's awful Thursday dinner. Clamping his nose shut, he gulps down the remaining potion, handing the empty bottle back to Kale, who pockets it. The vendor said one bottle of potion lasts for 24 hours. That means we have 6 hours each, Kale announces. 6 hours for what? Ariel asks. Kale marches towards the city. Swathi follows, eager to seize the opportunity. Ariel looks at Raz, then me, and sighs, going along with Swathi. Raz and I follow her. So, now that we're in this together, I'd like to ask you something, I begin. Why are you here? Kale shoots me an irritated look. I'm looking for someone. Who? Ariel asks. None of your... Now, let's share information, okay? Swathi intervenes. 5 brains are better than 1. Not if the other 4 are yours. We're coming with you whether you like it or not, Raz says, stepping onto the light bridge. I huddle close to him. Ariel, Swathi, Raz, and I link hands, tiptoeing across the bridge. The dark angels fly around like 5 teenagers traipsing around is a regular sight. I'm glad they don't notice, though. Malpass's face forms at the back of my mind. We get off the bridge, proceeding to an elevator that takes us down several floors. When the doors open, we're on the street. There are all kinds of shops selling stuff that can't be found at Amazing Angel merchandise. It's not as huge as a town, but big enough to be a district. Fear fills my stomach like smoke, but excitement eclipses dread. Wow, look at this place. Swathi is so awestruck that she doesn't have the strength to take pictures. It's like another world. I can't believe they built an entire city underground, I say. Getting back to journalist mode, Swathi starts snapping pictures of District -18. Through her camera lens, I see several dark angels, all staring at us. The streets are filled with them. There are young dark angels, older ones, and senior citizens who queue up at an old record shop. The convenience store looks 20 years old. There are vegetables and cooking condiments inside, along with drinks. However, it's the black test tubes in the refrigerator section that catch my eye. Convenience stores in District -18 sell black potion? Look, there's even a theater. Ariel points to what looks like a carousel with a striped red and white roof. Large posters are stamped over it, large yellow bulbs framing the posters. The ticketing counter inside has people standing in a queue, waiting for their turn to watch a movie. That's Mom. Roz points to a poster of Madeline Kaur's latest movie. Your mom's popular among dark angels too, Ariel says. How has the government not discovered this place yet? Roz wonders. How many people live here? 5,000 people went through the Dark Angel Project, Kale says. Can I move here? Swathi asks, not wanting to miss a single inch of the city. Will you stop that? Kale pushes Swathi's pager down. We're already attracting enough attention, thanks to Roz's purple unicorn PJs. Hey! Roz is cut off by Swathi. There's no way I'm missing out on the news of the century. Swathi sets her jaw stubbornly and continues taking pictures. Crystal is going to be green with envy when she sees tomorrow's paper. A sinister smile fills her face. I will have the biggest scoop of the decade. As we wander through the streets, the number of restaurants and houses thins. The shops give way to residential skyscrapers from which dark angels look out. Thankfully, we don't stand out and they let us be. There are parks made with artificial grass that Angel Innovates sells, coupled with robotic bees and butterflies. One of them comes toward me and I caress it. Swathi rushes ahead, drawn to a building that looms over the horizon. Up close, I can see that it is a castle made of gray stone. Nestled between layers of modern skyscrapers, it stands out, a black wing flag with the DG, embossed in gold flying high. Wrought iron gates separate the property from the rest of the city. Wow is the only word my dumbstruck brain can manage. What is this place? Kale's voice is ominously low. The Death Guild. I take a moment to study the crest embossed in gold on the building. A serpent and crow intertwine to form the main image that's decorated with crosses and dots. The Death Guild? My face loses color. There's a Death Guild? Yes, it was established after the project shut down. Dark angels train here. Kale? A voice speaks from behind the bushes. All our heads snap back immediately. A solitary figure emerges from the right side of the Death Guild's front gate. Ariel holds up her flashlight, blinding the tall, lean angel with silver hair. Shiny black feathers fill his large wings. Wearing a black coat embroidered with the Death Guild's insignia, a teacher's pin, and black pants studded with golden buttons running down the sides, he is most certainly a dark angel. However, unlike Malpas, he has a face. His silver hair is tied back in a high ponytail, revealing an angular face with icy blue eyes shimmering in the darkness. Who is this? Swathi asks. Raphael Kutch, Kale says. My brother. 14. I didn't know you had a brother. Ariel breaks the silence. From the way her lips twitch, I'm sure Swathi wants to jump on it and ask 10,000 questions, but remains prudently silent. Raphael. Kale is breathless, stumbling over a rock, reaching for his brother. I grab his hand and steady him. Raphael moves closer, his eyes shimmering with longing. He is much older than us and radiates a power that only years of training can bring. You came. Raphael is breathless. You're real, Kale says, inching closer. I really have a brother. Raphael steps forward and embraces Kale, throwing everyone off guard. Kale fits in, presenting a side that makes Swathi's jaw drop. Aw, she says, snapping a picture. No pictures. Raphael is on her before she can react, seizing her camera. His hands are powerful enough to crush the pager to dust, but he resists. Nobody must know I exist. Okay, I get it. I'll delete the pic. He reluctantly hands Swathi her pager back, and she deletes his picture, inviting a satisfied grunt from him. You brothers are so alike. Are you sure this is the first time you've met? I can't believe you're real, Kale says. We've never lived together, but I found a picture of you in Mom's box. I knew instantly that I had a brother. It took me a while to figure out what happened to you. When I got your message, I thought it was a trap, Raphael says. But then, I saw you that night in District 20 and I knew. You've been in touch, Ariel remarks. Since when? For 6 months, Kale says. Raphael told me everything about the Death Guild and Dark Angels. I had no idea this world existed. Your parents never mention him, Roz says. Even in the primary school admissions test. My parents gave him up as soon as he was born. Why? Ariel asks, stepping forward. He. Kale looks at Raphael, turns his heavy eyes away and swallows. He wasn't normal. I joined the Dark Angel Project when I was a child, Raphael says. When the project shut down, I joined the other Dark Angels and created this city. It took us years to create this place, but we have a home now. How does nobody know about this place? I ask. District -18 doesn't exist on any map. In the past, government officials portals to access this place. There are several entry points to District -18 spread all over the city. We call them portals. Only the Dark Angels know where they are. I told Kale about the portal in District 18, but I didn't think he'd be able to get in. How did you get in? Kale has a government ID card, Swathi says. He stole it from your father. Government IDs don't work anymore, Raphael says. We changed the programming years ago. The sound of a ringing bell cuts his conversation short. It's time for Death Guild trainees to go to bed. I'm on duty tonight. I expected Kale to come alone. He shoots him a glare. Who are these people? Bronze trainees from the Holy Guild. They followed me here and forced their way through the portal. Hey, it was Gabriel who opened the portal, Swathi complains. Gabriel? All fingers point at me. Wait, you don't have wings? Raphael is scrutinizing me with all the might of his cold blue eyes now. You're the angel that got away, Raphael says, baring his teeth. Malpass has been looking for you. A shiver runs down my spine at the mention of his name. I can never forget the nauseating feeling of being hit by a dark energy ball. If I hadn't pressed the emergency button that night, I'd have died in the alley. How did things get so bad so fast? Malpass, no. I need to contact Layla immediately, but there's no signal. Raphael approaches, his large hands reaching out, while I instinctively back away, bumping against Swathi. What is going on here? She asks, stepping forward to shield me. Who is Malpass? Yeah, why is the leader of the Death Guild looking for you? Your friends don't know? Raphael looks at my face, which is growing increasingly hot and uncomfortable. Has this got something to do with why you came to the Holy Guild? Swathi insinuates. I knew something was up when I saw Layla Lenes march you to Archangel Uriel's office. I remember now. You failed the GT, Kale reminds me. I saw your results when you polished my wings. Discomfort pools in my belly. Gabriel. Roz looks hopeful, but I don't know if I should tell them the truth. Hands in my pockets, I step forth. I was attacked by Malpass weeks ago, I blurt out. The Fire Guild found me at an alley unconscious. I'm at the Holy Guild as part of the Witness Protection Program. What? Roz asks. That's why we need to get out of here. Malpass won't let me live if he sees me again. I escaped the touch of death once. The touch of death? Kale asks. Malpass' special ability. It drains the target's energy on contact, Raphael says. Raphael? A thick, muffled voice puts us all on alert. Hide, Raphael hisses, and we are running and butting into each other in an attempt to find some place to hide. Sighing, Raphael points to the bushes, where the five of us try to squeeze, looking nothing like a shadow. Raphael, what are you doing out of the guild? I try to look at who is talking, but Kale pushes my head under the bush. Swathi, Roz, Ariel, Kale, and I stay down, legs tangled like a pretzel, breathing shallowly. Kale glares at me. I wish I'd hidden closer to Roz, not Kale. Just taking in some air. Air? There's no real air in this place. The other person laughs. Unless you want more oxygen from the generator. You're right. Malpass wants to see you. He's got some deliveries. I'll be there in a minute. I wonder if he's checking how we're doing, trying to figure out his next move. You go first. Hurry up. You know he doesn't like to wait. A whoosh of wings, and 5 seconds later, he's as distant as the fake stars twinkling in the sky. Come out, Raphael says, and we all stumble out of the bushes, legs and arms in a tangle. Raphael sighs. You need to go back, he tells Kale, eyes fixed on me. It was a bad idea to meet here. I'm sorry. It's okay, I'm glad I got to see you. Kale says, and Swathi snorts at his uncharacteristic display of consideration. Raphael looks unsure as he flies away, passing over the walls of the guild. Ariel shrugs, looking back at Kale staring at the ground while my eyes are fixed on the mysterious Death Guild. I guess we have to go back now. Wait, where's Swathi? Ross asks, looking around. Behind him is, well, nothing. She was here just now, Kale bites out, looking behind the trees and bushes. Swathi, I call out, but there's no response. However, there is a trail of footsteps going all the way to what looks like a badly covered up patch of soil. What's this? I kick the leaves covering the patch away and I see a hole. An emergency escape, Roz says. All government buildings have it. Our guild does too. Do you think Swathi? Ariel looks up at the Death Guild, and all of us sigh together. Just like her to go poking her nose where it doesn't belong, Roz says. I can't believe she'd do something so stupid. But we can't leave her in there, I say. What if she's attacked? I'm not risking my life for some half-witted bronze trainee, Kale snaps. Well, I am, I say, hovering over the hole. Because that's what friends do. With that, I jump in. The Death Guild is dark, like a dungeon lined with brick walls and electric lamps. The walls are so thick, all sound vanishes between them. Roz, Ariel, Kael, and I huddle close, with me trying to fit under a large black blanket that Raphael procured to try to make Kael appear like his shadow. But nobody's going to believe that. I am more conspicuous than he is. Try to stay inside the blanket, Kael grumbles. I can't when you're pulling it all to yourself, I counter. Guys, shadows are supposed to be quiet, Ariel says. Roz sighs. I'm going to have a long talk with Swathi once we get our hands on her. He walks in front of us, looking the weirdest of us all in his unicorn PJs. Thankfully, not that many people walk the corridors at this hour of the night. Where are we going? I ask, blinded by black cloth on all sides, hitting the wall once or twice. To try and find Swathi, Roz says. I can't believe she'd sneak in to try and get pictures of the Death Guild. We should split up and look. That would be faster, Kael says. I'll go with Raz, Ariel says. Kael stares down at me. And I'll go with my shadow. Just then, we hear a voice in the corridor and press against the wall. There are voices coupled with the shadows that move in our direction. What are you about? The first voice says. Getting back to the dorm. Malpas is making the rounds. Another echo. What? Kael hisses in panic. Exactly my feelings. Better get moving. Footsteps click away, shadows receding. But the drumming of my heart is louder than ever. I hear 4 other elevated heartbeats pressed to my back. We can't go any further, I declare. Malpas would recognize me. So we're stuck in the Death Guild now, Roz asks. Let's stick with our original plan, Kael says. You go look for Swathi in that direction with Ariel, and Gabriel, and I. He sighs. I guess we'll try not to get killed. Good idea. I step out of the blanket, noticing we're at the end of the corridor now, with a door behind me. What's in there? I ask, reaching for the handle. Kael frowns. Looks like a storage room. That's a good place to hide. I don't want to hide in the storage room. I'm allergic to dust. Roz's protests are cut short by another set of footsteps. I hurriedly reach for the door handle, cramming myself in with Ariel, Raz, and Kael. The closet is dark and clammy and looks exactly like textbook descriptions of hell. However, there are no booms or cleaning stuff. Who knew it was so hot under Seraphim City? Ariel says, hands roaming the wall in search of a light switch. How long do you think it'll be before Swathi is found out? Kael asks in the dark. Don't say such negative things. Our wings turn white in 4 more hours, Kael reminds us. We've got to find her before that. It's a little cooler now, I say, as a light comes on, fanning my face with my t-shirt. Really? Because I'm still YA. Ariel is cut off by a gasp. Kael snaps his head back, his jaw going slack. We're standing in what looks like a laboratory filled with glass cylinders of green liquid. They are connected to machines with metal on the top and bottom. A steady stream of data flows from the cylinders to the machines, numbers changing on the screen. In those glass cylinders are lifeless angels, floating like mermaids submerged in a sea of bright green. Eyes closed. None of them appear to be breathing. Ariel's jaws drop open. Oh my gosh! I step forward, watching 20 angels floating in green liquid. Their hair flying up, they look like jellyfish tentacles. Angels. Roz places a hand on a glass cylinder. Look, they have white wings. You're right, I say. Upon examining the face close up, I feel a sense of recognition. She looks familiar. Wasn't she one who was kidnapped in the northern quarter? Kale asks. I saw her picture in the news weeks ago. That's why she looked so familiar, I echo. I blink, thinking back to the TV screen filled with faces of missing people. Now that I think about it, she does look like one of the victims. Guys, these are all missing angels. Ariel shudders. The people from northern quarter that never made it back. What are they doing here? Roz asks. His voice comes out a weak whimper, his eyes taking in the kidnapped angels. Looks like some kind of laboratory, Kale mutters, perusing shelves lined with colorful chemicals, and the cylindrical chambers with angels in them, their wings different degrees of black. The wires from those experiments feed directly into a computer, which is perpetually collecting data. And look, their wings are turning black. You're right, Ariel says. It's like these people have been left in the basement to ferment like pickles. Do you think the dark angels are trying to turn us into them? At that conclusion, we all stare at each other, suddenly cold with fear. It can't be. We've found the missing angels, I utter, breathless. The Fire Guild must know. There's no signal, Roz says. A flash of movement catches my eye. My gaze turns to the last cylinder in the row. A red and gold costume comes into view, making my breath hitch. I run toward the cylinder and glance at the white-winged angel. He was the one that saved me that night. Hadraniel. Reaching out, I place my hand on the glass. Are you crazy? Kale asks, slapping my hand away. They could have alarms. He was the one that saved me that night, I say. He fought Malpas. They're being used as test subjects, Roz theorizes, reading through the data on the computer. Colorful lines of text flash on the screen, passing in a blur. The green potion, it looks like the dark angels are trying to find a formula that can turn regular angels into dark angels. Ariel screams. What? The first thing I see is Hadraniel's eyes. His very open, very alive eyes. He's awake. His bright red costume moves under the white tube lights, calling out for attention. Is he alive? Hadraniel opens his mouth like a goldfish, swallowing some green potion. He raises his hands, his amber eyes enlarging. He recognizes me. Wait, he's trying to say something. His lips elongate. Help me. 15. We need to get him out. My resolute eyes watch Hadraniel flail in the green potion. But how? Ariel looks at everything arranged neatly in the laboratory. It's humid here, but there's no dust. If we open the jar, all that liquid will come out. You're right, Roz says, looking around at a switchboard on a table. He smooths a hand over the keys. This place is clean, and the data is constantly updated. Somebody has been keeping an eye on these abducted angels. Look at this. Roz points to a fully transformed dark angel who is sleeping quietly. I think he was the first one to go missing from the northern quarter. They showed his face on the news for weeks. Wasn't that 2 months ago? Ariel asks. There's a dangerous aura emanating from the sleeping dark angel. It's a mixture of mystery and darkness. Hadraniel knocks on the glass, seizing my attention. His fingers point downward, trying to send me a message. I can't make out what he's saying, but I kneel on the white tile floor, trying to locate whatever he's pointing at. What's this? There's a tiny red button at the bottom of the glass jar. The word exit is printed in black on it. Gabriel. I press the button before Ariel can finish. At first, nothing happens. Hadraniel has stopped flailing and is looking at the ceiling instead. Then, the whole room begins to shake. It's violent like an earthquake. Ah. Lights go off one by one, drenching the room in black. Computers turn off, bursting under glass jars. What the? Kale is rattled by the uneven movement of the floor, holding onto the wall to keep from falling. Ariel's flashlight comes on again, moving wildly like a disco light. I clutch the bottom of the glass jar for support, looking up at the gagging angel. Green liquid drains out of the tube with gurgling noises, making the floor vibrate harder. I don't even want to think about how the sewage in this place works, but from the looks of it, it's pretty noisy. Hadraniel's face surfaces from the liquid, coughing. More green potion drains out, revealing more of Hadraniel's body. When the last few drops of liquid disappear, the shaking stops. A tiny night comes on. Ariel emerges from under the desk, peering over a rack. KL loosens his hold on the wall and stands up straight. The lights still don't come on, but I can see the glass wall lowering thanks to Ariel's flashlight. Hadraniel steps out, coughing and choking, beads of green liquid clinging to his white wings. He shakes them off like a dog and blows his nose, getting the stuff all over the walls. That nasty stuff got into my nose. A few more hours of it and I'd be one of them. He wheezes. Thanks, kids. Who's he calling kids? Kale grumbles. I should introduce myself, he says, wiping liquid from his eyes. I will, just as soon as I can get this stuff out. Are you okay? I ask. Do you recognize me? I do, the angel says, opening his eyes wider to check his vision. You're the boy from the alley. Having cleared his eyes, he now looks to us. Did he kidnap you too? Not exactly. I smile hesitantly to cover up my nervousness. Then how did you get here? Kale, Ariel, Roz, and I exchange glances. We found a way through the sewer, I say. There's a portal on District 18 that lead here. Interesting, Hadraniel says. I don't remember how I got here, but that must be it. The last thing I remember is this young angel in District 90. When I opened my eyes, I was stuck in this glass tube. I'm Hadraniel from the Department of Internal Investigations, by the way. Nice to meet you. I'm Gabriel, I say, extending a hand which he clamps with his slimy one. Kale rolls his eyes, reminding me that this isn't a good time for introductions. We're Holy Guild trainees. Holy Guild trainees? His eyes linger on our black wings. That's because of black potion, I explain, inviting a strong elbowing from Kale. You're not supposed to announce that to the entire world. Kale's voice deepens, turning to face Hadraniel. He pulls me away. Let's get out of here, Hadraniel says. We can't, I say. Our friend is in here. She got lost. Hadraniel rolls his eyes. I guess we'll have to find her then. Then, turning to me, he asks, How long have I been here? 2 weeks. 2 weeks? My goodness, Hadraniel exclaims. I was investigating a member of the Messenger Guild at District 90 when I found you. She must have buried her tracks by now. You're a detective for the Department of Internal Investigations, Kale surmises. That means you're from the Fire Guild. Yes, I did graduate from there. The pay isn't that great. Don't believe what they tell you about becoming a detective. We get it. Ariel cuts him off. Right. We need to get out. Let me think. What did the scientist say about the portal? He looks around at the room and comes up short. Ariel and I exchange hopeless glances. If it were up to him, we'd never get out. There's the leader's chamber. The leader's chamber? Malpass controls the portals in and out of this place, Hadraniel says. I heard the Dark Angels talking about it while they were performing experiments on me. A portal can be accessed directly from Malpass' room. There's also a map in there. He can program and deprogram portals using his system. Most of that goes over my head, but I know we must get to Malpass' office to make our escape. Follow me. Hadraniel reaches for the door handle. Do you know where we're going? Roz asks. We'll figure it out, he says, sticking his head out of the closet door. The coast is clear. Come out. We pile out in a row, following Hadraniel like ducklings. The hallway is empty now that the Death Guild trainees are off to sleep. Lamps illuminate the stone-encrusted walls, revealing pictures of dark angels. Among them, I spot Malpass' picture, his black eyes and hawk nose gleaming. Hadraniel looks at the closed doors, checking them for any signs. Someone pokes out of a room, and we quickly hide in a curved depression on the wall. When the threat, a sleepy student, leaves, we come back out, tracing voiceless steps down the hallway. At the end is a room with the words Guild Leader's Office written on it. There's a glass showcase devoid of trophies, a contrast to Archangel Uriel's. Let's go. Hadraniel hisses, turning the handle with bravado. He's prepared to attack, readying his fingers for an energy ball. But the figure we find inside the office isn't Hadraniel. Someone is sitting on the black cushions taking pictures of the office's stone walls displaying photos from the Dark Angel program. Swathi! Roz rushes to her side and grabs her arm. Hadraniel and the rest of us file in, shutting the door. There are images of scientists performing trials on angels. Among the participants is Raphael, a young angel with only one wing. His clear blue eyes are the same, and with cropped silver hair, he looks like Kale. Wearing a t-shirt with the project's logo, he appears hopeful. Kale drifts closer to the image, running his hand on the black and white photograph framed in glass. Hadraniel studies the photos behind him, scanning the faces on the wall. Photos from the Dark Angel project, he remarks darkly. I look at the photo alongside him, surprised by how human the Dark Angels look in these images. The faces here are like mine, filled with ambition and hope. My eyes trail the pictures, wondering what happened to all these angels. Did they know they'd end up living underground when they signed up for the project? My eyeballs rest on a face that shocks me. It's Malpass. In the picture, Malpass is a wingless angel just like me. One side of his face is crumbled like brown paper, revealing a burn scar. His skin must have been destroyed in an accident. Malpass appears to be in his earlier 20s, much older than the other volunteers. 2 onyx eyes are embedded on his scarred skin, one long arm snaked around a face that has been blurred. The angel's large white wings catch my attention. Their face has been erased by a drop of water that must have fallen on the picture long ago. I wonder why they're in the program when they have wings. Malpass is smiling, the stretch of his brown lips limited by the burn scar. In here, he looks completely different from the villain I know. He looks human. What were you thinking, marching into Malpass' office? You'll get yourself killed, Roz's voice echoes. Relax, I snuck in without anyone finding out, Swathi says, shoving her pager into a pocket. All the Death Guild trainees were talking about the portal in Malpass' office, and I figured it might be the way out. Let's find the portal, Hadraniel says, searching Malpass' desk for some sign of a key. He turns on the system and a moving map comes on. Hadraniel whistles. Look at this thing. We huddle around him, watching a moving map of Seraphim City. In it are several red dots, portals, along with options to disable or enable them. There's a smaller map of District -18 on a split screen, marked with portal opening points. There's one near the cliff, several inside buildings, one in the garden, and the final portal is in Malpass' office. Only 3 of the 5 portals in Seraphim City are open, Hadraniel says, clicking on blinking red dots. District 18, District 95, and District 20. He's trying to memorize them, reading the code that is used to close the portals. The portal in Malpass' room is behind the couch. Kale, Ariel, and I move to the couch, pulling it away from the wall. There's no anomaly on the surface, but I assume it works like the portal in District 18. Eager to return to the guild, I jump into the wall and hit my head. Hard. Ouch, that hurt. Hadraniel clicks on something. Strange, the portal is locked. Let me unlock it. Roz moves to his side, pressing a few buttons as Hadraniel tries to figure the whole thing out. Behind them, a large window lies open, covering half the wall. Paintings hang next to it, supported by glass lamps. Curtains sway in the wind that has picked up pace. There, almost done. A gale of wind floods into the room, making all the lights go out. Hadraniel turns away from the computer, groaning. A blackout? Kale grumbles. As I wait for the lights to come back on, I hear a creak. Cold wind passes over my shoulders, breath whooshing out of my lungs, leaving all my senses clamoring for attention. The main door opens, revealing a thin column of light. Someone is here. What? Ariel manages to find the main switch, illuminating a row of yellow lamps that fall on a gray, conical face with a sharp nose like a crow's beak. He's standing at the door, ribbons of dark energy emanating from his sharp fingers. the very fingers that are digging into my shoulder. I stumble away, my back hitting the wall. Stand back. Hadraniel pulls me over, moving all of us toward the window. Fly out when I say go. Kale looks so dumbstruck, I doubt he's capable of producing words. Swathi is taking pictures, even at a time like this. Ariel and Roz are busy opening the window, creating enough space for us to fly out. I found you, he says in a voice that's best described as a crow, a chain smoker, and a sore throat all in one. Hearing his voice makes me feel sicker than those three things combined. For there he is, Malpass in the flesh. 16. Malpass attacks, his beady eyes flashing purple. A ray of black light is aimed at Hadraniel. Hadraniel, Roz, and Swathi scatter at once, dodging the eye-beam. Why is his eye-beam black? Swathi asks. The fact that she hasn't pulled out her pager to take pictures yet proves how scared she is. She grabs the window frame weakly, knees shaking. Quick, out of the window! Hadraniel barks. He exits first, followed by Swathi and Roz, who are close to him. Kale darts to the window, but before he can fly through, Malpass throws an eye-beam at him that Kale jerks back to dodge. Kale crashes against the wall, falling on Ariel and me, who are trying to locate the portal behind the couch. Malpass moves across the room to place a hand on his desk. He activates a button that makes the window slam shut. With an evil grin, he turns to us. Come to me. His voice wraps around my neck like a thick fog. Oh no, Ariel's eyes hit upon the open door. Since we're at the couch near the door, it makes for a good escape route. Our eyes meet and we shake heads in agreement. Before Malpass can turn back from his desk, I use Quicksilver to shoot out of the door, grabbing Ariel's hand to take her with me. Hey, wait for me! Kale flies out behind us, his voice echoing in the hallway. More lights come on. A cacophonous alarm breaks the fragile silence, echoing through the guild. Danger! 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 All the doors flood open and Death Guild students swarm out of them, catching sight of 3 runaway angels. I frantically search for my clip-on wings, but before I can put them on, a black beam comes flying at us. I use my special ability again while Kale and Ariel scatter, swirling through the hallway filling with curious angels. Go back to your rooms, Raphael calls out, but it's hard to shove them back in. Time for Plan B, Kale says, dodging an eye-beam. I reach for my clip-on wings but belatedly realize that I left them at the laboratory. Oh no. Malpass is flying toward us with the speed of a bullet, the thirst for blood giving his eyes an unholy glow. Thoughts scatter, survival instinct taking over. Without my wings, I'm like a caterpillar crawling under an elephant's feet. I take Ariel's hands as she hoists me up. Rapier of light. A thin sword made of light crystallizes in Kale's hand. Light erupts in the room, shattering lamps. A blanket of darkness falls over the hallway, the students' whispers growing. When the rapier hits Malpass, though, it disintegrates, like it's nothing more than a little needle. That's Plan B? Ariel utters incredulous. I thought you were going to... I don't know. Use your head. What? Color rushes out of Kale's face. My rapier didn't even scratch him. Malpass observes us with an amused tilt of his gray lips like we're novelties at an ice cream parlor. His serpentine eyes flick from end to end as his tiny mouth opens and closes. Ariel and Kale flap faster, reaching for the front door which lies at the other end of the hallway. I could use Quicksilver and rush to it, but I'm too busy dodging Malpass eye-beams. I throw a few eye-beams of my own, but they're not good, hitting walls and bricks instead of Malpass. Now I know why Master Dina keeps going on and on about aim. At last, we're at the door. Kale breaks it open with an energy ball. Ariel tries to carry me, but I'm too heavy, so I use my special ability to run fast. Kale whooshes out behind us, his dark wings beginning to fade to white. Kale follows, Malpass approaching on his heels. Malpass follows like a rabid dog, determined not to let us get away. His dark eyes sparkle with malice as his claws reach out to grab Kale's leg. Kel flies faster, missing his touch of death by a whisker. The Death Guild is thrown into chaos, alarms blaring in every corridor and announcements blasting through speakers. Emergency! Emergency! Please evacuate the building using the closest fire exit. Malpass' claws twitch, a purplish-black spark electrifying his fingers. We're out in the open where everything is fair game. No longer having to worry about damaging property, Malpass starts attacking. His halo beam ball splinters wood when it hits a tree. The sparks in Malpass' hands solidify into a dark energy ball, the same one he used on me in the alley that night. Oh no, my words are swallowed by a blast. He throws a dark energy ball at Kale, who produces a rapier just in time. Ariel joins him, her halo glowing with light. Together they produce a halo beam and a rapier of light. Kale's fluid arms raise the rapier, slicing the dark energy ball into two. However, things don't go as planned. Instead of disintegrating, the energy ball hits Kale right in the face, pummeling him out of the door, straight toward the ground where I rush to catch him. Kale, his blue eyes are barely open, his face bruised. A shaky arm comes up as he tries to stand, but the energy ball was a direct hit. He passes out. I look up to Ariel standing opposite Malpass, looking down on me. "Ariel, no!" I scream. That gets her attention. Malpass' gleaming black eyes are directed toward her, his black halo flooding with energy. Lasso of light? Ariel calls forth her special attack. A thin rope made of light emanates from her hand, binding Malpass' wings in her lasso before his halo beam fires. He loses focus, the light in his halo receding as his wings struggle to break out of Ariel's grasp. "Way to go," I cheer. Malpass plunges sharply to the ground, dragging Ariel and her light lasso with him. However, just before he's about to hit the ground, he holds his hand up and launches a pulsating dark wave at Ariel, the impact pushing her away. Her light lasso lets up as she struggles to stay in the air, freeing Malpass' wings. His face almost brushes mine as he makes a U-turn, flying up, faster and quicker than ever. Overwhelmed by Malpass' dark wave, Ariel shows signs of fatigue, but flaps her wings valiantly in the air. "Ariel, hang on," I call out, searching the horizon for any sign of Raz, Swathiyi, or Hadranil. I see them flying in the distance, trying to locate a portal out of the city. Raz points to one in the city, its bright lights gleaming in the distance. I see his shocked face yelling at me before Malpass' voice cuts through. "You're an interesting one," Malpass says in his raspy voice, his halo pulsating with dark energy again. It grows from black to purple as a panting Ariel tries to summon her next attack, tracking Hadranil's movements in the sky. Her halo, too, is lighting up. Malpass and Ariel launch their halo beams at the same time. The purple and white waves collide, and sparks fly all around. Murmurs break out behind me, trainees clamoring to their windows to see the spectacle. Light wars against darkness, sweat running down Ariel's face. She's using all her energy to keep her halo beam going, but Malpass' purple beam pushes against her light beam, threatening to destroy it. Ariel grunts and tries harder to keep up her beam, but the wave has weakened her. Her wings shed white feathers like dandelion seeds, unable to hold on any longer. Malpass' halo beam expands inch by inch until only an inch of Ariel's light is left. Her face is twisted with pain, eyes blurry with fatigue. No, my legs act on their own, running towards her, but without wings. I cannot fly. Ariel, hang in there. I focus on my fingers, trying to produce an energy ball to aid Ariel, but my voice is wiped out by a blast. The last shred of Ariel's light is extinguished by Malpass' powerful beam that breaks, the impact pushing her back. "No, Ariel!" I run to catch her as she spirals downward. Her body lands with a thud in my arms, knocking us both down to the ground. "Ariel!" I bark over her semi-lifeless form. "Gabriel!" Her lips move to produce a wispy sound before her consciousness fades away. "Run!" "At last I have you," Malpass says, pointing a claw at me. Fear clutches my spine, turning my backbone to jelly. Without my wings, there's no way I can take on one of the most powerful dark angels. He flies towards me. I let you live at the alley, but not today. Despite having endured Ariel and Kale's attacks, he remains unscathed, his dark wings polished to perfection. He throws an eye beam at me, which I evade using my Quicksilver ability. Let's do this, a spark of courage in my head says. Malpass is getting serious, his halo heating up once again. The black energy lined with a purple halo makes my stomach knot. The voice of self-doubt begins playing. There's no way I can defeat a dark angel like him. He's engineered perfection, and our attacks don't have any effect on him. Not now, I tell myself, just in time for him to launch a halo beam at me. I evade it, but not nearly quick enough, stumbling over a rock and falling on the ground. Malpass descends, his wings flowing behind him. Each step that he takes towards me makes my heart drum with dread. My hands are shaking, trying to produce an energy ball. Energy ball. A weak energy ball, shaky and uncontrolled, emanates from my hand, flying at Malpass in the sky. A flick of his finger sends forth a dark wave that erases my energy ball like it's a fly, turning it to dust. The bottom of my stomach falls out, despair filling me. No. Your powers are insignificant compared to mine. Your attacks can't even scratch me, Malpass says, brushing imaginary dust off his Death Guild uniform. No, no, no. I hold my head in my hand, flexing my muscles to take off, and quickly realizing that I can't. If only I had those wings, I could fly away. I could get away and open the portal again. Malpass descends, his black wings trailing behind. Now you, boy, are a fascinating creature. I used to be just like you too. His voice makes goosebumps break out on my skin. Hadraniel floods into my zone of vision, wanting to attack Malpass but scared he'd hit me if Malpass dodges. Too bad your journey ends here. He stands a few feet away from me, examining my shaky face lined with terror. Hadraniel attacks, letting go of his reservation. A powerful halo beam flies out. I run away using Quicksilver. Swathi and Raz remain in the sky, watching the battle ensuing on the Death Guild's grounds. Malpass dodges Hadraniel's energy ball, which flies out at the Death Guild. Students scream and scatter. The ball hits a wall, shaking the foundations of the guild and breaking stones. Malpass growls, his beastly cries echoing in my bones, and attacks Hadraniel. Run away, Gabriel, Hadraniel calls out. Grab Kael and Ariel. Swathi swoops down, avoiding the fight to reach Kael. She holds Kael, and Raz holds Ariel. I want to hang on to them, but I'll only weigh them down. Raz's hand reaches out to me, but I'm thrown back by a powerful explosion. Raz and Swathi fly away, climbing higher into the sky. Hadraniel falls back, his body hitting the walls of the Death Guild. Run away, he instructs Swathi and Raz. I'll bring Gabriel. We'll come back for you, Raz tells me, taking to the sky with Kael and Ariel. They hurry toward the portal that's atop the tallest tower in District -18, the tall, glimmering building that lead to the light bridge. When I turn to Hadraniel, he's flying at me. He crashes against me, his back ramming into my chest. The force of Malpass' attack throws us against a tree. I slip out from under Hadraniel, who momentarily loses consciousness when his head hits the tree. Hadraniel, wake up! Cold mist wraps around my shoulder, and I don't have to think twice to discern its source. Using Quicksilver, I run away, escaping the touch of death. Not so fast. Malpass chases me as I desperately scan the sky for any sign of Swathi or Raz. Hadraniel is unconscious, and I'm left to face Malpass all alone. He's the leader of the Death Guild, and I'm a wingless rookie. The odds are comical. Malpass doesn't waste any time in hunting me down. He launches an attack, a dark energy ball, that goes after me like a frisbee. I dodge and duck, but his attacks come in rapid succession, draining all my stamina. I-beams follow the energy ball, shooting at me from all sides. I'm hit in the hip and leg twice, slowing down my movements, but I keep running, hoping to get away. My hopes are speedily dispelled when I end up against the broken wall. Nowhere to run? Malpass asks, his fingers unleash a pulsing black wave slamming against the wall. I moan and cry, pain tearing into my flesh. The dark wave echoes in my bones, leeching life from my body. It's a direct hit. I collapse on the ground, becoming one with rubble. My lungs are maxed out, oxygen not making it through my throat. My legs feel limp, and my tongue is cotton. I hear the voice of death echo in my head, but another louder voice pierces that echo. Goodbye, Gabriel. 17. In my last moments, I remember the back alley. It materializes before my shocked eyes, everything from the stench of garbage to the broken brick walls vividly coming together. Behind me is our shop entrance, a silver bell hanging on the door. The alley curves to the main street where people come and go. Grandma is inside the shop, busy polishing wings while I'm here, in my practice spot, working on my skills. Old Spanish music plays on the radio, forming the soundtrack to my studies. I look ahead at my target of 6 silver cans, already sweating. It's another day of practicing for the GT. My GT guidebook sits on a trash can while I try to refine a move that's going to be on the practical exam. I-beam. A flood of white light erupts from my eyes, blasting through everything. Letting go of all that energy is exhilarating, making my veins thrum with energy. White light covers the alley, shining bright as the sun. Excitedly, I wait for the light to clear, waiting for the results of my practice beam. Last time, I got only 5 cans. I hope I got them all this time. However, when the light clears, it's a mess. I hit the soda cans all right, but also hit the trash bins, the wall, and the bricks, all of which lie scattered around me, spilling garbage onto the alley. Technically, I got the cans, so it counts, right? Gabriel, our neighbor, Mrs. Unana shrieks. How many times have I told you not to practice in the back alley? I'm sorry, I call out, lowering my head, hoping I look apologetic enough to be forgiven. I can't believe I couldn't control my attack again when all I've been doing for the past 6 months is practice. We replaced the trash cans just yesterday. She frowns, her flaming red hair visible from the balcony of the 5th floor. I try to quickly manage a halo blast, hoping to incinerate the waste. The thought of cleaning up all this junk doesn't appeal in the slightest. I heard you didn't get in last year. Are you sure you're going to do better this year? I kind of feel bad for your poor grandma. It must be hard having to take care of you. Kafsiel's voice cuts in. His nasal voice is highly annoying. Maybe she deliberately speaks that way to irritate me. Kafsiel is Mrs. Unana's son, and he goes to the fire guild. We've never gotten along, getting into fights every time we get together. Well, that's only to be expected from a wingworm. I'll get in next year, I say, but my heart gives an unwilling tug. Grabbing the GT textbook, I shove it into his face. He's several stories up, but he reads the text. What follows is a loud laugh. Dream on. He points his finger at the book, finding all this funny for some reason. You know wing strength is a part of the practical exam, don't you? His voice echoing in the beaten-up back alley drains all my excitement. Clean up before you leave, Mrs. Unana says, disappearing back inside. Kafsiel clicks his tongue. Poor Gabriel. If only you had wings, things would be easier. He sighs, following her mother inside. I sink to my knees in the alley. If only I had wings. If only I got into a guild. I don't know how much time I spend on my knees, smelling the stench of exposed trash. My heartbeat slowly calms down, my doubt turning into anger. Clutching the GT guidebook in my hand, I wind my way to the back entrance, hearing the bell ring. I wallow in self-pity for an hour, kicking my bed and wishing Kafsiel returns to the fire guild as soon as possible. But when the anger is gone, the truth surfaces. The odds won't change. I won't suddenly grow wings either. The exam won't get easier, and neither will my desires vanish. Like Grandma says, the only thing I can do is study harder. So, I opened the GT guidebook and read a page filled with highlighter marks. On top of the page, scrawled in my handwriting, are the words I wrote the last time I failed the test. Tomorrow, I'll try again. My eyes flash open. Lying on the ground with broken bones, I gaze up at Malpas, whose eye beam has cooled down. He examines my wriggling, scoffing at the pathetic attempt. Powerlessness claims me, but I fight against the rising waves of fatigue. I have to live. I have to fulfill my dream of becoming the ruling archangel. Willpower makes my head rise. I can feel energy coating my fingers, bringing me back from the brink of death. My heart is ready to burst out of my chest, the urge to express my feelings so powerful. I sit up, gathering my energies to launch an attack. This new power wants to break out, no longer content with living in the shadows. Malpas's eyes widen, his skin abnormally stretched. An energy ball forms in my hands at the same time as Malpas does, only mine isn't made of white light anymore. It's as black as his, pulsing with dark red energy that takes him by surprise. It takes me by surprise too. The dark energy ball grows in size, covering Malpas's face like a new moon. Chaotic voices break out all around me, but I block them out, focusing on the one chance I have. Putting all my strength into the ball, I throw it at him, erasing his face. Our energy balls collide in the dark sky, exploding. His ball is larger than mine, but mine pulsates with newfound energy and power. Malpas is sweating, a sheen of water condensing on his gray forehead. His cloak flies back due to the collision, revealing a bald, gray head. I brace myself for his energy ball, but it never comes. I blink, watching Hadraniel stand up from the corner of my eye. Black, diamond-like shards rain down, making all the voices around us go silent. The world withers away like a time-lapse movie as the shards touch the earth, cementing what just happened. No stars twinkle in the artificial night sky. No crickets chirp, no birds sing, and nobody utters a word. I can't believe it. Only I can hear my feeble voice. Malpas' energy ball disintegrates, melting like ice on a summer day. I broke Malpas' energy ball. I, Gabriel Perez, countered the most powerful Dark Angel's attack with my own. My jaw drops open. That ball! Malpas' voice sounds like he's gargled nails. He gets up, much weaker than I remember. How? His reptilian eyes are wide with shock. You can't be one of us? Halo beam. Hadraniel launches his halo beam before Malpas has time to react. It hits him directly, making everyone gasp, but when the dust clears, he isn't affected. I rush to Hadraniel's side, who grabs my hand and takes flight. Let's get out of here, Hadraniel says, flying with all his might toward the portal. Thunderous beams echo in the sky. Malpas attacks but doesn't follow. The last thing I remember is the shock blanketing his face. You can't be one of us. 18. What were you doing at District 18 in the middle of the night? Archangel Uriel's voice is stern, his relentless dark eyes fixed on the five of us. Kael bites down on his lip, withering under the collective scrutiny of Layla, Castile, Uriel, and Michael. Hadraniel is conspicuously absent. We're all in beds at the Healing Guild, recovering from injuries. Roz twiddles his thumbs, gazing at a pale Ariel, who pulls her bedsheet up to cover her face. Swathi looks well, glowing from all the gossip she's accumulated during the escapade. We got lost, Swathi bursts out, rather unconvincingly. Kel looks at her like, seriously? That's the best you can come up with? But he's hardly in a position to complain, since he is the one that got us into all this trouble to begin with. Swathi shrugs. Got lost in District 18, Layla repeats, disbelieving. What were you doing out of your dorms at night in the first place? Her pointed gaze is directed at me. It was a mistake, Roz breaks in. I mean, Gabriel followed Ariel, Ariel followed Kale, and I followed Swathi, and then we ended up at District 18. 4 disinterested faces look back at him. You didn't get any of that, did you? Who followed who doesn't matter, Uriel cuts in. If something had happened to you, the guild would be in trouble. If Hadraniel hadn't found you, you'd all be dead, Lila announces. More like we found him, Kale mutters. Please don't tell my parents, Ariel begs. I'll never go to the Northern Quarter again. You better not, Layla says. Nobody in their right mind would go to the Northern Quarter at night. We broadcasted so many announcements on TV. Her dark eyes glare at me as if saying, "You should have known better." Of course, I should have known better, since my sole purpose in being here is to stay alive. I judiciously keep my mouth shut, watching a wounded Kale squint. They're going to find out about District -18 sooner or later. I wonder what will happen to Raphael and the other Dark Angels then. Malpas was there. The memory of the random dark energy ball that I produced remains lodged in my mind like a thorn. He attacked us. The Dark Angels have found a formula to turn everyone into Dark Angels. What? Castile echoes. The people that disappeared are being used as test subjects, Roz joins in. They turn them into Dark Angels using a green liquid. I think they've found the perfect formula. That is ridiculous, Uriel echoes. We found Hadraniel immersed in green potion and saved him, Swathi cheerfully joins in. For all we know, he might soon turn into a Dark Angel. I can't believe it, Castile says. Hadraniel must be able to tell us more once he wakes up, Layla says to Archangel Castile. But that doesn't mean it's okay to go traipsing about the city, getting yourself into trouble. You're our only witness, Gabriel. Swathi brightens up. Don't be so hard on him. On the bright side, you've got 4 more witnesses now. 5, including Hadraniel. That's nothing to be proud about, Uriel shrieks. We know all about the Dark Angel Project, Swathi says. District -18 is filled with angels that were part of the project. I've even got some pictures from the project's inauguration day. It's all over the Death Guild walls. You're to hand over all pictures immediately, Layla says, grabbing Swathi's pager. Hey! The Dark Angel Project is top secret. You're not to talk about the project to anyone. I'll have you in prison if a single word passes through your lips. She glares at Swathi. You can't send kids to prison, Swathi argues. The rest of us nod in unison. Whatever happened is in the past, Archangel Castile says. Nothing good will come out of reviving the project. His eyes are sunken with despair. What we need to do is crack into District -18. I didn't think they'd build a city there, to be honest. I still don't believe half of what you said. We really saw that city, Ariel reiterates. There are 5 portals in the city that you can use to get in. Wait, but the Dark Angels can lock those portals, Roz says. Do you think they might have changed the code after what happened? Archangel Castiel sighs. He reaches for the door, followed by Sub-Leader Layla. We need to get to the portals as soon as possible. Roz, come with me. I need to know where those portals are. We've got a sting operation to organize. Swathi stands up too, but Uriel pulls her back. You kids are to stay out of it, Uriel barks. No more nighttime rendezvous, no sneaking out, and no more trying to poke your nose where it doesn't belong. Leave this matter to the adults. Do you get that? Before any of us can agree, he begins doling out punishments. Kel Kutch, you're suspended for a week. That should give you time to recover. What? That's a little harsh, don't you think? The suspension's going to be on his record forever. This comes from Archangel Evangeline, who is checking up on me. You're not going to talk me out of it, Evangeline, Archangel Uriel says. KL is an honors student. We need to make an example of this. And as for the rest of you, Uriel says, inspecting Raz, Swathi, Ariel, and me. Detention for the entire month. What, Swathi, Ariel? And I echo in horror. That should teach you not to sneak out of the guild. A week passes as I make a slow recovery. When I wake up, sunshine has wilted away, leaving me in a dark room alone. The distinct smell of disinfectants fills my hospital room. The beds next to me are empty, the curtains are closed. Ariel and Kale were discharged 2 days ago, but Archangel Evangeline kept me around because my injuries weren't completely healed. I sit up on the bed, feeling drained. My back still hurts and I feel the strong urge to throw up, even though I know I'm healed. Reaching for my pager, I check the time. Roz and Swathi are probably at the dining hall. I'm not going to eat dining hall food from the looks of it. On the brighter side, I feel my muscles, as sore as they might be. Sleeping all day doesn't agree with me. My pager screen lights up with a message. Swathy, did you see this? Trailing is an article about the Fire Guild's crackdown on District 18. There are pictures of Fire Guild members, as well as the other guild leaders and R.A. Michael, outside the house that led us to District -18. The article's title is A Red Herring? And it's by Crystal Lee. Messages begin popping up on my screen at a furious pace. Roz, they didn't find anything there. Looks like the portals are closed. KL, Swathy, Roz, Ariel, and I are part of a messaging group called District -18, created by Swathy. Roz, can you believe it? Nothing. Swathy, I can't believe Crystal got her information before me. Roz, geez, Swathy. Swathy, and I had to hand over all my pictures to the Fire Guild too. Life is so unfair. Roz, shrug. Ariel, sorry about that. Did you get your pager back? Swathy, yeah, with all the pictures deleted. Kale, Swathy, not enjoying your suspension, golden boy? Kale, shut up. My suspension is over. Why are we even having this stupid chat? Ariel, because we're all in this together. Roz, that's right. The Dark Angels might come for us again. Gabriel, do any of the other portals work? Roz, no. Swathy, BTW, did your parents find out? Layla told mine. Kale, yes. I cringe. Grandma knows too, though Layla didn't go into details, afraid she might panic if she knew what really happened. Ariel, how did that go? Kale, I don't want to talk about it. Gabriel, that bad, huh? Roz, my mom was happy I did something reckless for once. Gabriel, that's an unusual response. Swathy, you don't know his mother. Gabriel, how did yours react? Swathy, they weren't surprised. They know me well. Ariel, haha, mine were furious. Honestly, detention is better than listening to them. I'm not allowed to breathe for the rest of the semester. I should just tie myself to a chair in the library. Kale, okay guys, if we're done talking, I'm going to sleep. Swathy, already? It's only 8 p.m. Kale, the rest of us have a life. The notifications ring for a while longer, while I try to sleep, but after 60 pings, I'm done pretending. I scroll through a long list of pointless messages, consisting of every useless scrap of information, from Javon's birthday to pictures of the Fire Guild's practice room. How did we get from District -18 to Master Javon's birthday party? At the end of it all is Kale's reply. Kale, stop messaging. My head hurts. Swathy, mute your notifications, duh. Something pokes my back, pulling me out of slumber. I sit up and look at my mattress, feeling the grooves for a sharp object. There's nothing. Climbing out of bed, I turn on the light, searching the room for something sharp. But the bed is empty and nothing protrudes. I try lying down again, but my back doesn't align with the mattress. Another stab of pain shoots through my back. Jumping out of bed once more, I glance at the mirror on the wall, noticing a minor protrusion on my back. 2 small mounds jut out from either side of my spine. I inhale sharply. The wing growth formula. I totally forgot about it. Running my hands over one of the wind bones, I feel joy bubble up inside me at the thought of sprouting wings. Sensitivity shoots up, discomfort blooming in my ribs. Taking in a sharp breath, I pull my shirt away and move closer to the mirror, craning my head back, eager to see my newly sprouted wing bones. There are 2 bones covered in flesh, standing apart from each other. Real wing bones. I turn the other way, looking at the small wing bones from another angle. Excitement bursts like fireworks inside my body, making a giggle erupt on my lips. I'm going to have wings. It feels so unreal. From the third angle, I notice something black sticking to my left wing bone. It looks like a shadow, so I turn the other way, but it doesn't go away. I pull at it and feel a prick. Ouch! Something smooth settles in the palm of my hand. I hold it up against the light, watching its silky edges shimmer. My heart stops for a moment. No, it can't be. A black feather rests in my hand, the bright light revealing its satiny blackness. I try turning it over and then back again, hoping it'll change color, but nothing of that sort happens. It's real. Too real. Outside the door, faint footsteps solidify, launching me straight into panic mode. I pocket the feather and quickly throw on my t-shirt, facing the door to hide the deformity on my back. A nurse breezes in, staring at me watching my back in the mirror. She smiles, oblivious to my sweaty face. "You're up? You must be feeling better." Yeah," I say, feeling worse if anything. A headache is on the verge of breaking out. Just when things were starting to look up, this had to happen. I can't even process it. "Someone is here to see you," she says. "What?" "R.A.?" Michael strides in, carrying a bouquet. "Good evening, Gabriel," he says. "R.A.? Michael?" I'm happy and anxious at the same time. "I came in to check on you," he says, placing the bouquet on the nightstand. "You missed training this week." Yeah, sorry, I'm sick." I make my way back to the bed. The minute my back hits the mattress, the pain starts back up. I grind my teeth, trying to appear normal. "Are you hurting somewhere?" "R.A.?" Michael notices the tight clench of my fingers. "No, I'm tired, that's all." A forced laugh ruins my thinly veiled lie. "Are you sure? You're sweating." He drops the bouquet on the table and approaches me. "Turn over, let's see if—" "No!" I yell right into the nurse's face, who staggers back, startled. "You don't have to yell at me," she says, frowning. "I'm sorry." My gaze follows her movement. "You look fine and your readings are normal," she says, backing out. "Call me if you need anything." "Thanks, and I'm sorry for yelling at you." I pocket the black feather under the sheets, heaving a sigh of relief. She waves and leaves, closing the door. "R.A." Michael looks down on me, still concerned. His eyes trail the side of the bed, and he picks out something stuck under my shoulder. "Ouch, it hurts." "What's this?" His blue eyes widen. A black feather rests between his fingers, the sight piercing my heart with shock. "That?" I sit up with a jerk, looking into his engaged blue eyes with a sinking sense of dread. "Nothing?" "Yeah, that didn't work. You're a dark angel." "R.A." Michael is stunned, wearing a conflicted expression I've never seen before. "Since when?" I don't know." I blabber. "I just saw them." A tiny wing bone sticks out of my back, forming a tent on the hospital gown. My eyes are glued to the black feather that stands out starkly in the white room. "Was it the green potion?" He shakes his head. "No, wait. Hadraniel said the green potion only works on angels with wings." "How did you grow wings?" Roz took me to Angel Innovates. They're working on a new medicine called Wing Growth Formula that helps people like me grow wings." "So you drank the wing growth formula and now you're growing black wings?" "Kinda. You know that isn't normal, don't you?" Nothing's confirmed yet." I try to put a cheery spin on it, but can't summon any optimism. "The black feathers could go away." "They won't go away, R.A., Michael says. "You're turning into a dark angel." "I don't know that possible, but it's happening." Red lines form in his fatigued eyes, reminding me he hasn't slept in days, trying to find District -18. Please don't tell anyone." The words burst out of my mouth, fueled by panic. "R.A." Michael sighs, torn between crying and reassuring me. "I couldn't even if I tried," he said. "I wronged a dark angel in the past, and this must be divine justice. One of my mentees, a dark angel." His voice breaks on a dry laugh. "What?" "Malpus was my classmate," he begins, with a distant look in his eyes. "I know it sounds strange, but we used to be friends. He went to the Holy Guild before he was taken away." His back rests on the chair as he recounts the rest of the tale. "Malpas didn't have wings just like you. His face had been burned in an accident, which contributed to his villainous aura." He laughs. "It was hard for him to make friends, not that he tried. He was focused on his studies. He'd made it through the GT by getting a perfect score in everything except wing strength. I didn't know that was possible. It was unprecedented. When he started at the Holy Guild, I made fun of him. But we had the same mentor and eventually we became friends. He was nothing like what the others said. Malpass was focused and shy. He had trouble taking to others and had some strong convictions, but he would never betray a friend. R.A. Michael chokes out. We sneaked out quite a few times and got into all kinds of scrapes together, but... He pauses, swallowing. In our third year, he was invited to be a test subject in the Dark Angel Project. I didn't want him to go, but Malpass said he wanted to be the most powerful angel, so he took part in the project and I never saw him again. When news of the project's failure broke, I was working in the government. At first, I couldn't believe it. I tried to look for him, but he went missing with the rest of the Dark Angels. I got a colleague to look into the files and was heartbroken to find out he'd been marked dead. They'd exterminated him along with other angels who were part of the project. I don't think you know how the Dark Angel Project ended. It was a chemical massacre. The government decided they'd kill all the warriors they'd created, knowing how powerful they were. Some of them died, but most of them got away. He grabs the edge of the bed with white knuckles, his breathing labored. I thought I'd never see him again. I blamed myself for not getting him out in time. That's when I decided I wanted to be a ruling archangel and change the way things were done in Celestia. He laughs a mocking laugh. But it was too late. My eyes prickle with emotion, his story touching a raw nerve. There is something vulnerable about his honesty. So you don't need to worry. I'd never tell on you, he says. I'm going to do everything I can to protect you. What? That's even more surprising than his story. You're going to have to keep this a secret, he says. I don't want Castile or anyone else finding out. I don't know how you turned out to be a Dark Angel, but that doesn't matter. The government protocol for dealing with Dark Angels is imprisonment. They're taken away and questioned in a high-security Fire Guild facility. Once you're in their hands, I can do nothing. I swallow, the reality of my situation bearing down upon me. We're going to have private training, he goes on. You should learn to use your abilities to defend yourself if anything happens. Starting next week, we're going to be practicing every morning. I'll see you at 6 for extra practice in private practice room number 13 at the Seraphim City Sports Club, SCSC. Nobody will disturb us there. What? Training? My muscles groan in rebellion. This is all happening too fast. Having better command over your Dark Angel powers will reduce your chances of being found out, he says. I'll sign a permission slip so you don't have to worry about it. He digs a card out of his pocket. This is the key to SCSC. The thanks. I take a gleaming black plastic key with a golden chip, unable to believe what just happened. Is this for real? The door bursts open and Archangel Uriel stands on the other side. His eyes flick from R.A. Michael to me. There's been a development in the case, he says. Castile is waiting at the Fire Guild. See you on Monday. R.A. Michael leaves with Uriel. Don't be late. 19. There are 2 ways to deal with a problem. 1. Face it head on. 2. Hope it'll go away if you ignore it long enough. Let me tell you from personal experience, option 2 doesn't work. For a week I try to ignore the wing bones, covering them up in loose clothes, but by Friday it's clear the black feathers aren't going away. They're multiplying, 20 more black pieces sticking to my fledgling wing bones that have grown several inches. That lead to only more nausea, pain, and a generally bad mood. So, after my 1-week detention is up, I decide to face the problem head-on and ask Roz about it. The conversation at the dining hall hasn't changed in a week. All everyone talks about is the Fire Guild's unsuccessful crackdown of District 18. Archangel Castile has been to school 3 times, asking me about District-18, but nothing we tell him works. All the portals have been locked, and there's no getting into District-18. What's more, there have been no more disappearances in the northern quarter. Unbelievable, Ariel says on Friday morning, looking up at the TV screen, where the bright-eyed anchor announces yet another unsuccessful day of searching for the entryway to District -18. The government has scanned every inch of the district, even displacing a few civilians to check their houses, but the portal to District -18 hasn't been found. I look down at the breakfast of eggs, toast, beans, and bacon, feeling my stomach roil. I still can't eat breakfast without feeling queasy, and thanks to all the throwing up, I've lost a ton of weight in the past week. There's no way to reverse what is happening to me. R.A. Michael is the only one that knows for now, and I want it to stay that way. It's a good thing I took pictures, Swathi goes on, nibbling her toast while simultaneously checking her pager. Or they'd never have believed us. But I'm still pissed about Layla stealing my photos. Crystal announced that I was a fraud for claiming to have seen District -18. Can you believe it? And just like that, I'm jolted to my present uncomfortable situation. I'm lying to all of them, and I don't know how long I can keep it up. My stay fingers reach for the toast, the dry bread uneasily sliding down my throat. That's mean, Ariel says, ever diplomatic. Roz just attacks his cereal with sudden fervor. I've lost so many followers, Swathi sighs. And the hate comments have increased too. Being a social media celebrity is hard, Ariel utters empathetically. I need big breaking news to revive my online news channel, Swathi says. The history assignment is due today, I say, putting a damper on the mood. I finished the assignment early, thanks to Roz. Thanks to detention, I got to spend more time researching my essay. How can you think about history at a time like this? My whole career is at stake. You're being dramatic, Swathi, Roz says, flipping pages on his pager. I can't. You're my best friend, Swathi frowns. I should have chosen someone nicer. Too late for that. As I stir my cereal, I adjust my posture to hide the wing bones. I got altered my school uniform to make it fit looser. I know I can't hide my wings much longer, not when the formula promises full-size wings in a month. For the first time, I'm disappointed because a product worked. Kale's become a stranger again, Ariel says, looking at a lone Kale sitting at the silver trainee's table, eating his breakfast with a glum face. He didn't even get to talk to his brother after going through all that trouble, Roz says. The bell rings, putting a stop to my string of worst-case scenarios. Time to get to class. History is as boring as ever and I doze through it. That doesn't go down very well with Gabriel, who pokes me halfway through class. Pain ricochets through my newly formed bones and I sit up straight, groaning. I prefer my students to stay awake, he says, in that stern voice of his that makes a gust of fear sweep over me. Sorry. I sit up, hoping he won't take 3 points off my grade. If I lose any more points, I won't pass this semester. The rest of the day is equally uneventful, and the evening can't come soon enough. Dad's been asking about you, Roz says, on our way back. What? You were supposed to come in for a checkup after the first week, remember? We forgot because of the District -18 thing. It's been 2 weeks already, and one of them was spent at the Healing Guild. What about today? Do you want to go visit him this evening? Don't we need to set up an appointment? Dr. Kaur must be busy. I ask, not too enthused at the prospect of Dr. Kaur discovering that I'm a dark angel. Not really, he's curious about you. Not today. I've got government studies homework. But that isn't due until next week. You know what they say, it's good to start early. Roz squints, not buying my transparent excuse. Not when I rely on him to help with homework all the time. Besides, don't you have to start studying for the midterms? There are 6 weeks to go, Roz says, and I've been studying all this time. Right? I rack my brain for another excuse. What about this Saturday? I'll go this Saturday. But that'll already be 3 weeks. We won't even have to get a permission slip on Saturday, I say. We're allowed to go home on the weekends, right? Sure. Roz isn't convinced, but he lets it go. I end up at the Seraphim City Sports Club, SCSC, at 5:30 a.m. the next morning, eyes barely open. Suppressing a yawn, I pull out my card and search for the number on it. The SCSC is posh. I can tell from one glance. All the rooms are operated by cards, and the staff hangs around you all the time, supplying towels, free wing polishes, and water. The white-tiled floor melts into the white walls, bringing out the minimalistic design of the place. Practice Room 13 is locked in a long white corridor, with metal doors fitted with card readers. Rubbing my sleepy eyes to try and make sense of blurry room numbers, I walk down the hallway, checking each key lock. The last one clicks open with a beep. You're early. R.A. Michael stands on the other side dressed in a black tracksuit, which is the most informal thing I've seen him wear. Without his usual R.A. clothes, he looks different. However, unlike mine, his eyes aren't popping with red veins and are lined with dark circles. I figured it'd take me a while to find this place, I confess, dropping my bag on the floor. I'm glad the SCSC is only 10 minutes from the guild because that means I can sleep a little more. Getting out of bed without waking Roz was tricky though. I told him I was doing extra lessons, but I don't know how long I can keep that up. R.A. Michael got permission for extra lessons, saying I needed to protect myself, and Malpas came for me again. Archangel Uriel doesn't know we're going to practice my dark angel abilities, which makes me feel guilty. I stare at my reflection in the mirror and jump back. Lack of sleep makes me look like a zombie in sweatpants. Let's start with a warm-up. He claps, signaling the beginning of my 10-minute warm-up, which I begin in earnest, trying to force my fledgling black wings into submission. Every twist and stretch hurts. Stretch more. He massages my wings, stretching them out with a gentle pull. It hurts a little, but the discomfort soon gives way to greater strength. Your wings are still growing, so some of these exercises might be painful, but the more you stretch, the stronger your wings will get. I nod. In 2 more weeks, they should be ready to train. In the meanwhile, we'll focus on your attacks. The midterms are coming up. Have you been studying? I've been trying. I've fallen into the habit of copying Raz's notes and getting his help on all essay. If left to my own devices, I'd never make it through the semester. Michael laughs, patting me on the shoulder. Don't worry. I was like that too when I was a trainee. The real studying only begins 2 weeks before the exam. Wait, you didn't study either? Don't get any ideas, he chastises, grinning. I always preferred the practical lessons to theory. Me too, I exclaim, a little too enthusiastic. Why can't all classes be practical? Theory's important. Comes in handy during your apprenticeship, he says. I had to read the books all over again once I became the ruling archangel. It must be amazing to be the ruling archangel. I knot my shoelaces. It's everything I imaged it would be, he says, a distant look in his eye. Like standing on the top of the world and looking down at a tiny city. Superhuman. He coughs. But it gets lonely at the top without good friends. You don't have any friends? My grandma's voice says, That's rude, Gabriel, almost immediately in my head. I'm sorry. I know you told me about Malpas. He nods and rubs his eyes. Castile and I rub along well enough. Let's start with 30 push-ups. I get on with it right away. So tell me, Gabriel, was it always your dream to be the ruling archangel? Why, yes. I say, huffing and puffing between push-ups. Ever since I saw you win the national tournament, I knew that's what I wanted to be. I finish my push-ups and collapse on the floor. It was magic. I've never seen anything like it before. Mom loved your divine blast too. I should visit her sometime. She's dead, I tell him. She passed away when I was a kid. I'm sorry? I'll all right. I have grandma. R.A. Michael's blurry face fills my vision, cutting off the bright ceiling lights. Finishing my push-ups, I get to my feet. I know I'm not good enough yet, but I'll give it my all. I reach for a bottle of free water with a silver SCSC logo. Skills can be learned, ambition can't. He kneels next to me, blue eyes meeting mine in a sincere gaze. He believes what he says, which is why I admire him so much. It takes a lot of hard work to get to the top, and even more to stay up there, but it all starts with a dream. Done with the pep talk, he claps. All right, let's see your dark energy ball. What? I spit water on his face. Sorry. I reach out to wipe it, but he pulls back, shaking his head. Hadraniel told me what you did at the Death Guild. He blots water with his sleeve. Hadraniel knows? He won't tell anyone. I told him to keep it to himself, R.A. Michael says. But you're a dark angel, whether you like it or not. You need to be able to control both light and dark attacks. Is that possible? I lay the water bottle aside. With practice, anything is possible. He takes a few steps back and yells from the other end of the room. We're going to start with basic dark attacks. Every basic attack has a dark angel equivalent. Really? Malpass and I stayed in touch after he joined the project. He told me about dark attacks and how they work. He wasn't allowed to go out of the lab, but he's sent me videos. Ever since his disappearance, I've been reading up on dark angel abilities. As the RA, I have access to the Dark Angel Project's classified information, he confesses. I wonder when he has the time to read between his official duties, teaching, and other responsibilities. And it seems you learn dark attacks the same way you learn normal ones. They're like a reflection of your natural abilities. Even special attacks? Yes, he says. Even special attacks. I quirk my brow. You mean there's a dark quicksilver? No, but you might have another special ability you haven't discovered yet. Malpass said his touch of death emerged after he went through the change. Before he turned into a dark angel, he had another special ability. No way. We'll know what yours is with time, Michael says. Master Oriphiel from the Z Guild wrote a book on dark angels a while ago that laid out their special abilities. I must read that book again. I take my position at the helm of the room, ready to aim attacks on a resistant blank wall. Let's see a dark energy ball. All right. I step back and begin to gather energy. The first thing I notice is that it's white energy, building into a humongous energy ball. Stop, R.A., Michael instructs. I lose focus and the ball disintegrates. That wasn't a dark energy ball. I don't know how to create one, I admit. It happened by chance. To be honest, I still don't know how I did it. It all comes from here, R.A., Michael says, pointing to his heart. You've got to choose what you want. Feel the dark energy, the determination, the drive. Malpass says dark attacks come out anytime you feel negative emotions, but you've got to be able to produce dark attacks without having to reach into your emotional well all the time. The only way to do that is intention. What do I intend? Intend to produce a dark energy ball for starters, he says. Close your eyes and visualize a black energy ball forming between your fingers. I close my eyes and visualize a black energy ball. Sparks ignite around my fingers, growing into a ball of energy. I open my eyes and see a dark energy ball forming between my fingers. However, as soon as I feel elated, it changes color, flickering between white and black. Focus, R.A., Michael calls out. Closing my eyes again, I struggle to visualize a growing dark energy ball. When I open my eyes, it's still there. I look into it like a crystal ball, willing it to grow larger. Sweat dots my temples as the ball gets larger and out of control, much like my feelings. The bigger the ball gets, the more I focus, giving it more power in turn. Closing my eyes tight enough to blot out the memory, I hurl it at the wall before me. My eyes open just in time to see it flying toward R.A. Michael, and the realization hits me. Look out! My quicksilver kicks into action before I can summon a rational response. I dash across the room, trying to save him from my out-of-control attack, but he's faster. He wraps his left arm around me just as the ball is about to hit us both, shielding me. I close my eyes at the sight of my stupid attack coming to bite me in the back, feeling all response flee my body. Michael launches his pure white eye beam that cuts through my ball, tearing the purplish-black energy into shreds. Amethyst sparks rain down like torn bits of cloth. You okay? He asks, letting go of me. My knees choose that embarrassing moment to give out. What was that? Panting, I bend to grip my knees. Not bad. You managed to create a dark energy ball, he says, smiling at the mess I made. I look at him dazed. Your Quicksilver's improved too. How? How did I do that? The tiles on the floor are broken, turned over like ruins. Good job, R.A., Michael says. Practice what I taught you. I'll see you again tomorrow. Yes, sir. I'm excited about these lessons, even if they make me wake up at 5 in the morning. I always make a lot of progress practicing with R.A. Michael. I've got something for you, he says, producing a small bottle of black liquid from his bag just as I'm ready to leave. I recognize it right away. Black potion. You know about it. Kale and the rest of us used it when we cracked into District 18. I don't know how I feel about the moral implications of that statement, R.A. Michael is hesitant, but your wings are going fast. This will help hide them. I know this isn't a permanent solution, but it's the best I can do for now. Once the abductions issue gets sorted out, I'll plead your case to Castile. Thanks. I received the bottle from him. This is going to help me when I go see Dr. Core. Dr. Core? Mark Core? He gave me the wing growth formula. That's why I've been sprouting wings. I didn't know that, R.A., Michael says, deep in thought. I thought the green formula had changed you. I didn't touch the green formula, I tell him. But maybe the dark attacks changed my biochemistry or something? I learned that word from Roz and it still feels alien on my tongue. I doubt it, he says. If you took the wing growth formula, you should be able to grow normal wings, unless… He pauses, blinking. Maybe you should tell Dr. Core about this. What? No? If he finds out I'm a dark angel… There's that, R.A., Michael agrees. But if you didn't become a dark angel because of the green potion, then the only explanation is… We stare intensely at each other. One of your parents was a dark angel. Their genetic structure is different, so it's passed on to children. That can't be. My pupils dilate. You said you didn't know who your father was. Could he be a… No, I have a memory of him and he wasn't a dark angel. Upon reanalyzing the memory, I figure he could have been using a black potion. Was that why a fire guild member burst into our house that night? It's either that or you were a part of the Dark Angel Project, he says. The project was shut down before you were born. You couldn't have participated in the project. We have all the participant names on file. That mystery is unresolved, R.A. Michael and I part ways. Battle strategy rolls around soon enough, and Master Javan's at it again, yelling basic rules with too much enthusiasm for 9 o'clock in the morning. My back, on the other hand, is still hurting thanks to the new wings, leaving my eyes red with sleeplessness. I didn't imagine having wings meant I wouldn't be able to sleep on my back again. Twisting and turning all night also keeps Roz awake, and he stares back at me with bloodshot eyes. Not to mention that I have to go practice with R.A. Michael every morning. I have improved considerably in the past few weeks. Midterms are coming up in 2 weeks, Javan says. I don't need to be reminded of that so early in the day. I expect you all to do well. Use the strategies you've learned in this class in your practical exam. Yes, sir, everyone echoes in sing-song unison. Remember, you need to get an A on all your subjects to get through. Getting an A in history is akin to climbing a mountain range. I have been working hard on my essay, but the best grade I've gotten so far is a C. We have a week off after the exams, Ariel says, leaning in. Do you have any plans? Gotta catch up on all the news stories I've missed, Swati says. I've got to work extra hard on keeping an eye on the Fire Guild if I want to beat Crystal. I might go home and visit my grandma, I say. Now that you mention it, I haven't seen her in a long time. And you? I'm going to just stay here and catch up on all the new books I haven't read, Roz says. I'll stay too, Ariel says, her voice losing all enthusiasm. I wonder if that's got something to do with quitting acting lessons. After the District -18 fiasco, Ariel's mom found out about the acting lessons and made her quit. They're not talking to each other. Hey, don't you have to get to special attacks class? Roz says. That's right, Swati says as she walks away. Dina's a stickler for time. Bye, guys. I'm back for lessons with R.A. Michael. I have a couple of them to go before the midterms begin. Let's practice your dark halo beam today. He opens, checking something on his pager. I position myself and recall what R.A. Michael taught me. I have been practicing my dark attacks at the Holy Guild. Amados taught me to book a private practice room, and so far, nobody's found out. Heating my halo, I produce a dark halo beam, just like I practiced. I'm relieved I got it right on the first try. Good, R.A. Michael claps. Now let's do a light version. What? I'm so tired I could collapse on the ground right now. Anxiety hums in my veins, all the dark attacks leaving a bitter aftertaste in my energy stream. Drink some water and give it another go. Yes, sir? I gobble down half the bottle of water and turn my attention to creating a regular halo beam, the water still in my mouth. Purple sparks gather into a black mass. The failure gets me riled up, turning my halo beam darker. Stop, R.A., Michael calls out. I abandon the ball immediately. You're still using dark energy. Focus. I'm sorry. Placing the bottle of water aside, I stand up and focus. Let's try this, R.A., Michael says. Close your eyes and imagine the day you first entered the Holy Guild. He sure knows how to get my memory going, for I instantly remember the thrill of stepping through the gates that I had only seen from the outside. However, when I open my eyes, Malpass's face flashes in my mind. The incident in the alley comes back to me, fear wrapping its claws around my heart. I am cocooned in dark energy, reliving that terrifying episode. Malpass's words coil around my brain. You're one of us. Without realizing it, my eyes become clouded with uncertainty, a beam of dark light erupting from them. Fear grips my heart, sending a dark wave through the room that rattles the walls. Gabriel, stop, R.A. Michael's instructions make it to my ears but not to my brain. A dark wave similar to Malpass gets stronger and stronger, making the entire room pulse. Stop, you need to stop now. R.A. Michael cuts his way through my dark wave, breaking it up with an I-beam. He extends his hand and I grab hold of it. The wave dissipates. Breathless, I watch the untouched walls of the SCSC, wondering what just happened. My head is filled with images of Malpass, of the pictures I saw at the Death Guild, of R.A. Michael's version of events. Malpass didn't have wings just like you. I hate that I'm becoming just like him. I might have pushed you too far. R.A., Michael calls from the periphery of my vision. No, I'm sorry. My unfocused gaze meets the ground. What just happened there? I can't seem to get Malpass out of my mind. He said. I look up at R.A. Michael. What did he say? That I was one of them. Despair floods me. I don't want to be one of them. Gabriel, what do you think being a dark angel means? It means I'll always have to live in the shadows, doing evil things to stay alive, I say. Isn't that why you're afraid to tell Archangel Castile the truth? You know they'll imprison me. You don't have to be anything you don't want to be, R.A., Michael says. I know it looks like all dark angels are evil, but evil isn't born, it's created. If I'd been subjected to what those angels have been subjected to, I'd have turned out the same. They have nowhere to go. They're lost and afraid. They live in a world that detests them for their uniqueness. They're not evil, Gabriel, we are. I blink, shocked at R.A. Michael's perspective. Do you mean that? I told you I didn't like the way the government handled the Dark Angel project, he says. If things had been handled better, none of this would have happened. We're not entirely blameless, no matter what Uriel believes. Will I be able to produce light attacks again? I ask in a small voice. That's up to you, he says. Being a Dark Angel means you're more powerful, not less powerful than the rest of us. Accepting both sides of your personality is how you can do justice to that power. I swallow the whole bottle of water, staring into space for I don't know how long. Through it all, R.A., Michael stands with his back to the wall, watching me. Thanks for being patient. I'm ready to try again. I utter after a long silence. I don't think you should, he says. Let's leave it here for today. Think about what I said. No, I want to try again. I take a step forward, determined. He hesitates but finally nods. Taking a deep breath, I position myself for the attack. Ready whenever you are, my mentor says, raising his hand. All right, let's do this. I close my eyes, and the first picture that swims into my mind is my grandmother. Longing claws at her image, reminding me I haven't seen her in a long time. I push it away, reaching for better memories. Images of Malpass are replaced by images of a regular energy ball, glowing white. When I open my eyes, it's there, bright as the sun. Good, keep going. Another deep breath brings more relief and hope. The energy ball begins to build, gaining momentum until it encompasses everything like a tidal wave. The ball flies, breaking and exploding against a wall. The wall cushions the blow, bright light reflecting off it when the dust clears. Good job. R.A. Michael coughs. What did you think of? My grandma, I reply. And I focused. He smiles. With that, we wind up for the day. I won't be able to see you for a day or two because Hedraniel has made some progress on the case he's been working on, R.A. Michael says before I leave. Come back 2 days later. I leave practice with a large smile that remains on my lips through all my classes and follows me into sleep. There's no joy greater than the joy of achievement. No matter how small the achievement is, it lights me up from the inside. Dreaming of my next practice session, I make my way to my room. Roz is off to the library, busy studying for the midterms. Pausing to check me out in the mirror, I notice my wings turning gray. Oh no. I open the storage space under the bed, digging through an empty bag for black potions. R.A. Michael gave me several potions earlier this week, but they're all gone. Frantically, I shake the empty bottles, but they're clean. There's no potion left over. I don't know how to contact R.A. Michael or where to get more potion. In other words, I'm doomed. 21. After spending all day hiding under my blanket, pretending to be down with the fly, I tiptoe out of the room at 9 in the night, making my way to the practice room. Trainees are still working on their attacks in the practice pitch outside the window, so I keep the blanket on, attracting stares. Sticking to the perimeter of the complex, I hurry into the practice room building. To my dismay, it's filled with trainees. People must be really serious about midterms. Eyes fixed on my pager, I search for the room I booked. It's on the 3rd floor where there are several empty rooms. When I get to room 304, however, it's occupied. Realizing it's time for my session, I ring the bell outside, altering whoever has the room before me. Seconds later, the door swings open. Gabriel? A shadow stretches over me and I look up shakily. Sure as day, Kale's enlarged azure eyes bore into me, fixated on my blanket. He's sweating from practice, his white t-shirt and black track pants soaked. Are you sick? Well, yes. I begin coughing in earnest. I caught the flu. However, something unexpected happens on the next cough. When I move my hand away from the blanket to cover my mouth, it crumbles to the floor, exposing my black wings. You, KL. A breathy, shaky voice squeezes out his throat, index finger pointed at me. Did you hear about the trick question? Trainee chatter fills the corridor. Kale seizes my arm and pulls us both into the practice room, shutting the door with a thud. The chattering trainees pass by, fading to silence. All I hear is my uneven breath and Kale's as he strains to look through the keyhole. Hands crossed over his chest, he takes in my wings. Why do you have black wings? When Roz said you were growing wings because of the wing growth formula, I thought he was kidding. He plucks a feather from my wing, making me wince. Ouch. It's real. The tip of a black feather is squeezed between his fingers. Of course it is. Was it the green potion? He asks. Maybe. What were you thinking going out like this? He returns to prefect mode. If someone had seen you... Huh? Wait a second. Kale crosses his arms over his chest, looking more nervous than me. How long have you had those wings? A month. They looked white in the dining hall. His lips twist. Does that mean we swallow in unison? You're using the black potion? I remain silent in response. Gabriel, you know how dangerous that is. Do you think I have a choice? Well, how did this happen then? I ran out of potions, I say. I've been hiding from Roz all day, faking the flu. Raziel doesn't know? No? Let me think. I must have one of those potions lying around, he says. I bought extra just in case. Wait, I blink. You're helping me? It's not like I have a choice. He is defensive. I can't let you wander the Holy Guild with black wings. If Uriel finds out. And what about you? Aren't you shocked? Surprised? In case you forgot, my brother is a dark angel too, he says. And yes, I'm shocked, but I'm also worried. He looks down, hiding the vulnerability crackling in his eyes. I don't want you to end up like him. Kale, don't think I'm your friend or anything. He's back to his prickly self. I wouldn't dream of it. I feel light on the inside, knowing I have an ally. Maybe I was imagining the worst about him all along. I'm going to help you once. Just once, then you're on your own. Okay. Stay here until I get back, he says. Then we're going somewhere. Where? To the night flea market. You can't fake the flu all week. A string of red fairy lights lines a dark street in Emerald Bay, flowing to the flea market. The market is like a carnival, filled with pack-up shops arranged in a row. Skyscrapers form the backdrop to this market that fits itself into one narrow alley. Lights are on the city that never sleeps, angels flying overhead. However, a plastic woof hides the flea market alley from the rest of the world. Emerald Bay used to be the market street of the northern quarter until most of the businesses closed down after the Dark Angel project broke up. Kale prattles, shaking under his brown hoodie, pulled up to cover his head. Thanks to the black potion, my wings are now white, helping us merge with the sea of people threading through the forbidden alleys. A forest green hoodie is pulled over, a mask covering half my face. Kale and I look like members of a crime syndicate, dressed in sunglasses in the middle of the night. Streetlights twinkle all around, dark buildings lining the streets like trees line a boulevard. Fire Guild members patrol the streets, checking passers-by. A sliver of anxiety makes my heart tighten. At this rate, I'll be found out before the week is up. And that thought rattles all my internal organs, bringing spring to my step. I keep my head low, drowning in my hoodie that's 2 sizes too big. Once we're in the market, I hear vendors with slimy, sweat-lined faces are yelling prices, creating a layered cacophony of noise. Outside each shop is a bright neon sign flashing with incredibly low prices. KL Speed walks through the alley, knowing where to get a black potion. On the other hand, dwell on each shop, taking in the unusual goods they sell. We pass by a shop that's selling pirated movies for just 2 CDs, while another sells Angel Innovates' new Magna 6-pager for an insanely low price of 50 CDs. Come on in, they're just $30, a gap-toothed angel smirks at me. His face is sweaty, thanks to all the yelling and the summer heat. No thanks, I say, walking by quickly. We pass a few more shops selling everything from designer clothes to clip-on wings, all under 400 CD. Once we're past the shops, I whisper to KL, how did I not know this place existed? The latest pagers for just $30. They're knockoffs. Keep your eyes on the road, Kale says, eyes swinging like a pendulum on overdrive. He checks every passerby for possible threats. It's a good thing we're both above the average height for a 13-year-old and don't stand out. Kale moves to the end of the alley, making a right turn when it ends. It leads to another alley that is much darker and quieter than the main one. Do you need black potion? A low, husky voice calls out. In the shadows is a shop with a single red lantern outside. A green-eyed angel meets my eyes, the hollow contours of his face shadowed by the lamp. A silver earring glinting in one ear, black tattoos run down his arms. Bottles of gleaming black liquid lay on the angel's foldable table. Yes, I say, sounding naive like the 13-year-old I am with a shaky, high voice. KL nudges me. You look a little young to be here. The green-eyed angel examines us like we're curious displays at a museum. Light falls on his right cheek, illuminating a long scar that runs down to his chin. "What happened to you?" I ask, pointing to the scar. "This?" He touches his cheek, self-conscious. "Just a little foolishness. How many bottles of black potion did you say you wanted?" I begin counting the coins in my pocket mentally. Grandma gave me 20 CD, so that's all I have. "How much does a bottle cost?" 2 CD per bottle, he says. "You won't get them cheaper anywhere. And 1 bottle's good for 24 hours. "Give me 10, I say, reaching for the notes crumpled in my pocket as a distant alarm fills my head. I'm not imagining it. It reverberates, raising the noise of vendors and customers. The whispers die down, ears trained to recognize the siren. Damn! The vendor stuffs 10 bottles into a medium-sized burlap sack and shoves it at me. 20? Make it quick. I hand him all the money I have. "What's going on?" Kale asks, glancing around at people fleeing. "The Fire Guild is cracking down on the market. Nice doing business with you. Gotta go." Wait, he's running in the other direction before I can get my next word out. The sirens grow louder, catapulting us to action. I hold the sack of black potions close as we traverse the unknown district, 18. Murmurs grow louder, transmuting into shouts and moans, as the sound of footsteps and whistles fills the air. We follow the vendor, slipping between sketchy alleys and broken buildings, sirens blaring in the distance. I turn my head for a second and he is gone. "Where did he go?" Kale asks. A row of Fire Guild patrol cars with flashing lights have taken up residence at the flea market entrance. Fire Guild members climb down, shouting out messages through loudspeakers. Suspicious activity has been reported in this area. Please leave the market through the exit. Fire Guild members line up on the path that lead out of the main exit, holding glowing batons to direct the crowd. Customers scurry in all directions, looking for the easiest way to flee. Grabbing my hand, Kale begins to run in the other direction. "Where are we going?" I ask. "Away." "All vendors, please stand for inspection," a voice calls out through a microphone. "Any attempts to flee will be considered an obstruction of justice." Kale breaks away. I run after him, squeezing from one narrowed alley to another, hoping nobody sees us. There's a minute when everything is dark and silent. Then sirens begin to blare again. "Security alert," a voice calls out. "Emergency 233. Footsteps echo through the alley we're in. Kale takes a sharp turn, merging into another street. In the distance, I spot the guy that sold us black potions. He curves through several more alleys, moving toward the main road. We follow random strangers, trying to squeeze through garbage bins and dismantled shops. Kale and I split, heading in the direction of District 21 through alleyways that narrow until we're finally at one that has a manhole. "Quick, in here!" Kale unscrews a manhole cover. The cover comes off with enough momentum to knock Kale down. I help him out. With great effort, we push the cover aside. He dives in first, holding his nose. I follow, pulling my bag of potions down with me, the clattering lid cutting off voices. Once I'm down the silver ladder, Kale pulls the lid back into place, clicking it shut. The sewer is dark, the stench of stale water gushing into my nose. Footsteps thud over my head, hitting the metal cover like bullets. Kale and I curl up into a ball at the base of the iron ladder and wait for the sounds to pass. When they're gone, Kale lights up his pager and I do the same, using the flashlight to find out way. "We can get back to the guild through here," Kale says, walking in the opposite direction. Fortuitously, the map on our pagers is working, guiding us in the direction of the Holy Guild. I hope I never have to do this again. I'd glad we didn't tell Uriel about the sewer route. Glass bottles clink against each other inside my backpack. We follow Kale's map, moving down the northern quarter. "Thanks for helping me out today." Kale remains silent, his footsteps echoing in the sewer. Is it just me, or is it really cold in here? "I feel it too," I reply, guiding the way with his pager light. Strange. Where are we? I wonder as we pass by a flickering light. A shadow crosses several feet in front of us. Kale pulls me back and we press ourselves to the wall, trying to avoid the gaze of whoever is there. "Did you see that?" I whisper. Kale flashes his pager at whatever moved, but there's nothing there. Light bounces off the river of black that gurgles in its usual rhythm. "Maybe we should get out." "No, let's continue walking," Kale says, hearing footsteps over our heads. The distant sound of sirens affirms that the Fire Guild is still overground. We should be at the Holy Guild in 15 minutes. Kale cuts into a dark branch of the sewer, assuring me it's a shortcut to the guild. The air turns colder and colder, making me feel like we're being followed. Teeth clattering, I turn back, seeing nothing in a fog of pitch-black darkness. "What's wrong?" Kale asks, coming to a stop. Nothing. I turn, but the chill refuses to die down. The last time we came in here, it was sweltering. "Do you think the Fire Guild found anything at the flea market?" My answer comes in the form of a familiar chill traveling up my spine. "No?" A bat-like voice says, the air in its hisses piercing through my uncertainty. A nail touches my back, leathery fingers resting on my neck. "Because I'm here." 22. Kale pulls me away just in time and stumbles back, Malpus' claw leaving no mark on my neck. That was the touch of death. "What are you doing, daydreaming?" Kale yells, running in the direction of the nearest exit. Getting my act together, I follow him holding tight to my backpack. "Not so fast," Malpus says, his large wings spreading in a semicircle. The air turns chilly as if waiting for him to hand us our death blows. We dodge and duck as Malpus' dark attacks displace the canal of water running alongside us, splashing black liquid all over the walls. The stink intensifies, as does our desire to live. A glint of light follows loud sirens. A few feet from us lies a silver ladder, leading up to District 19. Though the sirens make me uneasy, I guess we have no choice but to ask the Fire Guild for help. I scramble up the ladder, trying to push the manhole cover open, but it's stuck. "What are you doing?" Kale climbs too, pushing the cover harder. "Why won't this thing budge?" "Stop." Malpus approaches with a leisurely stride, like a predator that knows its prey is trapped. His eye beam sends us scattering. Kale and I fall down, falling on opposite sides of the pavement. He gets up and tries to summon a rapier of light, but Malpus' dark wave hits him fast, sending his body slamming against the wall. "Stop it! Why are you doing this?" I cry out. My pager light blasts on his face. At that inopportune moment, a flickering lamp decides to solidify into a blast of light, lighting up the sewer. Rats scurry away, revealing the biggest predator in the sewer, Malpus. I see every line and scar clearly etched on his face. With his cloak pushed back, I can't decide if he's the most majestic thing I've seen or the scariest. Malpus' long wings protrude with powerful veins, making him appear more like a black eagle than a crow. His beady black eyes sit in paper-thin gray skin that looks like wrinkled clothes. His nose is pointed like a hawk's beak, and his lips are a pallid shade of black. His hands have the same gray skin that folds around 5 sharp talon-like claws. There's no trace of humanity in him, no sign of the young prodigy with a burned face who got into the Holy Guild. Years of resentment have leached his youth, leaving a vengeful shell. He must have seen the fear in my eyes, for he says, "Are you scared?" I can't find my voice. "They all are. All my classmates used to think what dwells inside this body must be as ugly as the packaging." Stop. I take a step back as he approaches me, holding my pager up like a sword. "I know you weren't always like this, R.A. Michael said you got into the Holy Guild with a perfect score, even though you didn't have wings. You don't have to do this. There are people, friends who want to help you." He laughs like a witch, the crackling sound echoing in the sewer. "I don't need friends," he hisses. "The friends you talk about hated me. They bullied and taunted me because I was different. But you know what? They were scared. They were scared of how ugly their hearts were, and my face just reflected that." My breathing turns labored when he takes another step toward me. The back of my leg brushes Kale's, who stands up straight. Ugliness is the mirror in which beauty sees its shallowness. And it shudders. Kale holds his hand up, starting to create an energy ball, but I brush it away. I don't want to fight you. I don't want you fight you either, he says, coming to a stop before me. What? Kale asks. Malpa's serpentine gaze flicks to him and then to me. You're like me. You're one of us, he says, extending his hand forward. Come join the Death Guild. Kale and I stare at each other. What do you mean? We can fight together, he says. You know it's only a matter of time before the rest of the world finds out what you are. Do you think the Holy Guild will have you then? You can't mean what I think you do, Kale says. Join me and together we can change the world, Malpas says. Our previous fight made me realize it'd be a waste to lose you. Leave behind the world that hated you. Let's create a new world together, a world full of dark angels. His vision makes me shudder. A world full of dark angels? I ask, using the green potion. Soon, we will not be the only ones with this power. We'll be the purveyors of a new era. The more I listen to his disturbing visions, the more scared I feel. By this point, Kale and I are holding hands, our sweaty palms digging into each other. I used to be like you, he points to me. Just another boy in the Holy Guild. But I wanted power. More power. His laughter is tone-deaf and broken. It's all I have in this world. My friends, family, they're all gone. I have no past and no future. Power is all I live for. If you think you'll ever amount to anything in this world filled with white-winged angels, you're wrong. Come to me. I'll teach you how to be powerful. At that moment, Kale launches a bright eye beam, shattering the manhole lid over our heads. You, Malpas sputters as the sound of Fire Guild sirens fills our ears. What's going on there? Sounds from the street make it down to the sewer. Malpas wraps his body in a black cloak, extending a hand out. Think about it, he tells me. I'll have my answer in 2 days. With that, he flies away, vanishing into a maze of paths. A Fire Guild member looks down the sewer, calling out, "Hello? Is someone there?" His flashlight tilts in our direction, but I evade it, pulling Kale back with me. Hey, what's going on? One of his colleagues joins in. I thought I heard some noises down here. Quick, come to the flea market. We've finally caught the culprit. Huh? The one behind all the Northern Quarter attacks, another Fire Guild member says. He was caught red-handed with a dark angel. Attention, attention, the emergency sirens wail. All Fire Guild members please return to the flea market entrance. The patrol officers leave, following the trail of the sound. The basement fills with loud noises, alerting active rodents. Grabbing Kale's arm, I run past the open manhole, running in the direction of the Holy Guild. Did you hear that? Kale asks. They found the informant Hadraniel was looking for. I wonder who it is. On Tuesday, I go to see Roz's father for my routine checkup. Roz looks serious, wearing an Angel Innovates tee. He is silent throughout the way, frowning at my face every once in a while. It's evening, and we have permission to stay out for another 3 hours. What? I ask him. Twilight bounces off skyscrapers, the orange sun disappearing behind buildings. We stay in our lane, watching a stream of angels fly in the opposite direction. Nothing, he turns away. The exam stress is getting to me. Roz has been studying day and night, spending most of his time in the library. I've also been studying in my room and putting in long practice hours. Roz lent me his notes, as did Swathi. She analyzed all the past papers and made a list of questions that were most likely to appear this year. I'm sometimes terrified by how smart she is. You'll be all right. You're the smartest student in class, I say. It's insane how much time she spent analyzing that stuff. Roz is still glum when we arrive at the laboratory. The laboratory is another daunting obstacle I need to jump over. I usually drink my black potion at morning practice, but since there was no practice today, I had to chug one while Roz was showering. When he returned from the shower, he looked straight into my eyes and has been sulking ever since. It's amazing how big your wings have grown, Dr. Kaur remarks, wearing a white lab coat over a black shirt. Sawan and the other scientists gather around me, studying my data. The wires plugged to me check my heart rate and other metrics. Strapped to a chair, I feel nervous, hoping my secret doesn't come spilling out. I went to get my wings checked after I began lessons with R.A. Michael, and nothing happened that time. It must have been painful, but you hung in there. Good job. Thanks, Dr. Kaur, I say. I didn't think it was possible, but this formula really is a miracle. Look at you, all happy now, Salwan says, charcoal eyes twinkling. It's great to see our products work. The team applauds me, making me blush. Scientists surround me in a semicircle, clapping and cheering. It makes me feel like growing wings was a huge accomplishment. Roz joins them too, his eyes lighting up for a minute before returning to the serious expression he's worn all morning. Salwan connects me to the monitor and takes down my final readings. His bushy eyebrows knit together, with lit-up digits reflected in his charcoal irises. He hollers to Dr. Kaur, who takes a look at the readings and frowns. All of a sudden, the wires hooked to me are pulled out and the observation chamber is switched off. Salwan and Raz's dad approach me, looking down at my worried face. You're losing weight, he remarks. Is there a reason for that? I sigh with relief, dodging a possible debacle. Oh, I've been practicing a lot. That's probably why. Gabriel's been doing extra lessons in the morning, Raz puts in. That must be it, Salwan says. I was worried because you've steadily been losing weight over the month. Don't work yourself too hard, okay? Sure. You need all the nutrition you can get to grow. Make sure you eat more vegetables and protein, Dr. Kaur says. Growing wings takes a lot of energy. I don't really like vegetables, but I nod. Your wings are fully grown, but they need to be maintained, Salwan agrees. You said you were hurting last time you came in. Do you still feel pain? Not anymore. You'll be able to sleep on your back soon, Salwan tells me. That's good news. I rub my newly grown wings. Is that all for today? Raz asks. I've got to get back and study. Oh yes, thanks for coming, Salwan says. See you next week. We can't come in next week because the midterms are coming up, Raz says. Oh, I forgot about that, Swan says. Guild life feels like another lifetime. Did you go to a guild? I ask. Yes, the Messenger Guild, Salwan says. That's where Dr. Kaur graduated from too. I didn't know that. We mutter our final goodbyes and leave. Feeling considerably lighter after my weekly checkup, I follow Raz back to our dorm, watching the congested District 44 with its tall skyscrapers and several commuters flying to work. Raz continues the silent trend, staying ahead of me like he's afraid to look into my eyes. The Holy Guild comes into view soon enough, and after showing our permission slip to the guards hovering above, Raz and I descend in front of the dorm. We take the elevator to our floor. I'm glad the formula worked, I say. It's a dream come true. Raz nods, unenthusiastic, feet tapping and eyes tracking numbers on the display panel. Your dad makes amazing stuff. That couch was so cool. The elevator doors open. Raz and I unlock our room and get in. He still doesn't react, making me wonder if I should do something to cheer him up. We should get changed quickly for dinner, I tell him, reaching for my uniform that's laid out on my bed. Gabriel. Raz's voice is ominous as he shuts the door, standing before it. What? I ask, buttoning my shirt. When were you going to tell me about this? Raz's eyes pin me down. He extends his palm, on which lies a silky black feather. My eyes go wide, dread gripping my stomach. What's that? My voice is totally shaking, and my choked laugh fails to make things any better, but I persist in my feeble attempt at denial. 3 people know my secret. The rate at which it's spreading is worrisome. I found this in our room today, Raz says. And this isn't the first time I've found a black feather. He opens his drawer, revealing a row of black feathers that are as nearly arranged as his books. I found 6 more this week. What's going on, Gabriel? Why? Why do you think it's mine? I take a step back. Because I saw you drinking black potion this morning. Raz's brown eyes are determined, his shadow merging into mine as he takes another step forward. My back touches the wall. I couldn't believe my eyes. You've been hiding them under your bed, haven't you? You're imagining things. No, I'm not, Raz said. You've been acting all nervous. You returned late last night, and I know you haven't been studying. Is this because of the green potion? No, I decide to confess, realizing it's difficult to fool Raz. I wish I could blame it all on the potion. You know, my skin didn't come into contact with the potion. If it was the potion, you'd have black wings too. Has this got something to do with the wing growth formula then? Raz asks, taking a step back. I'm not sure. I've been growing black wings since the beginning, I say, sitting down on the bed. It happened after we came back from District -18. We should have told Dad about it. Maybe he knows what's going on. I don't think this is normal, I say, voice falling. Raz, I am a dark angel. How? It doesn't make sense. Your parents weren't dark angels, were they? No, please don't tell Swati. I won't, Raz promises. But you've got to stop. A loud knock on the door cuts our conversation short. Hey guys, open up. Swati? Raz and I freeze, staring at each other's faces. He brings his index finger over his lips, silencing me. I nod in agreement, tacitly deciding to keep my mutation a secret from Swati. Raz opens the door to find a bright-eyed Swati standing on the other side. Breaking news. Behind her stands Ariel, looking down shyly. Ariel, how did you guys get in? Raz asks. You know girls can't enter the boys' dorm. Swati scoffs. I have connections, Razielkor. Did you hear about Kale's parents? Ariel breaks in. Raz and I glance at each other. Kale's parents? What's wrong with them? Kale's father was arrested by the Fire Guild last night over suspected involvement with Dark Angels, Swati narrates. Apparently, they caught him meeting a Dark Angel, Raphael. She flashes the pager at me, a picture of Kale's father and Raphael in handcuffs brightening up the screen. The headline reads, Kidnappings, an insider job? The Fire Guild forbade reporters from reporting the incident, but the Daily Messenger got to the scene as it was happening. What? Raz stands up straight, scrolling through the article. I lean on the wall, recalling the Fire Guild members' words from last night. The one behind all the Northern Quarter attacks. He was caught red-handed with a Dark Angel. It can't be. The first name that flashes across my mind is Kale. Does Kale know? Everyone knows, Swati dramatizes. He hasn't come out of his room all day. His roommate says, and I quote, Kale is studying. How can someone study at a time like this? Ariel wonders. I wouldn't be able to breathe. That's Kale for you, Raz says. Now that his family's in trouble, he's under more pressure to prove himself. Will they be calling him in for questioning? I'm not sure, Swati says. We'll have to wait and see. I reach for the door, buttoning my last button. Where are you going? Ariel asks. To check on Kale. 23. That's how I come to be standing outside the Silver Boys' dorm several minutes later, trying to make my card work. I've been going at the card reader for 3 minutes, but every time a red light flashes. The door remains shut. Sighing, I turn back to find a silver trainee staring at me. Hey, aren't you the wingless angel? Someone asks me from behind, surprised to see my new wings. A face I don't recognize spreads its shadow over me. Trying to get in? Yeah. I get out of his way, letting him unlock the door. When he inserts his card, the light goes green and the door opens. Quietly, I follow the silver trainee in. Inside, I realize that I don't know where Kale lives. Do you know which one Kale's room is? I follow the silver trainee into the elevator. You friends with Kale Kutch? That's unexpected, he says. We have the same mentor. Lucky you, getting R.A. Michael for a mentor. He clicks his tongue. The elevator stops on the 5th floor. That's where Kale lives, the silver trainee says. 505. He points to a room at the end of the hallway. Thanks. I step out, hearing the elevator close behind me. The Silver Boys' dorm is a replica of the Bronze Boys' dorm. It looks out to the main building, but other than that, the layout is pretty much the same. The only difference is that each floor has a vending machine, whereas the Bronze Boys dorm has only one vending machine behind the building. Feeling my shoes brush the tiled floor, I hurry to the last room. It lives next to an arched window that looks out to the main building. I knock. At first, nobody answers. When I start to turn back, the door opens. Kale stands on the other side, icy blue eyes boring into mine. His hair is overgrown, dark circles line his light eyes, and his face is pale. His eyes are bloodshot. A grumpy expression lines his face, telling me he wants to be alone. "Gabriel?" he asks. "Hey." I look left then right, not knowing how to begin this awkward conversation. "I heard your dad was, taken in by the fire guild," I blurt out. If it were Ariel, she'd have asked, "Are you all right?" But I can't get myself to ask that. He looks so obviously bad. "Swathi told me. She said she hadn't seen you in the dining hall all week." "I've been studying," Kale says lifelessly. "Who is it, Kale?" I hear another voice in the background. The door swings open and Kale's roommate, a wiry blonde angel, stands next to him, staring at me down his patrician nose with his green eyes. He cringes. "The boy without wings. Since when did you start keeping company with the charity cases?" "None of your business." Kale steps out and shuts the door, closing his roommate in. He crosses his arms over his chest, light from the corridor highlighting his silver hair. "How did you get in?" "Someone let me in," I say. "Do you know what's going on with the Dark Angel case?" He presses a hand over my mouth. "Why don't you shout through a loudspeaker while you're at it? Keep it down." "Sorry? Let's go to the common room." He drags me away, scanning the corridor for others. The common room is cluttered with books, empty bottles of soda, and candy bar wrappers. 7 zombies, memorizing textbooks, look at us. Sighing, Kale backs out and files into the elevator. "I can't stay out too long," Kale says. "I have to study for my exams." The elevator opens on the ground floor. We exit rapidly, moving toward the bronze trainee dorm. Kale sits down beside the practice pitch, watching trainees practice on the pitch. A few of them turn to stare at Kale, so we move further away, reaching for the iron gate at the back of the building. Surrounded by trees, the dorm, and grass, we're finally alone. "Ariel is worried about you." "We all are," I open. "I'm alive, aren't I?" he snaps. "I didn't realize what we heard in the sewer was about your father," I say. "They got Raphael too. How's your mom holding up?" "She's been at the fire guild all day." Kale is clearly fatigued. He plonks down on the grass, heaving a sigh, taking his face in his hands. "I don't know what's going to happen to me. They've been torturing Raphael, asking him about District 18. I know this sounds like the most obvious thing a criminal would say, but my father didn't do it." "I believe you," I reply. "We both know Malpas is behind all this." Mentioning his name brings up memories of our meeting in the sewer. I still haven't decided how to answer his question, but time is running out. "I saw him in the sewer once," Kale says, blue eyes surfacing from his knitted fingers. "Who?" "Whoever Hadraniel thinks is behind the abductions. The person who's been supporting the Dark Angels," Kale says. "If only I'd seen their face." "You mean there's someone other than Malpas?" Kale nods. "I think so. I know it's only a wild guess." "What did they look like?" I ask, catching on. Kale is breathless. "They had the most majestic pair of black wings. I don't think I've ever seen anything like it." "Like Malpas?" "Better than Malpas. I only saw them in bad lighting, but their size and strength were unmistakable. I ran away knowing I stood no chance against such a dark angel. Whoever it is highly trained. I think they might be using the black potion. I'm not sure though." "When was this?" "Before the semester began," Kale says. "I went to buy a black potion." "You've been planning to meet Raphael for that long?" It was reckless, I know. I found out about him 2 summers ago. Mom had hidden a picture of him in her bedroom. I found it during the summer break when my parents weren't home. I was shocked to see someone that looked just like me. I got into Dad's computer and found protected files about the Dark Angel project, including information about my brother who'd been a part of it. After he disappeared, my parents had me because they didn't expect to see him again. Kale rests his back on a tree trunk. I shouldn't have told them Raphael was alive. When did you tell them? After we returned from District -18. It's not like I had a choice. Layla told my parents everything, and they wanted to know why I'd done something so dangerous. Kale pauses, looking at my face. They cried. Mom had no idea Raphael was alive. I think that's why Dad met him. He wanted to see Raphael again. I should have known he'd get into trouble. Dad told the fire guild that sent Raphael to the program when it began. They think he was trying to help the Dark Angels because of Raphael, and being a senior minister, he fits Hadrian's criteria. Kale rubs his eyes. I wish they'd just leave the Dark Angels alone. Kale, the government started it in the first place, he says, voice tense. They tried to kill the Dark Angels just because one of them made a mistake. They created the stupid project. All Raphael ever did was being born without one wing. I am surprised by Kale's strong reaction. He stands up, dusting mud from his pants. I know I called you all kinds of names when you started here, and I'm sorry. It was because I didn't want to accept what my brother was. It's okay, I tell him. I'm used to it. It must have been hard living in the shadows all your life. He looks down. I wasn't exactly living in the shadows. Kale gazes into the distance. What are you going to do when Roz finds out? He already knows. Kale's eyes widen. Everything is spiraling out of control. Kale smiles, not really buying my logic, and turns back. Roz won't tell anyone. I know. Have you thought about Malpass' offer? He asks. Not yet, I reply. I wouldn't blame you if you wanted to join the Death Guild, but I hope you don't, he says. There must be a better way to deal with it. I don't fancy the idea of living in an underground city all my life either, I tell him. Grandma would miss me. Shoving his hands into his pocket, Kale moves away. Good luck with the exams. If anything ever goes wrong, I'll be on your side. I stare at him, shocked. A few weeks ago, I'd never have thought that Kale Kutch, the most disagreeable trainee in the Holy Guild, would be on my side. But life is full of surprises. Thanks. What's that? He points to the sewer. Green smoke drifts out of it, its disagreeable smell making me gag. I jump back, almost knocking Kale over. You go? The voice of trainees intensifies upstairs. Why the water green? A group of trainees burst out of the dorm, green liquid running down their fingers. Kale and I approach the iron gate, taking a look at the trainees filing out of dorms. That can't be, he says. The green potion. Malpass' words resonate in my ears. Let's create a new world together, a world full of dark angels. The edges of the manhole glow green. A bright light bursts through, tossing the manhole cover into the sky. Trainees cluster around the iron gate, watching the spectacle with interest. Swathy elbows through the crowd, taking pictures of the reptilian figure emerging from the gutter. Malpass rises up like smoke, solidifying into a gigantic crow angel with shining black wings. Green smoke rises from the sewer. Green potion, coiling around him like magical mist. Trainees shriek, some running away while others snap pictures of the novelty. Someone activates the emergency alarm that paints the entire guild in red light, blaring. Hello, Malpass says, hissing like a snake. More shrieks follow. Swathy switches to video mode, not wanting to miss a single moment of action. Welcome to a new age. 24. Malpass raises his hand, sparks of purple and black gathering over his nails. Trainees scream and scatter, but I'm stuck in the stampede, trying desperately to escape Malpass' attacks. We run out to the practice pitch, trying to avoid Malpass. He flies to the center of the pitch, looking down at the guild. This place brings back memories, he cackles, examining the guild buildings. Trainees scatter, running indoors for protection. Teachers burst out of the main building surrounding Malpass. Stand down, Master Javan yells. From the main building, Archangel Uriel emerges, his white wings glowing against the evening sky. Uriel looks powerful, unlike the bureaucratic guild leader he is. Uriel, Malpas hisses, it's been a while. Archangel Uriel stops in the sky, suspended between Malpas and the ground. Malpas. The color drains from his face as he looks at his nightmare standing before him. The stadium lights come on, illuminating Malpas in full form. Dressed in a black uniform with a gold Death Guild crest embossed on the front, Malpas claims his place as the leader of the Death Guild. I thought you died. Grinding his teeth, he looks at the green mist emanating from the sewer. You've been terrorizing Seraphim City, kidnapping angels and turning them into dark angels. Well, that ends today. An open tap next to the practice ground fills the basin with green water. KL and I stare at each other, realizing what is going on. The green potion. Swathi frantically writes messages, clicking pictures of the green water, warning her followers to not drink it. But it's spreading faster than we can think. Malpas laughs. Your sense of self-importance stuns me, Uriel, he says. While you stand here speaking to me, people all over the city are turning into dark angels. The green potion is making its way through the water supply system at this moment. Malpas announces, his eyes fixed on me. Swathi lingers outside, taking and posting videos of what's going on at the Holy Guild. I got bored of leading the Fire Guild around. At last we have risen. It's time to change the city that has oppressed us. How did you get into the water supply? Jacob Kutch is at the Fire Guild. Uriel looks down at me, remembering what we said about the green potion after returning from District -18. You kidnapped innocent people and performed experiments on them. That was what the government did to us years ago, Malpas says. They performed experiments on us, innocent kids with dreams, and turned us into monsters. When the project failed, they ran away, those cowards. Dark angels are a threat to the population, Uriel insists. The government shut down the project because they realized that. You were supposed to be exterminated with the rest of them. Exterminated? Like a pest? Malpas glares, sparks of purple igniting on the tips of his gleaming claws. The face that you detest so much will soon become yours, Malpas says. I wonder what you'll like once the green potion gets into your pores. Eyes fixed on me, he says. If the project hadn't ended, I'd be standing in your place today, the rightful leader of the Holy Guild, an archangel. Imagine all the things I could have been if I hadn't been locked under the earth, my existence a threat to humanity. You took that chance away from me. You all did. And now I'm here to take it back. You won't make it out of here alive. I will put a stop to this nightmare. Uriel says, getting ready to attack. The Fire Guild will get you. Trainees, please get indoors, Master Javon's loud voice booms through speakers. More of us move indoors, but I remain outside, watching the fight from a pillar next to the main door. More teachers join Uriel, flying to his side. Others scatter all over Seraphim City, delivering messages to the Fire Guild in an attempt to stop the potion from spreading. Malpas Andrizi, Mal gathers momentum, the large new moon eclipsing the crescent moon in the sky. It looms over us like a black hole, pulsing with power. Archangel Uriel readies his light arrow, a Year 4 basic attack. An arrow made of light materializes along with a thick bow. Uriel glimmers like a mythical archer in the night sky, taking aim at Malpas, whose wings create gusts of high-speed air. He shoots at Malpas just as an energy ball flies out. Their attacks meet in the sky. Destiny Guild trainees come out next door, gathering on the roof of the main building to watch the spectacle unfold. Warnings are being blasted on their speakers, asking students to move back inside. The rest of our teachers stand on the ground, in case Archangel Uriel loses. Malpas won't be getting out of the Holy Guild. I wonder why he came here, knowing he'd be surrounded by all 7 guilds. The Destiny Guild's leader, Archangel Armoros, flies in from next door, crossing the tall electric fence. Archangel Uriel holds his hand up, barring him from entering the battle arena. The sky is reserved for the 2 of them. Today is the day they settle their score. Uriel's arrow is powerful, showcasing his strength as a guild leader, but it can't destroy Malpass' energy ball. Not giving up, he shoots more arrows, chipping away at the energy ball until it becomes pieces of tattered black light. It takes 10 of them to rip the dark energy ball, making Kael's jaw drop. He's powerful. Malpass laughs. You've gotten better, Uriel, he says. But you're still no match for me. Raising his hand, he unleashes a powerful dark wave, making the air rattle. The air turns dark, pulsating with the feel of death. Leaves fly off trees, paint chipping off the surface of the Bronze Boys' dorm. Birds fly away, scared. Students back off as window glass shatters, shards of glass pushed inside. No, Archangel Uriel turns to the students. Malpass exploits his distraction to aim the dark wave at him. Archangel Uriel counters it with an energy. Wave is his own. It's a Year 2 attack, but Uriel's experience elevates it to the next level. His energy wave is powerful, shimmering like an ocean in summer. Sparkling waves of white light emanating from his body, he duels with the dark wave. The sky becomes layered with light and dark, waves radiating in every direction. Archangel Uriel's energy wave spreads across the wide expanse, trying to contain the dark wave. However, this time, he isn't that lucky. Malpass' dark wave pushes against his attack, coming at him with the force of a tidal wave. Malpass' eyes glow as the dark wave gains power, crushing the shimmering light. Sparkles rain down to the background music of collective gasps. Bronze trainees spill out of the dorm, scared to stay in there with shattered glass. Exposed to the elements, we watch the match that Seraphim City has waited for. There's no room for strategy in this match, only raw power. Malpass' powers are unparalleled, something that is demonstrated by his next move. Malpass goes for an all-out halo blast. It hits Uriel, who tries to duck, in the wings, cutting off half of it. No, my eyes pop. No attack can cut wings, but Malpass' halo beam is out of this world. Uriel struggles to stay in the air, his balance disrupted by a broken wing. I know it'll grow back, but it's a huge disadvantage to have in a battle. Uriel's sweat-lined face displays shock, but he continues fighting. How does it feel to have half a wing? Malpass asks, his raspy voice echoing. I won't lose to you, Archangel Uriel says, following his words up with a halo blast. It hits before Malpass can react, pushing him back like he's been hit with a steel pole. Black feathers scatter as Malpass' body is thrown back. But before he hits the walls of the dorm, he remains balanced, incinerating the halo beam with an I-beam. Flapping his wings strongly, he gets back on track, facing Uriel with a lopsided grin. No way. Not a scratch lines Malpass' body, his form unaffected. The attack slid over his skin like oil. Brushing off any trace of Uriel's attack, he attacks with a spin Eric. Spin attack is a Year 3 attack. Malpass turns into a swirling tornado, stirring the air. Picking up dust, leaves, grass, wrapping the wind around his body, he moves in Uriel's direction, sweeping everything in his path. Archangel Uriel is prepared, twirling his staff to execute a staff throw. Staff throw is also a Year 3 basic attack. His light-filled staff flies in Malpass' direction, cutting through the tornado like a boomerang. As predicted, the tornado pushes the staff back, making it lose track. Archangel Uriel swoops down to grab his staff, attacking the tornado with I-beams. Malpass stops the air around him, stilling. Leaves and twigs drop to the ground. A corner of his mouth lifts as if anticipating Uriel's next move. Holy Cross! Archangel Uriel uses his special ability before Malpass has a chance to react. Holy Cross is Uriel's special ability. Archangel Uriel spreads out his arm, arranging his body to resemble a cross. He emits a beam of powerful light that paralyzes upon contact. Bursts of light scatter all around, filling the air like pollen. Our teachers duck, eager to avoid Uriel's attack. The pollen makes its way to Malpass, who makes no move to avoid the Holy Cross. As soon as the light hits his skin, it turns into a large cross, pressing on Malpass from both sides. Wires emerge from the cross, tying Malpass's body. They imprison his wings, cutting off his ability to stay in the air. He falls toward the earth like a comet, threatening to make a dent in the practice pitch. Uriel races toward him, hauling him up by the wires. They land on the ground safely, Uriel's fingers wrapped around the cross at the center of Malpas's chest. "Whew!" Trainees cheer from the ground, relieved to see Malpas tied up in strings. However, his easy surrender makes me uneasy. "You're going straight to the Fire Guild," he says, hearing sirens ringing overhead. Holy Guild patrol cars fly in the sky, approaching us. "Not so fast, Uriel," his raspy voice is lost in a wave of shocked gasps. Hand extending from between wires, Malpas grabs Archangel Uriel's shoulder. Touch of death. Purple sparks coat Uriel's shoulder, as Malpas' special ability takes root. The light wires standing in his way are broken, helping a hand move freely. Energy leaches out of Uriel's body. With protruding eyes, he holds a hand up, but Malpas' proximity means his attack works with maximum efficiency. Uriel's knees buckle, his body crumpling to the floor in an unconscious state. His head hits the ground and his eyes close, falling flat. No. That was easy. Stepping over Archangel Uriel's body, Malpas makes his way to me, standing behind a pillar. The other teachers fly into action, attacking. Malpas counters their attacks with his own. Breaking through beams of light, he makes his way to me. The other trainees scramble away like cockroaches, but Roz stays by my side, as do Kale, Ariel, and Swathi, pausing to face me. My knees shiver. Malpas comes to a stop before me, eyes flicking from Kale to me. He remembers him from the night in the sewer. Swathi continues taking pictures like we're not standing before the most powerful dark angel. "Stop it." Ariel pulls her arm down. "Have you made up your mind?" Malpas asks. My eyes move to Kale, who shakes his head. Roz, who stands behind him, is stunned. Before I can spell out my answer, though, a rope seizes him. It wraps around his arms and wings, large metal clamps closing in on him. Malpas feels the burn, pulled back by a rope made of iron chains attached to the clamps. I recognize the metal for what it is. Espium. Kale's eyes widen. "What's that?" Swathi asks. "A metal used to disable dark angel powers," Kale says. "The prisons in Raphael's lab were made of espium. Master Isham of the Z Guild wrote a book about dark angels discussing espium. I wonder when he even has time to read books about dark angels." Fire Guild patrol cars hover over the pitch. Lila holds the other side of the espium chain, dragging Malpas back. "Surrender!" A Fire Guild officer calls out through loudspeakers. Malpas struggles to break out of chains, but his powers don't work on espium chains. I step forward, red lights from Fire Guild's vehicles falling on my face. "You're under arrest," Layla says, once Malpas is securely within her reach. 3 more officers join her, clamping more braces on him to prevent his escape. Within seconds, Malpas is covered in silver espium wires. Layla narrates a list of his crimes as well as his rights. "You have the right to remain silent." Her words don't make it to my ears. My eyes are fixed on Malpas, whose onyx eyes meet mine from behind silver wires. He's still waiting for my answer, and I still don't know what it's going to be. "The true leader of the Dark Angels will avenge my capture." He sputters as he is dragged away. The officers move his body into a large truck, making sure not to disturb the prison of espium wires that they've created to contain him. "Be careful," Layla says. "He mustn't get away." "Yes, ma'am," the Fire Guild officers call out. "I'll report to Castile." The officers secure the doors, making sure it's locked from all sides. Once Layla raises a green baton, giving the truck permission to leave. It takes to the sky, the glare of stadium lights making it invisible. It flies away, leaving 3 other Fire Guild cars and Layla with us. A Healing Guild ambulance descends on its heels, members filing out of it to take Archangel Uriel. He is laid onto a stretcher and carried into the ambulance. The teachers gather around Uriel as a Healing Guild member notes down the details of what happened. "Are you all right?" Layla walks in my direction. "Did he hurt you?" "No." The pitch is empty, making it hard to believe that a match took place minutes ago. Swathi stops clicking pictures and asks Layla, "What about the potion leak?" Castile's put a stop to it. The water supply has been shut off temporarily. Luckily, we stopped the leak before it spread to other districts. That's a relief, Roz says. You kids should go rest, Layla says, sighing at the broken window glass. I guess the bronze trainees will have to use the Destiny Guild's dorms tonight. We'll have someone to replace the window glass first thing tomorrow. I step back, following a Fire Guild member who's escorting trainees to Destiny Guild next door. Roz and I go back to our room to grab our belongings. Once the door's been shut, I pull out a bottle of black potion and gulp it down. What are you doing? Roz asks, taking the bottle from me. I won't be here tomorrow morning to drink the potion. My wings turn black in the morning, I tell him. With a sigh, Roz sits back on the bed. Gabriel, I think you should tell Layla. What? No. I bury the empty bottle under the bed. You saw what happened today. It could have been me instead of Malpas, wrapped in SPM wires and dragged away. That scene sticks in my mind, making me fear eventual discovery. Roz, Malpas is right. Dark angels are a threat to Seraphim City. The Fire Guild won't let me run free once they find out what I am. I don't want to spend the rest of my days in a cell. Gabriel. Roz places a hand on my shoulder. You're not like Malpas. You'll never be like him. I hope you know that. I don't know, Raz, I tell him. R.A. Michael says they didn't start out evil either. But years of fear can make you paranoid and resentful. You have me. You have all of us, Roz says. I won't let you turn out like Malpas. He had R.A. Michael too, I tell him. R.A. Michael told me they were best friends at the Holy Guild. He feels sorry for not stopping him. Roz sits down on the floor, burning holes in the wall. Let's take it one day at a time, okay? I nod, but I can't forget Malpa's face in that SPM cage. 25. Thursday morning special attack training is tense. R.A. Michael gets a phone call every 5 minutes, clicking his tongue several times in annoyance. Malpas' capture has been on the news for 3 days, bombarding pictures of his face. It's the biggest thing since the end of the Dark Angel project. Castile's approval ratings are up by 20% thanks to the Fire Guild's intelligent capture. Nobody thought they'd be able to get Malpas so quickly. The central water supply is being guarded intensely, and the sewers are being patrolled by Fire Guild members who are still looking for a way to get into District -18. What? His ear pressed to the phone, R.A. Michael exclaims. Are you sure? Muffled voices echo from the other side of the phone line. Malpas said that? I stop hitting a target with my I-beam. After over a month of practicing, I can finally hit the board without blowing it to bits. However, my aim is still way off. I lean in, trying to listen to the phone conversation from behind. He's not saying anything. According to Raphael, the portal to District -18 can only be opened by a Dark Angel. A few officers spent an hour in the reflection chamber yesterday, unable to break the code. The voice I recognize as Castile says, What about Jacob Kutch? Has he said anything? Hearing Kale's father's name makes my ears stand. No, I don't think he knew about the water supply incident, considering it happened while he was here, Castile says. But something bothers me. Malpas is terribly calm. The Dark Angels won't be able to act without his guidance, R.A. Michael says. He must be putting on an act. Maybe, Castile replies. Something Layla said bothers me. Malpas said the true leader of the Dark Angels will avenge him. True leader? Do we know who that is? He won't confess, no matter how much we pressure him, Archangel Castile says. Hadraniel has been following up other lead, but I don't think we're looking in the right place. The accomplice has to be closer than we think. R.A. Michael grinds his teeth. Do we have any laid on senior members of the water supply department? Nothing we can use as evidence yet. The best we can do for now is to keep an open eye. It'd be best if you let the Fire Guild take over the plant for now. I'll issue an order, R.A., Michael says, looking over his shoulder and spotting me there. Okay, do that. I'll talk to you later. Within seconds, his worry lines are back. "I'm sorry, we'll have to cut training short today," he says with a shrug. "I get it, you're busy." I back off. "Stay and practice on your own." He walks out, muttering under his breath, "I've got a whole pile of problems to sort out." "How's Kale's dad?" I dread asking the question. Michael sighs. "I can't say anything yet. It looks like he had nothing to do with the incident, so Castile will probably let him go soon." I'm relieved to hear that. "I don't think I'll be able to see you again before the exams. Good luck." "Thanks," I say. Then, in a lower voice, "Will I have to leave the guild now that Malpass has been found?" "No, R.A.," Michael says. "Castile said he promised you 1 semester, but—" He looks straight into my eye. "I think you should quit before anyone finds out you're a dark angel." I know he's right, but I can't bring myself to leave so soon. Upon noticing my hesitation, he says, "It's up to you." "I'll quit after the midterms," I say, making up my mind. "You're right. It's risky to stay at the guild." "Gabriel, I know you really wanted to stay," R.A. Michael says. "I wish you could—" His phone rings before he can finish the sentence, and he grunts in annoyance. "Hello?" Waving to me, he exits the room. I practice my attacks for a bit longer in the empty room, but with R.A. Michael gone, my motivation wanes, and months of waking up early catch up to me. Everything in my life feels untethered and transient, like all my experiences mean nothing. With a half-hearted sigh, I leave the practice room 10 minutes early. A week passes, and the midterms are upon us. National security is forgotten in favor of government studies. I know so little about the government, I might as well not have gone to class. If it weren't for Raz's notes and his tutoring, I'd have no hope of getting by. After the exam is over, I gather in the common room with Swati, Raz, and Ariel to study for the next one. The 4 of us have formed a study group that meets every day. Working with each other's strengths was a good idea. Raz is good with theory, Swati with analysis, Ariel with practical stuff, and I mostly listen to them. I recognize 7 questions on the paper. "Thanks to Swati," I begin. "Government studies, my biggest nightmare, is over, at least for this semester." 7 out of 12? Swati exclaims. "That's not enough to pass, and it's definitely not an A." I smile awkwardly. I'll make up for it in the practicals, and I might have gotten a few others right. "You and your optimism." Swati sighs. Next up is our practical exam match. Our opponents this year are from the Z Guild. The guilds usually get together for the practical exam so that everyone can benefit from the skills of other guilds. Last year we were paired with the Messenger Guild. "The practical test is a good way to make connections," Ariel says. Though Mom says she can't see how connections from the Z Guild would help me. "You need to get at least 3 attacks through to pass," Roz reads off the exam guidebook. "The rules are similar to the national tournament. 3 uses of special abilities and unlimited basic attacks." "That's going to be easy with the Z Guild," I say. I wouldn't be so sure. They've been working hard. "Who's your opponent?" Ariel asks. "The pairings are out already?" I question, getting onto the online system. "They came out 3 days ago," Roz says. "I told you." Frantically, I begin scrolling through my pager to see who I'm paired with. "My opponent is Yael Lim," Roz says. "Do any of you know him?" "Yael Lim? I know him." I put my pager down. "I met him when I bought the clip-on wings from AAM. "I'll be there to cover the event," Swati says. "Madeline Kaur's son and Aim's heir. Who will win?" Roz frowns. "You make everything sound so dramatic." Nobody wants to read boring news. "My opponent is George. Do you know anything about him?" Ariel asks Swati. "He's the top bronze trainee," Swati says. "Seriously?" He got the highest GT score of all the Z Guild trainees. "I need to practice harder," Ariel says, burying her head in a book with a sigh. I get back to scrolling through the list of pairings. Here it is, Forax. "You're lucky," Swati says. "He's the worst Z Guild trainee ever. I mean, he can't even get a halo beam right." Really? I grin. The practical's gonna be a breeze then. The following day, the Holy Guild Stadium is decked out in white and black, the colors of the Holy Guild and the Z Guild. Trainees wearing white and gray uniforms sit on either side of the stadium, like light and shadow. My match is up first, so I'm up in the air, looking up at all the people seated in rows. I suddenly feel nervous, trying to remember all the advice Michael and Dina gave me over this semester. Stay calm, R.A., Michael's voice resounds in my head. I can't remember when I last took the black potion, having fallen asleep on my books last night. Somewhere between not sleeping and studying, I remember ingesting something in a bottle. Roz woke me up this morning, yelling we were late for the exam. Sunshine beats down on me, blinding and warm. The trainees are lined up by the random match numbers they've been allotted. Masters Dina, Javon, and Gavriel are going to be grading our moves today. Gabriel Perez, Dina announces. She's the referee today. I take a deep breath and step forward, drowning in the cheers of the audience. Everyone is excited because it's the first match of the day. Go, Gabriel, Ariel shrieks from the audience. Swati is sitting next to her, holding up her pager flashing with the words, Go Gabriel, in glitter. Roz waves at me. I smile back at him, feeling the sunshine seep through my skin. 2 months ago, the Holy Guild was a faraway dream. Now I'm standing here as a competitor in this stadium I admired from outside the gates. I breathe in the warm scent of summer, the earthiness of mud, and the distant fragrance of petunias, letting my wings flutter open, spreading to their full length. Forax Jones, Dina announces next. Forax, a pale, pudgy boy with a perennial frown created by large cheeks, steps forward, his white wings shaking. Another round of applause, not as enthusiastic, erupts from the Z Guild side of the stadium. That just makes Forax even more nervous. His fleshy legs join his shaking wings, making him appear like a wiggly blob of jello. Are you ready? Dina asks, not bothered by our fragile, emotional state of mind. Master Gavriel sits behind her, frowning. Javon barks instructions, ringing a bell to make the audience settle. Yes, I reply, feeling confident. I've been practicing my attacks and special attack daily since R.A. Michaels started tutoring me. I've gotten a lot better than I used to be, but I don't know if it'll be enough to make it through this semester. Forax and I step forward, separated by Dina. From up close, he looks on the verge of a breakdown, his amber eyes swinging like a pendulum from side to side. Relax, it's going to be okay, I say. Forax looks up, a little surer. Thanks. When the bell goes off, you begin, Dina says. Get up there now. Forax and I take to the sky, followed by Master Dina, who holds a lit-up baton with a timer string around her neck. Ready? She asks, positioning her finger on a timer button that rings the bell and kick-starts the scoreboard. Forax and I shake hands and separate, ready to battle it out. Go! A signaling gunshot erupts, with more applause erupting from the audience. I blink, waiting for Forax's response. He's still shaking, looking down at the ground. That makes him even more anxious. Are you okay? I call out. Why, yes. He begins with an energy ball that takes fairly long to materialize. I wait for the light drops gathering one by one into a medium-sized ball that Forax then hurls at me. Since I had so much time to prepare, I dodge rather easily. His hands are shaking too. Move, Dina yells from behind me. Right. Halo beam. I get an attack straight through, hitting his right arm. Dina makes a note of it and the scoreboard updates to reflect my score. Yay, Swati cheers, taking pictures of us up in the air. Propelled by one success, I follow my energy ball with an I-beam, taking care to only hurt Forax's shoulder. My attacks are a lot more controlled now, thanks to intensive private training. The I-beam hits his shoulder, making my score rise by another point. Forax dips a little, his wings unable to maintain his weight. More cheers follow from the Holy Guild side of the stadium as the Z Guild trainees yell at Forax to do better. It's time to finish this match off with a final attack. I stand a few feet from him, ready to finish this off with an energy ball. However, as soon as I release my energy ball, Forax activates his special ability, Cosmic Insight, which blocks an attack from the opponent by foreseeing it. My energy ball, full of force, disintegrates on coming in touch with Forax's force field. Dina gives him a point for using his special ability. Energy Ball. I throw a large energy ball at Forax. It's out of control, flying towards the ground. Forax gets away just in time to dodge, sending the ball crashing towards the ground like a meteor. The ball hits the ground and disintegrates. Forax uses the opportunity to summon another attack, I-beam, aiming it at my wings. I use Quicksilver to dodge, rising by another point. Whew! The applause increases, bolstering my confidence. However, Forax's next move comes unexpectedly. Before I can ready my halo for a halo blast, he attacks with another energy ball. This one pushes me back, hitting my wings. Panicked, I try to maintain my balance as the meek energy ball pushes me back. The score on the board changes, putting us both at the same level. I feel a little nervous, anxiety moving through my body. Go, Gabriel! Roz cheers from down below, making me recollect my focus. Forax is preparing to launch an I-beam. This is my last chance. I can't lose. It's time to end this match. Halo Blast! My halo lights up, the attack ready to go. Forax's eyes widen, his I-beam disintegrating. I launch a powerful beam at him, not holding myself back this time. It hits him square in the chest, pushing him to the ground. The cheers I expect don't come. Instead, gasps echo all around me, fueling the anxiety in my heart. The scoreboard shows a replay of the final move. There I am, my halo pulsing with dark energy. A halo blast, black as night, flies toward Forax, knocking him to the ground. I look down at his gray uniform contrasted by the green grass and gasp. Medics are rushing to his side, his form lying dormant on the ground. His eyes are closed, his breath's uneven, and his arms paralyzed. Master Dina remains in the air, looking at the dark angel who's now flying a few feet from her. Gabriel. Roz points to my wings. I angle my head and look at my worst nightmare playing out before my eyes. My wings are black. A few black feathers litter the ground, which now has a small dent in it. The black potion must have lost effect. The packing said bright lights, strong force, fever, trauma, etc. could negate its effect. Dina blows her whistle with much less enthusiasm than usual. Even her usually stern face is overcome with shock as she descends to the ground. I don't follow but notice two shadowy figures coming up. Archangel Uriel stands before me, his staff in one hand and a pager in the other. Master Gavriel is to the other side, muttering, "I knew it." A third figure, Master Javan, grabs my left arm, startling me. I look at his usually friendly face twisted with suspicion. "Wait!" Roz flies up, eager to plead my case. Master Gavriel grabs my other arm as Archangel Uriel solidifies in front of me, his shadow covering my body. He takes a deep breath, trying to make a difficult decision in the span of a second. Everybody's eyes are on me, staring at the weird specimen that I am, a dark angel. Gasps and shouts echo all over the place, fear crystallizing in the core of my chest. His voice is strained. "Call Castiel." 20x. Wait. Master Javan's grip loosens upon seeing Raz. I can explain. Master Gabriel cuts Raz off. Those wings mean only one thing. The Fire Guild is going to deal with this. But Gabriel didn't do anything, Raz protests, taking my side despite the strange turn of events. Swathi flies across the stadium, joining him to take a closer look at me. She can't even move her hands to take a photo of me. That's how shocked she is. In the distance, Ariel's gaze bores into me, too shocked to move. The other students begin to move, running all around in a chaotic rhythm. Usually, Master Dina would blow a whistle to stop them, but she has no idea how to deal with this situation. It's all because of a faulty wing growth formula, Roz reasons. Swathi and I look at him expectantly. He's been undergoing trials at Angel Innovates. The bottle must have been a defective one. Wing growth formula doesn't grow black wings, Master Gabriel says, severely. Even a faulty one. Gabriel is a dark angel, and you've all been keeping that from us. As you know, tea's illegal to use a black potion. Master Gabriel cuts Swathi off. That alone is enough to send you to the Fire Guild. This is why we couldn't find who was behind those attacks. Uriel crooks a finger at me. His distrustful gaze frisks me. Now I know how you were able to get into District -18. Was the incident at District 90 staged? Did you plan to get into the Holy Guild to further the Dark Angel's plans? Things are getting out of hand rapidly. No, wait, Swathi says, and turns to Roz, hoping he'll explain everything, but he just glares at her. He's got black wings, so what? That doesn't mean anything. He's not like the other Dark Angels. He didn't even have wings when he joined the guild. You've been concealing the truth from us, Uriel says, sending Swathi, Raz, and me sharp looks. All of you. Swathi, Raziel. I'll see you two in my room after this to discuss your punishments. As for you, he turns to me sighing. We'll let the Fire Guild handle this matter. They sent you here in the first place. In the distance, I hear the distinct sirens of the Fire Guild. Fear builds up in my heart. This can't be happening. How did I go from being trained by R.A. Michael to this? I have to get to him. He'll know how to fix it. Master Gavriel's grip loosens upon catching sight of the Fire Guild's patrol car. I take the opportunity to snap back. Roz looks at me, indicating that I leave. I take a step back, attempting to escape. Gavriel snaps his hand back, reaching for my arm. But before he can grab hold of me, a rancid smell begins to spread across the stadium. In the distance, clouds of green smoke rise up, covering the horizon. What the? Javon stares at the cloud of green, unable to believe his eyes. Swathi's jaws drop open. That can't be the green potion? Students, please clear out. The midterms are postponed. Javon flies away, trying to get the students away from the spreading green formula. Get away from the green potion. Get the students inside, now. Guild leader Uriel instructs Masters Dina and Gavriel. Gavriel grudgingly gives up on me, flying to help the other teachers escort the students indoors. Let's get out of here. Roz grabs my arm. You can't stay. Adrenaline explodes in my system, throwing my wings into action. This is my only chance to get away. Pushing his arm away, I take to the sky, bypassing a panicked Uriel, who is struggling to deal with the ramifications of the unexpected leak. From the control tower, a gassy cloud, the green of witch's brew, spreads over the skyline, embracing Seraphim City in a viridescent fog. Stunned, I wonder how this situation came to pass. Did Malpas escape or? The true leader of the Dark Angels will avenge my capture. Roz lags behind, watching me fly into the green smoke. Seraphim City spreads below me, coughing angels scrambling to get inside, away from the green potion. Emergency! Emergency! Angels, please get inside and avoid any contact with the green potion. A recorded message echoes all over the central quarter. Extended exposure to the formula is hazardous. To avoid exposure, wear masks and seek shelter inside the nearest building. Emergency sirens erupt all over the city, drowning everything in discordant noise. Flashes of red crackle like thunder amidst the green clouds. The fog is so thick it clouds my vision. Though it doesn't affect me since I'm already a dark angel, the smoky smell irritates my nasal passages. Right ahead, I see the Messenger Guild's control tower. Green gas emanates from the diffuser at the top of the tower, replacing perfume. Pieces of the puzzle come together. Malpass capture was a show, a diversion technique. But something bothers me. Malpass is terribly calm. Archangel Castiel's words make sense. Lila said the polluted water had a very low concentration of green potion, not enough to turn people into dark angels. It never made it past the central quarter. Amados, who drank water from the tap, didn't turn into a dark angel either. If Malpass wanted his plan to succeed, he wouldn't have shown up at the guild while the plan was in action. He must have broken into the Holy Guild to stage his capture and pave way for the true leader of the Dark Angels to execute their plan. I'd never have thought the Dark Angels would get the formula out through the control tower. But being the highest structure in the city, it makes the most sense. If I'm right, that means the real leader of the Dark Angels is in the Messenger Guild's control tower, pumping green potion through the diffuser. Determined to put a stop to this, I dash to the top of the control tower only to find that the steel shutters have been activated, blocking my view. I throw an energy ball at the glass, but it doesn't break. The internal emergency system has been activated and everyone is being evacuated to the underground passage. Fire Guild cars are racing in my direction. The sirens get louder and louder, and the sleepy news program on the largest screen in town transforms into Archangel Castiel's troubled face, echoed in several gleaming television screens plastered all over the market district. The Messenger Guild's control tower was captured, he announces unceremoniously. All citizens are advised to stay indoors until further notice. If you're out, find shelter in the nearest building. We are working to detect the source of the leak. Under his image are the words, "Breaking news. Green formula leak." The hazy gas condenses over people who are screaming and shouting like chili powder got into their eyes. Market Street is overrun with chaotic shoppers trying to flee. Angels transform right before my eyes, writhing with pain, their wings turning gray under the influence of the gas. I watch the emergency protocol go into action, the doors of the Messenger Guild's tower shutting one by one. Swooping down, I crash through the front door, following the trail of newcomers. My foot gets in just as the emergency system kicks in, and the final door closes. The scene before my eyes hits me like a bucket of cold water. It's complete chaos. Control tower employees swarm the lobby, coughing and screaming. "Who was watching over the main tower?" the manager yells over the panicked crowd. "There were 7 of them and I can't contact anyone," another angel replies. "They're still inside." This is really bad. His pager begins to blare, and Castiel's voice breaks through. Archangel Castiel. The control tower manager brings up a video of Castiel. What is going on there? We tried contacting the diffusion chamber, but there was no response. A complete lockdown is in progress, the manager replies. The auto shutdown system was activated several minutes ago. We've all been locked out. Get someone to unfreeze the system. Get to the top floor now. Archangel Castiel says. Whoever leaked the gas is still in there. We'll try to get in from the outside. I am on my feet, searching for the nearest staircase. The elevators are out of order because the security system disabled them. I fly over the staircase, feeling dizzy as I pass more levels in a circular motion. But I keep my focus, determined to get to the top before the system shuts everything down. However, as soon as I reach the top floor, the system blacks out. Lights go out, abandoning me to cold darkness. Distant shrieks sputter, whispers filling my ears. A second later, the lights snap on. Screens all around me light up, filling with a disturbing sight. Malpass's face is on every screen in the vicinity. Terror knots in my belly as his raspy voice breaks out from the speaker. Welcome to a new dawn. You are all lucky to be a part of the ever-evolving Dark Angel Project. From weak, ordinary angels, powerful, genetically perfect ones will be born. The screen goes off again as the security system activates. 10 seconds to shut down. The system announces and begins to count down. A partially open door lies before me, steel shutters rapidly covering it. On the other side lies the diffusion chamber. It's going to be a tight squeeze, but I've got to get in. 10, 9, 8. Quicksilver. 6, 5. I dash off like my shoes are on fire. Tiles melt away like a white sheet under my feet. 3, 2. 2 wings of a metal shutter come together, shutting off access to the control chamber. Only a few inches remain between them, enough for me to squeeze in. 1. Beep. The metal shutters close, leaving not a centimeter between the two. I'm in. I made it inside at the very last second. My heart is pounding so loud I can't hear a thing. Eyes adjusting to the scenery, I realize I'm inside an office with several controls. 7 unconscious people lie in odd positions on the floor, Malpass video message still playing. Through the circular glass windows running all through the control panel walls, I see green potion foaming out like a witch's brew from a cauldron. My eyes scan the control panel for a route to the diffusion chamber. The guided tour said that's where they diffuse perfumes from. A red one labeled diffusion chamber catches my eye on the right end. I push down on it, and a door at the end of the control room opens. I run toward it, racing against time to save the world. Before the door closes, I get in, finding myself in a chamber of dark metal walls where liquids and gases are diffused. At the center of the chamber is a silver apparatus carrying a bottle of green potion. I instinctively reach for it, desperate to dislodge the potion before it reaches the diffuser. However, before my hand hits the glass, a black beam comes flying at me, hurting my hand. My hand drops, sliding away from the diffuser. A tall figure silhouetted against the dark walls stands at the far end of the room. His raven wings are majestic, spilling all the way down to the floor. Light frames the rim of his wings and cascades down their smooth surface like a drop of water. I saw him in the sewer once. They had the most majestic pair of black wings. I don't think I've ever seen anything like it. The person standing before me matches Kale's description. This is the leader of the Death Guild, the most powerful dark angel in existence. This is the person Kale saw in the sewer before this semester began. I have no doubt about it. My legs shake as if in recognition of the magnitude of power I'm facing. At last he turns, our eyes meeting across the void. 27. You're here. Bright blue eyes meet mine, making my heart beat insanely fast. A mop of cropped blonde hair sits over them, painting a disturbing picture. Part of my brain thinks it's a dream, but it's too real. R.A. Michael stands before me, his face shadowed by meager lighting. He doesn't smile, his face contorted in a tense line. You made it. R.A. Michael's voice grounds me in reality. This fear, this voice, this place is too real. His long, majestic wings aren't pure white but pitch black, onyx feathers scattered on the floor. I take a step back, bumping against the door. His eyes widen. I was expecting you. No, this can't be happening. I look back, hoping someone will burst in and tell me it's all a trick, but nothing of that sort happens. Why are your wings black? I sound stupid even to myself. Gabriel, R.A. Michael moves closer and I unconsciously take a step back, the truth taking hold in my mind. He's the leader of the Dark Angels, the one behind all those attacks. It was him. It was him all along. But I scan the room for answers, but all I see are panels of black metal reflecting my shocked face. But your wings were white, your divine blast. Chaotic thoughts run tangled through my brain. Black potion, he says. You know how it's done. Yes, I know. Because I'm just like him. He takes a step forward, stepping off the gleaming podium, but this time I step back, shrinking with fear. He smiles, his arms opening to welcome me. I always knew you were special. I didn't think you'd become a dark angel, but I'm glad you did. Did you have anything to do with it? The image before my eyes alters my perception of R.A. Michael. He's a dark angel. He's the one behind the attacks in the northern quarter. No, I was surprised, to be honest. He extends a hand, only a few inches separating us now. My back is against the door, our shadows melded into one. Are you here to join me? I pause, feeling a large boulder sitting on my heart as his expectant blue eyes gaze into mine. Join you? In what? Too bad I already know the answer. Malpass' request makes sense now. He knew I'd end up here, confronting R.A. Michael. I could say no to Malpass, but R.A. Michael is my hero, the idol I've looked up to my entire life. My illusions shatter right before my eyes. You're different from the rest of them. Better, but they'll never recognize you. In Seraphim City, you'll always be a misfit. But with me, you can shine. We want to reclaim what's ours. We've been forced to hide under it all these years. You know you can't go back there anymore. This is where you truly belong. That's... My mousy voice is drowned out by his authoritative tone. Not being able to show your true colors. He pauses, overcome by emotion. It eats at you a little every day. Being invisible is the worst fate, worse than death. You're the angel in the picture. My words come out broken, memories focusing on the picture I saw in Malpass' office. The person standing next to him with the washed-out face is R.A. Michael. There was a picture of you with Malpass at the Death Guild, but your face was missing. We enrolled in the Dark Angel Project together, he says. That picture was taken when the program began. But why? You have wings. You're not like Malpass or me. Not having wings isn't the only type of abnormality, he says. I was born with a hole in my heart. The doctor said it couldn't be cured. It was only a matter of time before I died. But you got into the Holy Guild. I wouldn't have lasted more than 7 years if it wasn't for the transformation, he says. Malpass told me about the project, and I decided to join as a part-time subject. I gave them a false name, which is why there is no record of my participation. But Archangel Castile knows you. How did he not realize who you really were? He remembers me as a weak trainee from the Holy Guild who ran out of breath all the time, R.A. Michael says. It was because of my problem. I made it to the guild with sheer willpower, but I knew becoming an archangel would require a miracle. Once I underwent the transformation and turned into a dark angel, I suddenly gained power and stamina. My lifelong weakness was gone, and my dreams were within reach. That's why you know how to use light and dark attacks. Just when I was getting a hang of it, the Dark Angel Project was disbanded. My friends had been killed because they were deemed a threat to the country. Many of the scientists that participated in the program either died or disappeared. Thankfully, my name wasn't on the list, so I got away. Malpass and I stayed in touch after he brought the other angels to District -18. My job in the government allowed me to help them. We've built District -18 together. That's admirable, I say. Are you here to answer Malpass' offer? He asks. I know he asked you to join the Death Guild. I don't want to join the Death Guild, I say. We have to save Seraphim City. You don't understand, he grits through his teeth, his fists balling. Living each day as an outsider is tiring. The people you think are your friends aren't. It's you against the world, every step a battle, every achievement a struggle. They'll turn their backs on you once they know who you are. That's why things need to change. We needed a voice. I had to be that voice. Seraphim City must become the foothold of dark angels. Let the world see how powerful and peaceful we can be. Veins pop on his forehead, his impassioned speech resonating. Being different is a curse, Gabriel. If you leave this tower now, you'll never be able to return to the life you knew. You're wrong. Turning everyone into dark angels won't make my pain go away. I take a step back, realization gaining hold in my mind. His words bring clarity to my mind, making me see what I believe in. Being different isn't a curse, it's a responsibility to show the world another perspective. A responsibility, huh? R.A.? Michael steps forward. The previous R.A. had us all killed. If Malpass and I hadn't taken charge, everyone would be dead. Do you think that was the responsible thing to do? No, it wasn't. I take another step back, his shadow looming over me. But you became the ruling archangel. Despite all that happened, you became better than them. Turning everyone into dark angels won't solve anything. It's too late. R.A., Michael pulls back, blinking. The formula must have spread over the city by now. Let's go back, I plead. Please, you know how to stop the formula from spreading. Don't you want to save Seraphim City? You're the ruling archangel. No, his thunderous voice echoes through the metal room, hands clenching into fists. They must pay for what they did to us. But, I swallow. But they didn't do anything. The people who turned you into this are not here. You can't leave, he says, shaking his head. In the throes of his emotion, He's a different person. He clears this throat. This is your final chance, Gabriel. Even if you return, things won't be easy for you. You'll never be able to attend a guild as a dark angel. The odds of you becoming an archangel are 0. Stay with me and create a new world. No, I stand up taller. This is the path I've chosen, and I'll continue to walk it, no matter how hard it gets. Your path isn't hard, it's impossible. I inhale shakily, realizing where this confrontation is going. I can't win, not against him. I'll never know if I don't try. I don't know where the courage to say those words comes from, but I know it's how I feel. You don't have the power to change the world, he says. Nobody does. I tried and I couldn't. I might not have the power to change the world, but I don't want to. I swallow, nervously glancing around for any sight of my friends or Hadraniel. I just want to follow my dream in this ugly world. As long as I do that, I'll find a way. I don't know whether to call you idealistic or naive, but I can't let you leave here. He takes a step back. I'm sorry. My eyes go wide, even though I've been anticipating those words for the last 5 minutes. A light arrow flies at me and I dodge it. What I've learned in my short time as a trainee is this: you can never be completely prepared for battles. You can only hope to do your best. So here I am facing my mentor, the most powerful archangel in Celestia, hoping to do my best. Then again, that was always my strategy. And I'm going to do this my way. I close my eyes for a moment, trying to calm my mind that has gone into overdrive. My emotions are so strong they're overflowing, making my entire body shake. I might have practiced hard, but taking on the ruling archangel of Celestia is a Herculean task for a bronze trainee. A trainee who didn't even make it to the Z Guild can't handle his power alone. I glance at the door nervously, hoping Archangel Castile's going to break in, but there's no sign of anyone. You can do this, Gabriel. You have to save this city. Positioning myself against the wall, I brace for a follow-up attack. It comes fast, in the form of a dark energy ball. Fear seizes my body, turning my legs to lead. I remember the feeling of that ball on the night I stumbled on Malpas in the alley. However, my body reacts on its own, activating my special ability. The dark energy ball breaks the black wall it collides against, turning the metal into dust. I'm already panting, feeling an eerie empathy for Kale. The force of R.A. Michael's attacks makes the walls rattle. I've seen energy balls before, but none as powerful as that. In comparison, mine pales. Your turn to attack, R.A., Michael reminds me. I find myself backed against the wall. Taking a deep breath, I try to summon a halo beam. An uncontrolled beam of light prematurely erupts from my halo, missing R.A. Michael by a mile. Unlike his powerful attacks, mine barely manages to scratch the metal wall. I'm growing more and more nervous each second. You haven't been practicing enough, he says. Halo beam? His halo beam is 10 times better than mine and covers the entire wall. I have nowhere left to run except... An idea sparks my wings to action, sending me darting across the room. R.A. Michael follows my motion with his halo beam until he can't see me anymore. Energy ball. My energy ball pushes into his back, forcing his wings apart. The force of my ball pushes him by a few inches, but not enough to do major damage. Didn't see you coming, he says, crushing the energy ball with his black wings. I'm too stunned to move. I had no idea a pair of wings could be that powerful. My attack slid over him like it was a feather, not a cannon. I can only look at him and hope to be spared. R.A. Michael doesn't miss his turn to attack. His eye beam hits directly, making me see stars. My back thumps against the black metal door, sliding down to the smooth floor. Though R.A. Michael's eye beam was dark, it doesn't make me feel like Malpass did. My bones are weak and my legs are lead, but I can move. Sensation moves through my joints, but that sensation too is fading. Blurry images crystallize into R.A. Michael. He's standing over me, looking down with narrowed eyes filled with sympathy. We both hoped things were different, but I chose this path, and I must now face the consequences. Goodbye, Gabriel, he says. His hazy outlines fade to black, and the last thing I see is a purplish energy ball, covering me with its unparalleled power. It's a direct hit. 28. Gabriel. A distant voice fills my ears. I try to open my eyelids, but something heavy weighs them down. Inside the blackness filling my eyes, a figure made of light surfaces. Though exhaustion paralyzes my body, my mind is alert. The figure of light gains a human form and extends its hand out to me. Who are you? I blink, looking down at my hands. They're made of light. My body feels so light I might be... Am I dead? The figure of light doesn't answer. Come with me, it says, a hollow voice echoing in the abstract darkness. My body is weightless, adrift on a sea of void. I take the light's hand and follow it to an opening. A pathway made of light and shadow materializes, leading to a darkened hallway. Lamps glimmer in a row, beckoning me to take a step forward. Where are you taking me? I ask, following the figure of light into the hallway. The arch behind us disappears, details of my new location emerging. We're in a hallway filled with paintings. In those pictures, I see familiar faces. Grandma, me, Swathi, Ariel, Roz, Kale, and 1,000 unknown faces whose lives have intersected with mine. I feel no pain or fatigue. This must really be the other side. This is you. The figure of light stops next to an image burned in the darkness. It's a picture of baby Gabriel, gurgling and playing. He has sharp brown eyes and sparse black hair. My mother watches over me, smiling at my face. On the TV, the national tournament plays, and I shake my rattle excitedly as if trying to cheer. That's me. My mother and our house seem so distant now, but the image ignites a spark in my heart that feels like life. Let's move to the next picture. The light and I move over to the next frame. This one isn't a picture but a video. I'm 6 and watching the national tournament again. I'm going to be a ruling archangel one day, a wingless me says, spreading my arms to form wings, pretending to fly across the room. Gabriel, be careful, you're going to hit. Grandma and Mom are sitting on the couch, watching the tournament with me. My pretend wings crash against the bookshelf, a few books falling over my head. Ouch. Are you okay? Grandma comes up to me and picks me up, rubbing my forehead gently. Yes. My smile returns, even as another book falls on my head. That was the first time you said you wanted to be a ruling archangel, the light says in a hollow voice. I didn't know that. I've forgotten a lot of these words, faces becoming blurrier over time. I try to touch the picture but it fades away. What are these pictures? I ask the light that lead me to the next one. Memories. It says starting the next video. The memories that you were made of. Memories? The next memory is of me when I was 12 and attempting the GT practice test for the first time. In this one, I'm rubbing my eyes, trying hard to focus on knowing the names of all previous ruling archangels. I remember that time. It was hard to get all the names down, so I stayed stuck names of archangels on the walls, forcing myself to read them every time I came in or out of a room. I laugh at the memory. That was at midnight. I studied so hard, but didn't get a single answer right. Just like that, we're on to the next memory. I'm watching reruns of the national tournament again, analyzing the players' moves. I've watched that 1,000 times at least. I laugh, a spark of life igniting in me. My grandma keeps telling me I should stop. But you don't want to, the light says. Yes, whenever I watch reruns, I feel like I'm there, one step closer to my dream. I lean forward and point at the screen. He's going to attack now. The competitor throws an energy ball the next second. Let's go to the next memory. The light moves on, floating over the void. Why are we going through these memories? Am I dead? No, but you're dying. The hollow voice remains unemotional. Then, why are we looking at videos? Shouldn't you do something? Who are you anyway? Before I can complete my sentence, the next slide lights up. This one is from a year ago. I'm standing outside the golden gates of the Holy Guild, looking up at the magnificent structure towering over my head. You took a day off wing polishing to stare at the Holy Guild, the light says. But you failed to get in. My first GT failure. I remember it vividly. A fire guild member saw me climbing the wall and stopped me, I say. The same thing happens in the video. Light spreads inside my body. But I ultimately got in, didn't I? The light images disappear too, and we're at my final GT results now, where Roz tells me about the clip-on wings. A grin spreads across my face. You made your first friend that day, the light says. I nod, trying to touch Roz, who is nothing but a memory now. Will I ever be able to see him again and thank him for telling me about the wings? He's so smart, he knows everything. The words tumble out of my mouth as my eyes grow misty. He helped me with history and government studies. I stop, realizing that's where I fainted. Let's go to the next memory. The next memory is of Yale and me, battling on the roof of AMIM. I hope he's doing okay at the Z Guild, I say. Too bad I never saw him again. The screen fades and becomes another clip. That's Swathi. I point to Swathi, interrupting Roz and me from the back seat. You'll scare him, Roz says. Swathi frowns. I laugh. She knows everything too, but in a different way. Can you believe she and Roz are childhood friends? I smile. They're so different. No matter how dangerous the situation, she jumps in if it's breaking news. You should have seen her take pictures at District -18. I laugh again. She has a dream, the light says. Like you. Yes. I lose touch with my voice at that point, staring mutely at the fading movie. The light becomes me following Ariel to the sewer with Raz. What about her? The light asks. I thought Ariel was quiet and shy, I say. But she's strong on the inside. It takes brains to figure out sewer routes. And she's surprisingly good at basic attacks. I want to go back and see her stand up to her mother. I never got to see her act, I remember, a little too late. But she's the sensible one, trying to get everyone on the same page. I sink to the floor as the movie changes scenes again. This time it's Kale giving me the black potion. He was mean at first, I say in a broken voice. But he has changed a lot. I never thought we'd be friends. If I hadn't followed him down the sewer, I'd never have seen District -18. The next image is one of the 5 of us walking the streets of District -18. Roz is in his hideous pajamas. Swathi is taking photos. Ariel is trying to get everyone to calm down. And Kale is irritated at having to babysit bronze trainees. I'm excited but terrified. District -18, the Spectre of Light says. Do you remember that day? It was the grandest adventure of my life. Was it? The light hovers over me, showing me another scene. It's me attacking Malpus with my first ever dark attack. I didn't know what I was doing, I say, watching my dark energy ball grow larger and larger. The things people said, it got to me and... The memories are out of order now, flashing back to the first time I came into the Holy Guild. I glance around, starstruck at the sight of Uriel's hallway filled with pictures of archangels and shelves lined with medals. The scene breaks and I stand outside the special attack training room, hoping I don't get Master Gavriel for a mentor. When I open the door, I suck in a deep breath, because I can never forget the moment when I opened the door and found R.A. Michaels standing on the other side. It was a dream come true. I was in a daze for hours. I called Grandma and screamed about it on the phone. She said it must be a reward for all the hardship I'd been through. Then I remember who he really is, and the joy drains out. He was my hero, you know. I look up at him, shining like a beacon of light at the end of a long road filled with struggles. I didn't know he'd be the one to... I don't finish. He was the first person to believe in me. He told me I was special. The scene changes again to me at the sports club, practicing my light and dark attacks. You learned a lot from him, the light says. Yes, I did. I stand up. He made me believe my dream was real, that it was worth pursuing, and if I worked hard enough, I'd be able to get there just like he did. But now I realize how different we are. That scene fades too, and we're at the last scene of my life, Me facing off against R.A. Michael, us standing at opposite poles of the black metal diffusion chamber. It's because of your dream that you are able to meet these people, experience these things, the light says. It might have started as your dream, but it's become everyone's dream now. I look at my last memory, coming to a rapid end as R.A. Michael's dark energy ball hits me, and the screen breaks, becoming one with the endless black hall. My eyes see light spots, reeling under the emotions all those memories bring. Now that it's all over, how do you feel? The light asks. Was your dream worth dying for? Absolutely, I say, without a second thought, because just the thought of it energizes me. But you didn't get to become an RA, echoes the light's emotionless hollow voice. That's sad, I say. But it doesn't matter. I take a step forward, filled with a new realization. The destination doesn't matter, it never did. But the journey, in the next life, and the next, I'd choose the same dream. Why? Because nothing else makes me feel this way, I reply. Special, excited, crazy, and emotional, all at once. It's because of this dream that I met my friends. It's because of it that I made all those memories. You're right, it's brought me so far, and it'll take me further. The light begins to spread. It's because of that dream that you're still alive, it says. Your dream needs you as much as you need it. It's time for you to finish what you started. Return? You're getting a second chance. The light body is disintegrating into shards of white. Go, go, go where? My body feels heavier now, pulled back to the physical world. Go back and win, the light says. Its edges become fuzzy, stabbed with needles of darkness. The boundary between the light and dark begins to disappear, the void swallowing up the light figure. Good luck, Gabriel. Wait, it disappears in a flash, the dark hallway dissolving like smoke. My dream falls apart, all the images and videos erased. Life returns to my body, a solid form anchoring me in reality. With that, it abandons me to life. My eyelids crack open, allowing blurry light in. Little by little, the diffusion chamber solidifies before my eyes. I'm tired, but my body's been rejuvenated with a new source of energy. Blood flows through my wings again, pumping life into my limp skeleton. I get up, screaming. R.A. Michael's head snaps back, his eyes widening in shock. How are you still alive? I support my hands on the slippery wall, trying to stand up. I'm going to finish this. What? Fight me. You can barely stand. Shock etched on his face, he tries to steady his voice. I'm going to finish this, I say, a little louder, feeling energy pulsate in my body. I drag my feet one step forward. Tilting my head up, I summon a halo beam that misses. It's so pathetic it disintegrates before even making it to him. R.A. Michael flies over me, not a scratch on his body. Even if you manage to get up, you can't defeat me. His voice is like crashing thunder surrounding my fragile senses. I taste metal, no, blood, on my tongue, and self-doubt flickers in my mind. Smoothing it over, I drag my jelly legs another inch. That's not going to stop me. Not even death can stop me from fighting because I'm not fighting for fame or glory. I'm fighting for my dream. Wiping the spot of blood, I cough and drag my feet to stand upright. A spark of energy passes through my wings. I seize it, using the momentum to rise and fly up, hovering over the floor. Each breath is labored, echoing in the steel room. Dizziness binds my fading vision, making me see ones and twos. But my goal is clear in my mind. Flying now, are we? R.A. Michael looks amused at my powerless display. He's up there like Lucifer with shiny black wings, contrasting his pale form. Power radiates from him in waves, icy blue eyes focused on me. Too bad this is the end. A palm rises, sparkling with black electricity. Watch closely, you might never see it again. The black sparks become a concentrated black beam. Death blast. Before I can contemplate how cool that move is, a blast of concentrated black light flies at me, exterminating all thoughts except one: run. My boneless legs move on their own thanks to Quicksilver. I manage to avoid his death blast by a whisker, but it obliterates the diffusion chamber, sending shards of glass flying all over. The test tube with green potion shatters, but there's nothing in it. My back presses to the wall because I can't stand any longer without its support. In 2 minutes, all my strength is gone, returning me to the reality of life. All the pep talk my brain gave me vanishes in the face of reality. I wipe the sweat off my face and try to inhale a breath large enough to fill my lungs. "What's the point of going on like this?" he asks, lowering an inch. "Just give up." I can't. My stomach is quivering, thanks to the weakness that fills my entire being. "It'll take years for you to become the RA if you ever do," he says. "I might never become a ruling archangel," I say. "But I can't give up. I've already come too far." I wipe another bead off my temple. "And I'm stubborn like that." "It's your turn to attack." He gives me a chance. "Go on, let's see what you can do." I collect my thoughts, putting all my remaining energy into my last attack. It's the attack I haven't perfected, but it's the only one I can think of at the moment. I've never done this before, but I know it's in me. All the shaky feeling in my heart pool into my hands, drawing energy from the tips of my wings to the toes. There's no way I can survive this attack. But if I'm going down, I'll go down with a blast. Death blast. The last thing I see are Artankri, Michael's eyes enlarging before the black flood of light that emanates from my body fills the entire room. It's the most powerful beam of black light I've ever produced, and it takes everything inside me to do it. I've known that I had a dark ability, but didn't realize it until now. Technically, my Dark Angel special ability is Copycat, the ability to copy any moves that I've seen. This is my first time using it though, this black and red plasma that I have created. My vision blurs for a second, everything turning red. I see the past, present, and future, all blurry and black. Everything is broken and dead like I'm standing at the end of time. It annihilates everything in its path, turning metal to dust, which then falls on me like black snow. The beam continues to pulsate like a nuclear reaction, even after the initial haze has faded. I feel the power in every cell. It covers R.A. Michael's shocked form, a direct hit. I collapse, knees giving out. When the dust clears, my head aches like 10 noisy kids are banging metal plates inside it, and my thin hold on consciousness slips. I see a flickering, blurry image of Michael on the ground, his fingers moving. Though he can get up, he doesn't. My death blast knocked the wind from his lungs. "You hit me. How?" Our Michael lies on the floor, breathless. "How did you do that? Where did you get that power from?" "You once told me skills can be learned, but ambition can't." My voice sounds distant to my ears. Images flare in and out of focus. I now know that skills can be defeated, but ambition can't. A silent moment passes between us, the unsaid condensing in the gaps between seconds. This silence, is this what they call peace? A sad smile spreads on his lips, his eyes struggling to stay open. "You really were special." The sound of Fire Guild sirens intensifies outside the diffusion chamber. Voices echo around us as the security system is deactivated. The steel door creaks open, footsteps shuffling. "Castiel and others will be here soon." My voice is barely a whisper. "You know, you were my hero. When you said I was special, I thought I'd touched the stars." "And now?" His voice is as croaky as mine. "The stars don't matter," I reply. "How I get there does." A faint, forced puff of air escapes his lips. I wonder when my dream became an obsession. He staggers to sitting. My attack broke him. No, it freed him. "So this is the end, huh?" "Yes." The automatic alarm system goes off, and the door bursts open, Fire Guild members flooding in. Hadraniel swoops in first, a few scratches lining his face. Behind him, Layla arrives with Castile, shielded by other Fire Guild members. Swathi's there too, taking pictures of the scene, shaking with excitement despite the situation. An exhausted Ariel stands next to her, face lined with dust. Raz is right behind them, spots of green clinging to his shirt. "You followed me." My voice is broken. "We helped out," Ariel explains. "You look terrible." What? Roz looks from Michael to me. Happened here? R.A. Michael is the leader of the Dark Angels. Hadraniel catches on quickly, noticing the wings. And you just dealt a massive blow to him. His eyes are about to pop out. Handcuff him. Castile kneels next to Michael, eyes wide. I can't believe it was you. How? You're a Dark Angel? I always was. You just didn't know. Is that why your breathing problem suddenly went away? Castile asks, hauling him up to standing. I should have known. Hadraniel clamps espium handcuffs around him, caging his body in metal. Layla deactivates the system from the inside, opening the windows that look out at a row of flying Fire Guild patrol cars. Looks like we're going to need a new ruling archangel now, she says, hand crossed over her chest. This is going to be a long investigation. Fire Guild members pour in, gathering around Michael. He surrenders, having no strength to fight back. Roz and Ariel are shocked, while Swathi doesn't even care about anything that can't make national news. Layla escorts him out, leading the way. He doesn't make eye contact with anyone, a weaker, hollower version of himself now. I feel a pang of sadness, but it's lost in the numbness that pervades my muscles. I never thought it'd be him, Castile says. Me neither, Hadraniel admits woefully. I can't believe Gabriel did that to him. Ariel says, bringing everyone's attention to me. That's right. How did you have him on the ground? Castile asks, taking note of my black wings. I'm pretty sure the other briefed him about this new change. He's the most powerful archangel in Celestia. Everybody has a weakness, I say. And I just happen to know his. Castile wants to probe, but he summons his professional voice. Get the kids out. We're going to have a long talk about this once we take care of him. What about the leak? I ask. We managed to find an antidote, Castile says, then in a smaller voice adds, thanks to Dr. Kaur. We're going to be diffusing it through the city as soon as he gets here. And we stopped the formula from spreading before things got too bad, Hadraniel says. The formula isn't as effective as the Dark Angels thought. I mean, look at me. I was in it for weeks and nothing happened. I'm glad everyone's going to be okay, Ariel says. I really thought Seraphim City was going to turn into District -18 today. Are you okay? Roz asks, his hand steadying me. Good as new, I reply, before fainting anticlimactically. 29. Good as new, eh? Roz sits next to my bed in the Healing Guild, his blue graphic tee sagging. I am now, I laugh, and my ribs hurt. Ouch. Stay still. Roz watches over me like a mother hen. I don't know how you manage to stand in your state, much less talk. I'm hard-headed. I give him a goofy grin. Like that's a compliment. Swathi rolls her eyes, sitting on the bed next to mine, busy on her pager as usual. But I can't blame you since your hard-headedness got me the scoop of the decade. She stands up with a flourish and does a twirl. Guys, you're looking at the most followed news account on the planet. Seriously? You beat Crystal? Another rib hurts as I try to get up, yet again. Course I did. There's no way she can top exclusive pictures of District -18 and R.A. Michael's defeat and impeachment. I'm on a different level. Whoa, your confidence went through the roof after just one news article, Ariel says. Behind her, Kale stands silent in a button-down shirt and a pair of beige pants that make him look like a preppy rich kid. R.A. Michael. Sensation returns. Did he quit? It's only logical that he quit after what happened, but I feel a strange hollowness in my heart, like an era has come to an end. I'll never see him again for special attacks practice, or be able to hear how special he thinks I am. Yes, Swathi says. They're questioning him at the Fire Guild, but he'll be transferred to Blue Hollow soon. Are you okay? Ariel interjects. After what happened at the Death Guild, I thought you'd be happy he quit. He almost killed you. What happened to District -18? The Fire Guild got in and, Kale sighs. The Dark Angels were evacuated. R.A., Castile is in negotiations with Malpas, but it looks like they'll be able to join the rest of us above ground soon. He'll even make the Death Guild official. R.A. Castile? He's the new ruling archangel. I try to sit up, but my aching body weighs me down like a stone. Take it easy, Roz says, helping me rest my head on the pillow. You're going to be here for another week. I'm fine. Take me home already. Swati shakes her head. Right, good as new. How long have I been here anyway? 2 weeks. 2 weeks? What about the midterms? Then I remember that I'm not a Holy Guild student anymore. It was only until Malpas was found. I slump lying back on the bed. I've got another 8 months to go before the next GT. I'm a little disappointed. Castile is the new RA though, Swati blabbers on. He doesn't have enough leadership. I mean RA, Michael was so much more interesting. Roz clamps her mouth shut. Swati, he's right outside. I feel the same way. I gaze at the distant ceiling, remembering my fight with R.A. Michael. There really is nobody like him. But don't worry, I'll make for an interesting R.A. in 30 years. Kale, who has been standing next to the window, steps forward. You can't even get into the government for the next 4 years. By then I'd have gotten a promotion. I laugh. It's good to have rivals, Ariel says, trying to smooth things over. They push you to work harder. I still don't know how to tell them I won't be at the guild anymore. Kale and I smile at each other. See you next term, he says, rounding his way to the door. I've got to get back to the Fire Guild. They're letting Raphael and Dad go today. That's great. The door opens and closes, and Kale is gone. He's become a completely different person, Ariel remarks. Only 2 months ago he was mean and judgmental. Swati shrugs. Looks like my good influence rubbed off on him. Hey, don't take all the credit. A sharp knock on the door puts an abrupt end to our conversation. Looks like it's time to go, Swati says. But before we go, she snaps a picture of me in bed. Today's headline, National Hero Wakes Up. Aren't I lucky to have high-profile friends? She happily skips away, eyes on her pager. Roz waves goodbye, depositing health supplements, fruits, flowers, and other things to eat on the nightstand next to me. R.A. Castile follows on Swathia's heels, dressed in the ruling archangel's uniform. Oh, good morning, R.A. Castile, Roz says on his way out. Raziel. R.A. Castile enters, his dark gaze sweeping over the room. I notice he wears white robes now, the ruling archangel's official uniform, with a golden pin. Thank your father for his help with the leak. Sure. Roz gets out as quickly as his legs can carry him. R.A. Castile walks in, his flaming red hair combed back. He appears as stressed as always. Some things never change. Lila is conspicuously missing. She must be busy with the case. Good morning. I feel a twist in my stomach seeing his face instead of R.A. Michael's in that uniform. Even if he turned out to be the bad guy, in the end, he'll still be my childhood hero. You're awake. How are you feeling? Like my bones are made of iron. My feeble attempt at humor is ignored. R.A. Castile remains silent, observing a potted plant on the windowsill for what feels like an eternity. Then he looks up and meets my eyes. I'm sorry for suspecting you just because you were a dark angel, Castile says. Because of my bias, Michael was able to get away and Raphael was arrested. He swallows. Adults can be wrong sometimes, you know. I know. But we can all change. Castile gazes at the bedstand, his fingers stroking the railing. I'm going to change the law. Dark angels will be able to live with us, every opportunity available to them. I realize that we'll have to take responsibility for what the previous government did. After what happened at District -18, we can't hold them back anymore. Given enough time, we'll work something out. That can't be easy, I choke out. No. Castile's eyes are fixed on the edge of the bed. The right choices never are. He links his fingers. Your grandma just left. I think she'll be back later today. She's been taking care of you day and night. Does she know I woke up? Swati messaged her, I think. She'll be here to get you soon. I nod, my heart heavy with an unsaid goodbye. Once he leaves, I'll never see him again. I won't get to rub shoulders with the most high-profile archangels in the country. These 3 months have been a dream. A bizarrely bittersweet, exciting, unpredictable dream, just like reality is. But it's also transient. Now that this dream is over, I'll go back to my life as Gabriel Perez, professional wing polisher. That's not too bad, I tell myself. At least I get to be with Grandma. And eat pastries. What are you going to do once you leave? R.A. Castile asks, echoing my thoughts. My mind goes blank. I think I'll try taking the GT again. It's my dream to become an archangel after all. I can't give up on that. Unless dark angels can't. No, you're welcome to try, Castile says, waving his hands chaotically. Without Layla to guide his actions, he's lost. She literally spoke for him. But you're a national hero now, and you defeated the RA. I don't think you can go back to trying for the GT. I mean, that's terrible PR for our government. Especially after the District -18 fiasco. He chokes out a humorless laugh. What do you mean? A spark of hope ignites in my heart. How about you start where you left off? Huh? As the new RA, I'd be happy to welcome the national hero to the Holy Guild. For a minute, the entire world stills. I forget to breathe. I blink several times, not registering a single ray of light. I couldn't have heard him right. I get to go to the Holy Guild just like that? Are you serious? Happiness bubbles inside my throat, turning my serious question into a squeal. I don't even care how much my body hurts. Yes, Uriel and I had a word about it. He realizes what he did wasn't right, so he's decided to give you a chance. Wow! My voice dies in my throat, overcome by excitement. Is it okay to have a dark angel in the Holy Guild? Yes, though after that display at District -18, all the guilds are fighting over you. Z Guild needs the publicity, and Death Guild needs new recruits. Just remember, I got here first. We both laughed together, a rare joy lighting R.A. Castile's weary eyes. Becoming an R.A. has surely improved his sense of humor. R.A.? Castile gives me an update detailing all the changes that have taken place over the last 2 weeks. The government is working to establish an official Death Guild and open up spots in the government for Dark Angels. We'll build a memorial for Dark Angels in Seraphim City, he says. It was Layla's idea. Once he's done with the recitations, he looks at his pager that is flooded with messages. Work keeps piling up. He sighs, getting up to leave. See you next week at the guild. I wave him goodbye, my boneless fingers rife with energy. A shadow lingers just as the door opens. Castile bows wordlessly and shows himself out. Grandma comes in next, looking at least 3 years older than when I last saw her. Her tired eyes are surrounded by dark circles, and her clothes are old. However, her eyes glow with unshed tears upon seeing me alive and awake. Clearing her throat, she says, "You're awake. Good, it's time for Rose's story." Grandma, in my life full of ups and downs, she's the only constant. She squeezes me in a tight hug, not caring about any unset bones she's breaking. I missed you, Gabriel, she says. I was worried, but I told them you'd wake up. You've got to get up and become an archangel. I squeeze her tighter, despite my hurting ribs. Thank you for being there for me. You don't have to thank me. I'm your grandma. It's my job to take care of you. You know I'm going back to the Holy Guild, I say, breaking away from her tight embrace. R.A. Castile says I can start where I left off. I'm a national hero now. Really? That's great. You're on the news every day, she says, turning on the TV. I wonder if Swathi had anything to do with it. We sit next to each other and watch the news cover events of District -18 in excruciating detail. My picture is stamped on several news channels, calling me a hero for exposing R.A. Michael. I didn't think Castile would make a good R.A., but he's doing a pretty good job. You're saying that because he let me stay at the Holy Guild. Grandma smiles. One of the many good decisions he's taken over the last week. Grandma and I sit side by side, watching TV like it's just another Sunday. We switch between Rose's story and the news, as I eat all the health supplements and candy bars Roz got me. I can't wait to be back at the Holy Guild. This time, for real. 2 Mondays later, I fly through the crowded blue sky, feeling the sunlight on my face. The rest of the semester begins today. Even though I'm still hurting, the sheer excitement of being a national hero gets me out of bed. "Be careful on your way," Grandma calls out from the shop. "Goodbye, Grandma," I call out. "Don't come back until you become an archangel," she yells. I smile, feeling the bright sunlight on my face. I feel like a brand new person, reborn through facing the last of my limitations. The rest of the year is wide open, filled with the promise of more adventures. The sky is thick with angels hurrying to work, stealing furtive glances at the national hero. Or maybe it's because I have black wings. But I'm not the only one. I spot an occasional dark angel stumbling and lost in the wide expanse of Seraphim City's sky. Like me, they'll find their way soon enough. As for me, my home for the next 4 years is glistening down there, nestled among a stream of people and expansive guilds. Shimmery white and gold towers emerge over the horizon, and I dive down, landing outside the Golden Gate, beyond which my dreams lie. But something's different today. My entry seems to have set into motion a mob standing outside the gates. "Gabriel Perez, how did you defeat the ruling archangel?" Cameras and microphones are shoved into my face, cutting off my thoughts. Several members of the Messenger Guild, wearing signature green uniforms, crowd all around me. I didn't. Jostled by the crowd, I'm unable to finish my words. "Are you being modest?" I can't identify whose voice it is. "Not really." "What are your future plans?" "Hold it." Ariel grabs my arm from behind and drags me to the Holy Guild gate, the reporters following close on our heels. Speeding up, she whispers, "Just keep walking." The main gate is wide open, lined with Holy Guild flags to commemorate a new semester. Inhaling the scent of flowers blooming in the summer, I step in, finding myself among friends. "Gabriel, how are you?" Raz asks, Swathi stumbling behind him. "Alive?" Swathi distractedly clicks away on her phone, dressed in the familiar white uniform. "Hey!" She looks up at me and grins. "How does it feel to be a celebrity?" I don't know." I scratch my head. "It's too early to say." "We've got battle strategy first thing today," Roz goes on, passing the manicured lawns with me. "Yay, that's my favorite," I reply. "I heard we're learning 2 new attacks this week." Swathi sighs. "Only you can think about attacks at a time like this." Swathi and Roz argue all the way to class, followed by Ariel and me. My eyes take in the green grass, the familiar Holy Guild grounds, the warm summer breeze, and the entire city towering around me, and I feel like I own the world. "Is everything okay with your mom?" I ask. "I heard your mom found out about the acting lessons." "Yes," Ariel says, looking ahead. "I told her I wanted to be an actress." I cringe. "How'd that go?" "Not that great. But?" Ariel smiles. I changed strategy. "Huh?" "Dad's going to be paying for my acting lessons now." He was much easier to convince. She looks ahead, watching her step as we walk into the main building. "Whoa, that's an improvement." "Mom still hopes I'll change my mind, but she can't do anything about it," Ariel says. "I'm going to continue training here and work on my acting at night." "All's well then?" "All's well." She grins. "I think living through all those adventures gave me the courage to face my parents. I hope we have more adventures." "Me too," I say. "Hey?" Kael emerges from the training grounds. "He's practicing already?" Ariel frowns. "Morning." He descends, his wings intimidating me. I've got to practice even more this semester to catch up. A silver badge gleams on his chest. "How's Raphael?" I ask. "Fine. He's living with us now," Kael says. "Dad says he might be able to work for the government or even the Holy Guild." "Oh, that's good," Ariel says. The bell rings, jolting us out of our relaxed talk. Time for class. My legs kick into action. See you around. Bye, don't doze off in class, Kale calls out. How does he know? I wonder. I think Swati wrote an article about it. Seriously? The classroom is already full when we get there. Roz and Swati are still arguing. Ariel and I go sit next to them, just in time for Master Javon to arrive. Rows upon rows of students collect in the large hall, buzzing with gossip. Good morning. Master Javon is full of energy in the morning, wearing a bright red coat. Red? Really? Ariel shakes her head. I'm glad to see him again. I'm going to be teaching you battle strategy this semester, he begins, barking like a drill sergeant. Who remembers the first rule of battle strategy? Run away? I hazard a guess. Excellent. I have a feeling you're going to be very good at this, Javon tells me. Just 3 more years of battle strategy and you'll all be pros. Javon's thunderous laughter, coupled with a bad sense of humor, makes the walls vibrate. 3 more years? Swati exclaims. That's a lot. We'll get there, one step at a time, I say, gazing out at the bright blue sky. You're spacing out already, Swati mutters. I'm not. Come on, guys, focus, Roz says. It's a new day. And a new beginning. Ariel's blue eyes sparkle with excitement. As I half-heartedly listen to Javon droning on about the 5th rule of battle strategy, I wonder how much longer it's going to be before the lunch break. But this is the path I've chosen, and I'll continue forging ahead no matter how hard it gets. Because there's no force in this world greater than the power of a dream. This title was narrated with virtual voice.